Hello.
We are live here just outside of Timmins, Ontario at Launch Canada. We are here with...
I'm Brendan Griffin I volunteer on the live stream team of Launch Canada.
Hi, my name's Aaron Van Den Enden. I, along with those two, and the third, will also be one of the hosts for Launch Canada this year.
And I'm one of your co-hosts, Nico Cooper, and I work at MBA.
Simon, can you mute the
Space.
thing? I'm Brendan Griffin I volunteer on the live stream team
Mute the
of
stream,
Launch
it'll
Canada.
feedback.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome.
And if you can just jump into frame, this here is Simon, the fourth host of your live stream here. We're going to be swapping out so that we don't all have to stay in front of the camera at the same time. We're going to jump right into it, as we currently have a rocket going down to the pad. So, sorry we don't have more time for introductions. We wish we could. The weather has made things very interesting today, but we finally are getting some clear skies, it looks like.
Yeah, so as you can see, launch pad is behind us. There are two separate pad banks behind us. There is the certification and smaller launch pads. Those are much closer to us. And further down the range are the larger launch pads that the university teams will be using. The launch in question that will be coming up soon is going to be a smaller rocket done by one of the volunteers of Launch Canada, and that will be the first launch of the day for today.
Yeah, so one thing that really makes Launch Canada special is, alongside the university teams, similar to some other rocket competitions that you may be familiar with, a number of other groups are also invited to basically launch their rockets here. So these being from, I believe there's an elementary school, of course the university teams that's mentioned, we'll all get into later.
And the girls' school, or the high school.
Yeah, and also a high school team.
But
on top of all of these, we're going to be doing some certification flights. And essentially, in order to safely purchase and prove that you're able to safely use rocket engines, there are a number of different organizations that kind of manage and regulate the basically procurement of said motors. So in order to actually demonstrate you're able to safely do these, you need to essentially write a test and do a series of launches to get a various series of certifications. So we're actually scheduled around 40 launches for certification flights. Those will be extremely quick. They'll be done at the launch site just behind us here, and they'll be quite easy to basically take a look at. They'll be nice and quick, and they'll all usually be done by single people looking to get those certifications. Launches will usually be less than a minute in the air, less than a couple minutes in the air, depending on the level. Do we want to go into maybe the difference between like level 1, level 2, level 3?
Yeah, so it depends on which organization you're certifying with. So if you are a Canadian under the Canadian Association of Rocketry, there are 4 levels to certification. A level 1 certification unlocks an H class of impulse, which is just a little bit more powerful than the most powerful motors you'd just be able to go out to the store and buy right now without any. So
for those at home, we're going to be discussing impulse a lot during this. It is essentially a category or class of the total amount of energy stored within the rocket. So the more impulse, the more, to put it simply, the more fire total comes out of the back.
Yes. Thank you, Aaron.
Essentially meaning it's going to go higher and faster, usually.
And it looks like we got the drone out today, which is great.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, we're going to get some nice drone footage for you later.
Yeah, so we got some drone footage. We have the main camera here as well, and then we'll also have a tracking camera on top of the C-can behind you. Well, I guess it's in front of us, but you know it will capture the rockets going overhead.
To go into the different categories though.
Yeah, so different categories, as I said before. The first category for the Canadian Association of Rocketry is the H classes of motors. So the H classes, I mean, yeah, as I said, it is just a little bit more powerful than the most powerful motors you can already buy just yourself at the store. So those would be a G class. They just go up in the alphabet.
Those will be the majority of launches we'll see.
Yeah. After that, you'd have level 2. That unlocks the I class of impulse, which, again, is a little bit more powerful than an H class. Your rocket will go much higher, much faster. After that, you'll have your level 3s, which unlock the J class, the K class, and the L class of motors. These are getting to really big motors at this point. And after that, you'll have your level 4, which there are very few people that are level 4 certified, because that is the M, the N, and the O classes. These are the motors that will get your rocket up to 10, 20 kilometers if you design them correctly.
Can you give maybe like examples of, you know, the different ranges, what kind of flight performance you would see, or maybe examples of just how different the classes are, because it isn't a linear scale.
Yeah. So So let's see. The majority of level 1 motors that will be flying at Launch Canada, so certification flights for our volunteers per se, are going to mostly be flying on an H or an I class motor. Those will likely be going up to around a maximum of between 1,000 and 2,000 feet. So just under a kilometer, between 500 meters and a kilometer. So yeah. We are seeing some questions in the chat, so I'll have a quick break from our explanation here. So, are UBC and McGill launching today? I believe that they are going to try. That's all the information that they have. They are at the setup area right now, so they're either setting up their launch pad and getting their rocket ready.
Last year, didn't McGill, they launched on the first day.
McGill launched on the first day last year, so we expect
Bold move.
We expect that they will be ready to go and trying to be the first university off the pad today again, but...
It's possible. The weather looks really good for now. Of course, at the end of the day, there are a number of things that can happen to scrub the launch, whether it's weather, whether it's something happens technical. You may have to look into the... the individual teams' postings if they're able to see when they're going to launch. But as soon as we are... Sorry, they're dealing with some stuff behind the scenes there. But as soon as we know when teams are going out to the pad, we're going to make that available to all of you. We'll have launch countdowns when available. We're going to do our best to communicate it to all of you as soon as possible. It's just... We are out here... in the middle of the logging area where there are no cell networks set up, there are no Wi-Fi networks set up, and so we're actually only communicating with the launch sites through radio that had to be set up the last couple days. And in addition, we're only able to broadcast through a Starlink, through a satellite constellation.
Thank you, Elon.
So yeah, the next question there is, do we know which universities will be launching today? Well, we don't. There is not a set order. That's how this competition works. Pretty much whenever the universities themselves are ready, as Aaron was saying, they will go to their final safety, and once they're on their final safety, they are in the launch queue, and at that point, we will know.
Do you want to maybe walk us through what the process is for queuing? Like, basically all the way from, okay, a team has a rocket built, and you know that the team's going to the competition. What do those teams kind of have to go through before they launch?
Yeah, so the team showed up at the conference center a few days ago. So when they show up at the conference center, they bring their rocket to show off, but also they have the opportunity to safety their rocket to make so the judges can get their eyes on it and make decisions on the rocket, so that whether it can fly or not, or anything that they'd like to see fixed before it's brought out to the launch site. So a lot of the teams ended up getting safetied at the conference center, and now they are out at the launch site. If they did not get safetied at the conference center, that's no worries. They can also safety at the launch site, so they will still be able to launch. We want to see all of the universities get off the pad in this upcoming week. So after that, they are going to be bringing the rocket to the launch site. At this time, the student teams will be setting up their rockets in their tents. The tents are in front of us, so behind the camera. We'll show you guys some footage from that in the future, so we'll get some footage and put it on the stream later.
I see there's a
let's finish this one first.
Sorry,
so after they set the rocket up, they can bring it to the tents, or the safety inspection tent again. They will get a final range safety clearance from the range safety officer. Oh, some good wind there.
Oh, they just opened our tent, so apologies for the really bad audio.
And all the dust in our face.
Yeah.
So yeah, once that is complete, then they will be put in the launch queue. The launch queue is pretty much just a lineup of pickup trucks and or vans, or however you're getting your rocket to the launch pad. And once it is safe to do so, and the range is declared green, so it is open and safe for people to go to, the students will be allowed to proceed to the launch pad in order to do their flight. They will set up on the launch pad on the rails. So for the solids pad, that is right behind us there, over the hill that you can see in the background.
About how far is that? A couple kilometers?
I think it's 1,500 feet at least.
Okay.
So yeah, just under a kilometer, or about half. It's probably a little bit more than that. So yeah, it's that way. So then they'll set up on the rails, and then once they're ready, they will arm their rocket. They will put in the igniter, they'll raise the rocket vertical, put the igniter in. We will evacuate all of the pads, make sure everyone's out of the ballistic area, so we keep everyone safe, and then we can start getting to launching. So that's what the process is going to look like today for pretty much everybody. Even the certification flights have to go through this process, so we're going to be seeing it a lot.
All right, thanks, Brendan. Nico, you were gonna.
Yeah, and I see that we have a question in the chat from Dylan Bender. Do any of you guys have HPR certifications? If so, can you comment on the experience?
I believe Brendan, you do.
Yep, so currently I have car level 2, so that is, I can fly up to H and I motors. I have also all three of us have also participated in student teams, so launching rockets pretty high to 10 and 30,000 feet on MN and O class motors. So student teams are a little bit different because they have a certified person sign off on them, so they have access to larger motors. But myself personally, I have flown H and I class motors, and I plan on flying a J class here at Launch Canada in the coming days.
We're actually, all four of us, I believe, going to be attempting certification flights. So for Brendan, that is a car L3?
Car L3, flying a J270.
And then myself, Simon, and Nico are all going to be attempting Tripoli L1s. That's really similar to car L1, all in except the organization that does it. Same class of motor, same requirements, just a different organization.
Yeah. The difficult thing for flying any rocket in student team or certification flight is always getting the rocket back. So for the main thing that we're going to be watching for our certification flights and for our student teams is, does the rocket make it back safely? This is touching down on the ground under its main parachute. We don't want it hitting the ground at 100 kilometers an hour. We don't want it hitting the ground any faster than that. You want your rocket to come back in perfect shape, or good enough shape, so that you can fly it again, and we'll hopefully be seeing a lot of that during Launch Canada this year.
All right. Also, thank you for the good luck. We are hoping for a nominal flight, for sure.
Should be fun.
Yes, and I'm also very much looking forward to the certification flights for the fact that they're very easy to see visibly just watching them. A lot of the higher power rockets, they go so high off and so fast, they're really difficult to actually track. So one of the things that we're actually really looking forward to is one of the teams, I believe it was Queen's University, has actually developed a platform to track rockets and record them for video. They're using the YOLO V8 machine learning model in order to do so. So hopefully once that's recorded, we might be able to get some really nice tracked footage and put that on the live stream for you all. No promises, but we're looking forward to if that is going to work.
We'll also show you our cert rockets in the coming days as well.
Yes, well, we're going to go through a variety of different things to discuss, like from basic to advanced discussions, so that folks at home are able to follow along, whether you're new to rocketry or you've been in it for a while, because the whole purpose of the stream is rocket science is literally what people say as something daunting and scary, but it's not. And we really want to show that to everybody at home. It's not that scary. It is something you can get involved in. So we have a couple questions in chat. Nico, did you want to go through?
So I see, is the University of Waterloo in the queue for today? Do you guys know if Waterloo's on the go?
We're not entirely sure at the moment. When we were... So they seem to be relatively... So University of Waterloo is doing a liquid launch, correct?
Yes, they are doing a bipropellant liquid rocket launch.
And that's a really exciting launch for reasons we'll get into later. But if I'm not mistaken, I don't think the advanced pad is flying today. Is that correct?
I do not know right now for that.
I'm not sure either. It is possible, but as soon as we know, we will update all of you.
As far as we know, all the teams are working towards a launch, and they will go as quickly as they can.
And then I also see we have another chat from Dale Richards. Where are you guys launching from?
So we are currently in a recently cleared... Sorry?
So we're just outside Timmins, Ontario here.
We're in a recently cleared area of forest located within the Matagami Nation.
Yeah, and I think they actually bulldozed that area the other day.
We have a launch going.
Oh, we have a launch.
My apologies.
Do we have someone on the tractor? Tracking camera. Oh, okay.
All right, so having a look here, we're going through the drone camera. We can see the first certification launch of the day. This is by Noah, one of the
Whoa, did you see that?
They're giving it another go.
This kind of reminds me of that scene from one of those Batman movies with Heath Ledger as Joker. He's trying to press the button and it's just not quite going for him.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that can cause a motor to not ignite.
Yeah.
So we can go through a few of them. So this could be any number of things. The way a rocket launches, especially at the lower power, is, well, it goes back to basics. To create fire, you need fuel, oxygen, and a source of ignition. So in a rocket motor, a solid one in particular, we'll go into more detail later, contains the oxidizer and the fuel in a mixture. So the only thing to light it off is a source of ignition. Usually, for lower power motors, what we do is we have a portable, basically launching an igniter, essentially. So a high resistance wire that is able to heat up easily, that is coated with some black powder, so it will cause the...
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, we've just gained word. I see Shinanmin Adur. Which team is launching? I just confirmed with Lauren Chan.
We've already covered it.
This is a personal cert launch. This is not a...
Oh, okay, never mind. It's a personal cert launch.
We're all good.
Okay.
Yeah, but to discuss the ignition there, an igniter essentially is a high resistant wire. You hook up a battery to it, and you can ignite with the key, and then press a button in order to actually fire off. They'll ignite the black powder, furthermore igniting the black powder motor within the rocket. So anything along that line could have been an issue for a failed ignition. Now, as far as launch failures goes, this is definitely one of the better ones because it just means we can take a look over, figure out what went wrong, and try launching again. It's also definitely probably the most common because this is something that has to be set up at the pad. The process for actually installing an igniter is kind of simple. It's actually the installing of the igniter that's the main part of the certification because that's the part where you're actually dealing with the high power motors. So what you're essentially doing is you're installing the igniter, the source of ignition, within the black powder core itself. So the first thing that could go wrong is maybe it wasn't installed deep enough to properly ignite, so that when you actually fire up your igniter, it doesn't ignite the rest of the motor. That's something that can happen. It just means you have to take it out, install another igniter, and you're good to go. Next thing that could happen is maybe the source of power going into the igniter wasn't sufficient to actually create the resistance necessary. That's a really easy fix. It's usually just changing the battery or checking continuity along the wire to make sure your electrical current is actually able to go through. The third thing, sometimes that what happens is sometimes you end up with a faulty motor. These things do happen. It's really unfortunate when that's the case. For example, sometimes if a motor hasn't been stored correctly and water has basically infested the motor, it's not able to ignite. It's like if you've ever tried to start a campfire with wet wood straight out of the forest, you're not going to be able to ignite it. It's the same thing with rocket motors. Unfortunately, with these, they're relatively volatile, so when you end up with it being waterlogged, you essentially have to get a new one and properly dispose of the chemicals, because they are very, very volatile. They have to be. You're packing a ton of energy into a really tiny space. You can't do that unless it is volatile, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So it could be any one of those things. Just to keep proper safety precautions, like we mentioned, it is a certification flight, but regardless, we need to treat all of these rockets with the proper safety precautions. That's why things are going to take a little bit of time,
So
because we don't want to approach the rocket and have it go off while we're in range. That's unsafe, and we don't want to take any chances. Because frankly, we want to show that this genuinely is a very safe thing to get into. So long as you're following the proper safety procedures, you're following guidelines, you're listening to the range safety operators, which are upstairs, basically controlling everything that's going on. And as long as we're following those steps, everyone can stay safe, and everything will go as planned. For the most part. I mean, obviously, sometimes you do have failed launches, but this one is, all in all, this is not a big deal. We're going to, I assume, get back to it shortly.
Yep.
So in the meantime,
And sorry, you also mentioned like issues with igniters, issues with the fuel, like the fuel grains on solid rocket motors. For some of the younger audience at home, like can you maybe give like a higher level? Like, would that be like your electrical systems essentially?
So
that
essentially,
to
what's
ignite the
happening
rocket?
here with a failed launch where you're using an off-the-shelf motor, it's nothing on the rocket that's wrong. So the rocket can be totally fine, and you put a motor into the bottom of it. For anyone who's not familiar with rocketry at all, essentially, if we say we're using an off-the-shelf motor, that's an all-in-one package. That is essentially a firework rocket, for the most part, that's being put into the bottom and then lit off like a firework using an electrical system.
It's something that you buy that you can put in your rocket. It's not necessarily something that a student has designed. For student designed like rockets, you'll see rockets that are SRAD. That stands for Student Research and Design. And then for whenever we say COTS, that's commercial off the shelf, which is essentially rockets that you just you buy right from the distributor. So
Yes, exactly. And so in this case, for certification, you typically use commercial off-the-shelf motors because they are more consistent. You're less likely to have issues like that.
less of a risk, technically speaking, and a lot simpler, especially for those of you who are just starting out in
And
doing
for
rocketry.
individuals, developing
Yeah.
of rocket engines can be difficult and take time, but
Oh, yeah.
it's extremely rewarding for those who do go that extra mile.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And like in terms of like steps for like if you're just new to rocketry and you're just starting out, you want to learn how to actually design the structure of your rocket, make sure that it can survive based off of whatever fuel grain you're using, and then after that you can kind of more lean more into doing more research on the fuels as well. And then from there you can do if you want to be ambitious, you can do some air brakes. You can do pitot tubes in your nose cone. You can do custom layups, different geometries with your nose cone, your fins, and kind of go from there with different materials. I think actually I remember when we were at the conference, or not the conference, but the poster session yesterday and the day before. University of Victoria, they had some metal fins, which I've never seen that before. Did you see any other unique designs?
I did, and I will
Yeah.
go into it in a second. I do want to address a couple things in the chat. First of all, I was mentioning a second ago, before we thought the launch was going to happen, that we are currently launching from the Matagami Nation territory, which is near Timmins, Ontario, in northern Ontario, kind of towards Sudbury. So we're around an hour to an hour and a half outside of the city of Timmins, to the point where there's no cell service, there's no Wi-Fi or anything. So we're connected through satellites and radio that we all had to set up in ourselves in the week before now. I do want to talk about, we've been asked if there's a public viewing area, and yes, there is. So I'm not certain when the shuttle bus leaves. I believe that's information all available on social media and on the website. But there is a shuttle bus leaving from Timmins, where you'll be able to come out and watch. It's really difficult to navigate to the site by yourself. If you are familiar with the area for whatever reason, you will know that the roads are a little bit difficult to drive on. You go from the paved highway to gravel roads for about half an hour to freshly plowed sand roads.
Yeah, and I think like last year, like Adam was telling us that last year they lost a couple oil pans because people are ripping down there. So if you're coming to watch at the public launch site, make sure that you're proceeding with caution.
Drive confidently
yeah.
and carefully, because
Yeah.
don't go too fast because the stones will fly up and hit you.
Yeah.
Don't drive too slow because you'll get stuck or might settle on top of rocks and also destroy your oil pan.
And look out for wildlife too. We heard there was a bear sighting yesterday, and you always want to keep an eye out for meese, I should say, for plural.
Meese? Yes.
Meese,
Yeah,
yes. Yes, meese.
Many meese out there, and bears.
Yeah. It's kind of like goose and geese. Not very few people say meese. I don't know. It's got a funky ring to it, but it is English. It is our.
Is it?
Yes. So.
Brendan, we
yes.
lost camera output there.
Oh.
Can you check on that?
Oh, we're losing him. But yeah,
We'll keep talking because we
yeah.
still have audio.
Yeah, and so we highly encourage you folks to come out and watch the launch. And if you're not able to and you're watching the stream, thank you.
Yeah. We're going to do our best to bring Launch Canada to you because it
Yes.
is a very remote location, especially for those not from the area. It's difficult to get to. It was a full day's travel for all of us to get up here, and I know for some of the teams
yeah.
here it was multiple days.
Yeah, and like I think like originally like this is a pretty new site too. Like they've just bulldozed it like they've just finished bulldozing most of it like
Just
a couple
earlier
days ago.
this
Yeah,
week, yeah.
So it's quite new. So
We've got a launch going.
Oh, we have launch. Do we know who we have, Aaron?
It is still Noah doing his, I believe, L3, L2 certification.
Okay, right on. And for you kids at home, NOAA is an acronym for one of our volunteers. It's his name.
It's an acronym? What does NOAA stand for?
Nouvelle Ostrich, maybe. Acclaimed highlight.
Highlight.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
you heard it here first.
Yes, he's a highlight of a person.
On top of
He's-
doing a certification flight, he is one of the many judges
Yes.
that will be reviewing the rockets of the teams.
Yes.
Currently, it doesn't look like we have ignition again, so
Speaking. Okay. They're just testing on the pad.
okay,
but speaking of judges, we have a couple judges here from MDA Space. We have Sam and Mohi, and
I also want to just take a
Mavessa.
sec to acknowledge we have a number of not just volunteers but judges and panelists and such sent from a number of the sponsors of Launch
Yes.
Canada, of which there are so many. I believe our title sponsor, Pratt & Whitney, has had a great showing
Yes.
at this event, and we really appreciate all their support, as well as the City of Timmins has been not only gracious hosts, but provided so much of support from financial all the way to providing astronaut ice cream and all of the goodie bags.
That was insane. Like I don't know how they keep it like frozen in those bags. It's got some really like good
Yeah.
insulation. You know.
The City of Timmins and the Matagami Nation have been such gracious hosts, and we've been just completely so honored to take
yeah.
part here. I don't think there is a better place in Canada to run an event like this, with how supportive everyone has been.
Oh, totally. There's multiple locations in Canada that you can launch it, but here it's like, it's perfect, like with the community here and with the launch site, and we're able to get the airspace too. That was a huge thing. And also,
Do we want to talk a little bit about the environment itself, actually, about what makes it ideal and what makes it difficult for a launch?
Yeah, of course. So I
Because
think
we can see actually the drone footage right now, where you can get a pretty good view of one of our launch areas.
Yeah, and coming So we're both previously Carleton students, and Carleton is a university that was in Ottawa, our nation's capital. And one of the things that we had to work around with being in Ottawa is you got the Ottawa airport and you got Parliament, which you can't really launch rockets from Parliament Hill unless you're fireworks on Canada Day. So there's certain places you can't really, you want to launch a little bit further away from civilization.
And one big reason, like you mentioned, the airport, we need to make sure we have clearance up to a certain altitude in order to launch these rockets. Some of them are, I heard one is aiming for 46,000 feet. That is, how high is that? That's a little over, that's a few kilometers in the air.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a fool of myself on air. It's about 2 kilometers into the air.
Oh yeah, no worries. That's what the chat's for. So if any of you viewers at home have
want to run the calculations,
kilometer,
we are Canadian engineering graduates.
Yes.
We should know these conversions by heart.
Yes. Okay. Awesome.
Excellent. We have camera footage back. Thank you.
Hello. Nice. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. But talking more about, so first of all, we have essentially what's called we have clearance. We have aerospace clearance, meaning they've put up a no-fly zone in the area. That is Transport Canada that has helped with that. They help route all the air traffic to ensure we're not going to have any airplanes in the area.
Yes.
Which is really, really important, not just for obviously the safety of the airplanes, but also, for the safety of the rockets, ensuring there aren't airplanes going by, but especially for the safety of the air traffic, as any single unrecorded object in our airspace is extremely important to document, to ensure that all aircraft traveling through the area are safe. Yeah, 14 kilometers. Yeah, I really did not do that right.
There we go.
Thank you,
Dylan Bender. All there.
Yeah.
Ethan, are you there? Well, I'm not Ethan. Are you Ethan, Brent? Okay. Ethan, are you here? Okay, we'll get back to Tim Falcons.
Thanks, Nico.
Yeah, no worries.
But on top of the airspace,
yes.
Because we're remote, we're not very close to any airports. It's a lot more convenient for that. There are a couple things that make the launch site, but that's one of the things that makes it necessary. There are a couple other sites that have been considered that you can get similar characteristics for. Do any come to mind for you that I can think of? Like, I understand typically these are run at military bases, as these are really easy to establish no-fly zones. These are restricted airspaces to begin with, and they're typically cleared out, flat, very professional, very easy to organize where things are.
Yeah, and the other thing too that's great here is I think this is actually the road that we're just based off of is a logging route. So the wood that we bulldozed, it's not gonna just go to waste. It's gonna actually get some good use out of it, which is great. So yeah, we're all about not necessarily, not like, I don't want to say renewables, because you're not really we're not really planting trees right at the launch site. We're kind of launching rockets from there, but we're definitely getting some use out of this.
They're planting trees elsewhere.
Yes, we'll planting trees elsewhere.
It's a sustainable industry.
Yeah, exactly.
Timmins, logging and mining are by far the two major industries up here in Northern Ontario, and we've gotten a taste of that as soon as we came in here. But speaking of forestry, I want to talk about the other major concerns with launching rockets here, of which there are two, of which we've been able to mitigate. The first one that comes to mind when thinking about launching rockets is they may go up to, depending on how high they launch, many kilometers outside of the launch range. And where we try to predict an approximation of where we think they're going to end up, that isn't always the case. And a lot of the time, you're not going to be close to a road. As we mentioned, these are gravel roads, these are freshly paved. So sometimes your rocket in Timmins is going to end up in a tree a kilometer into the woods. And so that's a bit of a concern. So we have to be really, really careful with our safety for the teams going out to recover their rockets, making sure they're constantly in contact, always have their vehicle nearby, making sure nobody gets lost, making sure they're properly sleeved and on both the pants and shirts to make sure they're protected against the many bugs. They have the bug spray. There are also ticks as we're in the forest. It can also be very swampy. You have to watch out for water. We're in Northern Ontario, literally the province of many lakes. So the water, as we were driving in, is everywhere, so you want to be careful of that.
And
because you don't know where you're going to land.
yeah,
And it makes it way more difficult than in an open field.
oh, yeah.
So that's the first big concern, right?
Yeah. Like that's one of the biggest differences between Launch Canada and Spaceport America Cup is at Spaceport America Cup, it's flat. Like
Flat open. Spaceport
there's-
America Cup is the competition.
Good. How are you doing, Joy?
In New Mexico
Awesome.
every year.
This is Joy. She's here with MDA. She's one of our sponsors. She's also a recruiter. So if any of you folks at home or hop on.
If you just give us 1 minute, the other big concern is forest
Yeah.
fires, and so we have to really make
Yeah.
sure we do our due diligence to ensure that these highly volatile objects aren't landing in dry woodlands. That's why we're only cleared for launch during the seasons where it is wetter. That's why we're here rather than earlier in the summer.
Yeah, you want to protect your people from nature. That's bug spray, tick spray, sunscreen, and you also want to protect your nature from people, which is essentially fire protection. We've cleared out extra space around the launch sites in case of CATO is the acronym.
Yeah, so CATO standing for catastrophe at takeoff. Essentially, on ascent, there's a problem with the motor. The other thing is the fire department is on standby and overviewing all launch operations. They are pivotal to this entire operation. It would be completely unsafe and irresponsible to hold an event like this without their supervision, so we really appreciate all the help they've given us.
And speaking of fire, how about that swag, Joy?
Yes, yeah.
Want to show them your hat?
Yeah, for sure. So this here is a MDA sponsored hat. It has our logo on it. It has MDA on it, and I think it fits. But fits there. I don't know if you want to try it on, Joy.
Super proud to be here. Unfortunately, with the curly hair, it doesn't fit. But we are super proud to give out the merchandise to the students.
Hey, Brendan,
It's
can
so
you adjust the
impressive.
name tags?
It's honestly astounding
Thank you.
what they're doing, and we're super excited to see our rocket launch.
And Joy, I know we interviewed you later, a little ad hoc, but curious, is there any positions that you're specifically looking for at MBA, or are we looking to hire any more interns for the upcoming term?
Yeah, for sure. So for the upcoming term, now for the fall semester, we already hired our students. In a couple of weeks, we're open up the internships for January. So we're going to be hiring a number of people. But if we have students graduating in December or next spring as well, I already gave them my contact information. They can get in touch with me. It will be my pleasure. MBA is here. It was from a talent acquisition point of view. We're not here necessarily to directly hire people right now. We just want to be there and show them that even if it's in a year, 2 years, 5 years, they definitely have a future with MDA. So that's long-term recruitment actually.
Yeah.
So I've got a pretty big question for the folks at home that aren't Nico and I, who both work in space robotics. What does MDA do for those who might not have heard of it?
Yeah, for sure. So space, I think that's number one to know. We have 3 sectors of Oh, are we launching?
No.
Not yet. No? Okay. So we actually have 3 sectors of activities. The first one is satellite systems for telecommunications. So you can thank MDA for a lot of service that we have. Second, we also do satellite systems, but for Earth and space observation, which we call geointelligence. Super cool. For example, if you have a forest, we can see just one tree burning in that forest, illegal fishing as well. And lastly, which you for sure probably heard of, the Canada Arm, which falls under our robotics and space operations division. So actually, Nico, he's worked on the Canada Arm.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Canadian company as well.
Yeah.
Sites across Canada, a couple in the US as well, United Kingdom. But yeah, the heart's in Canada, so it's awesome to be here.
Yeah, and the culture at MDA is pretty great too. We have plenty of young folks that we hired right at the start of Phase B of Canadarm 3, and actually a couple months ago too. At the beginning of the year, we got these sweet bomber jackets that I just can't get enough of, it's been a lot of fun. We have a hockey league actually at the Brampton location.
Are you on the team?
Yeah, I am. It's we're the PHL, the Pylon Hockey League. So it's definitely sometimes people skate around me, sometimes I skate around other people. So
This leads into another question,
Yeah.
actually. But where are kind of your head offices located, where you do your most work?
Yeah, for sure. So, for example, Nico works. He works at the headquarters, which is in Brampton, Ontario. That's the RSO, so Robotics and Space Division.
just outside of Toronto.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. As for myself, I work for the Satellite Systems Division in Montreal, Quebec. And lastly, we have Geointelligence out in Richmond, in British Columbia. And fun fact, across the world, we're about 3,500 employees. And just in Montreal, where I work in my specific building, we're 1,500. So almost half of our population just in one building working on satellites. So quite awesome.
Yeah, it's a huge rapidly growing industry, and it's events like this that get us really excited. And honestly, like as someone in industry, it's these sorts of events that like help motivate me when I go back to work as well. The work in itself is motivating enough, but to see the students and see the innovative
muted.
designs that they can come up with. I was at the
I
University
unmuted it.
Rover Challenge actually earlier this year, and I saw like a few designs. One that comes to mind was University of Virginia. They had these, normally like you have these rovers. They have like
Sorry.
this square chassis, and they have like 4 to 6 wheels. This little thing, it like kind of twisted and turned, and it was really innovative. And there you go Ridgebacks, love that. Also go Ethan, I see we had that earlier, so let's go Ethan.
I just want to
go ahead,
backtrack again.
please.
Sorry,
Yeah.
if you wanted to. I'm really sorry for making you say it
No,
again.
it's okay. I love
it.
it. In talent acquisition, we say it all the time, every single day to like 20 different people. So it's awesome.
Okay, this is our first time running a live stream too. So
Did we not have audio earlier?
no, her microphone was muted for all of that.
No, okay. There you go, folks. We're lifetime learners. We'll go.
Never
there.
stop learning.
Yeah,
I can take a step back and just tell you guys about MDA. We won't go over the whole thing. Oops. Technical issues?
No, not really. We're just having a bit of wind here.
It's windy out here in Timmins, Ontario.
Weather's
Yeah.
slightly under nominal.
Okay, seems to have
And-
subsided.
And we'll hand it over back to Joy.
All
Joy?
right. So space, the main point, actually our logo, fun fact, this is when the rocket launches, and so that's where it goes. The rocket goes all the way up. So that's our logo. A lot of people don't know that.
That's interesting. I thought it was like a payload fairing, because like when you launch up like on like a Falcon 9, like as an example, radar sat, that might have been Thunder. It might have been something else. Anyways, there's like these payload fairings at the very top of the rocket that separates. So I totally thought it was that, but like that's cool.
They told us, yeah, it's when the rocket goes
interesting.
up. Yeah.
That's
See,
cool.
You see, I thought it was actually a combination of an M like that, a D like that,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the letter A.
Okay.
I like that, I
Actually,
like
we
that.
have a real picture of the rocket going up at the end of the video, and you can see how it makes it.
Yeah, right on.
So space. This
That's
is
a
what
good
we
logo.
do.
Yeah.
We have 3 sector of activities. So satellite systems for telecommunications. We can thank MDA for a lot of the connectivity we have. Also, we do satellite systems for Earth and space observation. So for example, for illegal fishing, we can observe that. And finally, which you've probably heard of, robotics and space operations, such as the Canada Arm 3. If you've never heard of it, totally okay. Just look in back of your $5 bill next to the astronaut. You'll see a little something like that. That's the Canada Arm, not the third one. Oh, let's do it.
I have one.
Oh,
here.
there you go.
Awesome.
Just up to the camera.
Oh, I love that.
Represent.
I love that. Thank you, Aaron. There you go. If you
Oh,
ever-
it's very dark.
if someone ever owes you $5, just say, "Give me that Canadarm one."
My dad shows it to everyone.
Canadarm
I'm like,
two,
Dad,
there
what do
we
I
go.
do? I don't know, but I show people the $5 bill.
And so that's Canadarm 2. That's the one that's on the ISS. MDA. So we've been we're a combination of companies in our history. We were actually founded in 1969, but the ISS, the Canadarm 2, that's our heritage. Canadarm1, that's also our heritage.
The Canadarm1 was
yes.
the arm on board the space shuttle program.
Yes. And
It was used for repairing of all sorts of satellites. Notably, I think the Hubble
Yes.
was a really big one. It was also used quite a bit in assembly of the space station before the Canadarm2 was put up.
yes.
And fun fact, our very own Nico works on the Canadarm3. But oh no, you heard that. Sorry. But still, it's still cool to say a few times that Nico works on the Canadarm3, so it's okay. We can repeat it as many times as we want.
Yeah. It's honestly like it's unbelievable to think that like two to 4 years ago I was one of the teams at one of these sorts of events, and now like I've kind of gone full circle now and doing the live stream here. So it's really a pleasure to be here, and it's an absolute pleasure to be part of the MDA team and also part of launch. Part of the Canadarm3 team. Shout out to Kate Riamaki Judge and also Kieran Singh, who are my tight-knit team on the L1 level working on the flight segment, and Perry and Daniel, who are working on the L1 ground segment. So
Awesome.
definitely appreciate all the team. I could go on all day naming everyone's names, but yeah, absolutely
Trucks
love working
back.
there.
Okay.
Looks like we're getting some rain in
So
here.
I do want to
Yep.
quickly address the comment in chat. Good stream quality. We are actually using a Starlink right now.
Yes.
And multiple days of
Are we
tuning
good
the
to
audio
go?
and cameras. So.
Yes.
For the rockets?
No, the launch system has a problem.
Okay.
Okay. We just
Okay.
Okay.
We just got word there's a problem with the certification launch system. That's why launch was scrubbed.
This is fine.
You just saw Noah coming behind us there with his very small rocket, actually.
I'm gonna go check out what's going on, but I'll
Yes.
see you guys
Well,
later
thanks for
for
talking
sure.
to us.
Thank you so much,
guys.
Joy.
Yeah, you're welcome to come back later whenever you want.
I for sure will. I can
Thank
talk
you.
all day.
And if you give me a job, even better.
We'll go over the recruitment speech a bit later for whoever's interested.
There you go.
Have a good one. See you later,
Thank
guys.
you so much. So we have Joy here that was brought to you in part by MDA. That's right. We bring you your happiness.
Yes.
And so I see to Sylvie H. Is Gal University Laval there?
Yes. So Laval
Yes.
is here today. I'm not sure when they're planning to launch. They're on the pad currently.
They're setting up.
They're currently
on
setting
the
up on the pad, so
Let's
the odds
go.
are good that they will launch today.
Hold on.
Yeah, currently we are in a cloud hold. There is very high cloud cover. We don't want to launch rockets while there is clouds. You can kind of see that in the sky above us.
C'est dangereux avec les clouds. Là.
Yeah, the big issue with clouds is the rocket will go into it. You can't watch it. You also can't see if there's anything dangerous above, and you can't see where the rocket's going. And like we said, because these are really high energy density objects, you really don't want to take any risks. You want to do every bit of safety physically possible. Okay?
All right. Hold on, folks. I'm just going to switch it over to Mohi. I'm going to take a bio break, and I will be right back after his message, and these
All right.
messages. So please bear with me. Yeah, and I've got some rocket fuel here too if you want to take a sip of that. And yeah, thank you everyone for the short time here. I will be right back. Thank you.
I'm gonna mute your mic here. Or not. All right.
Hey.
Hi, welcome back.
Thanks.
Well, welcome, I guess, first of all, to in front of the camera for the first time.
Yeah.
This here is Mohi, another MDA
Yeah.
employee. Yeah, First of all, have you been to like a Launch Canada event before prior to this one?
Yeah, I've been part of it for a while. This is my first one in person
Right.
at this site, so it's pretty exciting to be here.
So what are you thinking so far about like the range, about the setup, and anything you're excited for in the days to come?
Yeah, I mean, getting clear skies and seeing some flights happen, and that's the nature of our sport, right? So
Yeah.
we play it by the ear. We got to do things safely, and it changes, and we are adapting to the situation as it's thrown our way.
It's really that adaptability that can really, give the essence of a good engineer, as we've seen many of these student teams are.
Yeah.
It's the ability to adapt that really makes you, resilient. Of course, it's hard to adapt to Mother Nature
Yeah.
some days, but we're hoping for good skies. The weather report looked pretty good for later today.
Yeah, we're getting quite a few breaks here and there coming up. So
Yeah.
and the clouds are moving relatively fast. So that means it is transitioning, and
Yeah.
hopefully we get, like you said, clear skies soon.
So I guess you work at MDA, yes?
That's
Would
correct.
you like to talk about what you do there?
For sure. So I am located out of our HQ, which is out in Toronto, so Brampton area. My department is called SNMA, which is Safety and Mission Assurance. Think of us as like the liaison between the internal and external teams, where we oversee the design not just from concept, but all the way to production and beyond. So when an idea is put forward, say from our either it could be from our customers or from our internal teams. So let's say from our customers, they sit down with us, they go over what their expectations are, what their requirements are, what mission parameters they'd like to see from it. We convey that to our internal teams to actually see if it's feasible or not, and then we go back and forth, and then we come up with a SAO, or a statement of work, and we proceed ahead with that contract. But at the same time, we sit down with our internal teams to make sure they're meeting those requirements. So they're meeting regulatory requirements, they're meeting specifications, engineering requirements, any of that sort. So we oversee not just from a design standpoint, but all the way through to the end. And that's where the name of the department comes in, safety and mission assurance.
Right. So it's a lot more systems level rather than specifically designing individual components.
Yeah.
Which, and especially with an operation as large as MDA, is extremely critical to the success of the project, right?
Indeed, yeah. So we are the unbiased opinion
Yeah,
within the
of course.
organization, where we have the authority to stop something from going out, because at the end of the day, it is our department that signs off on the drawings or on the product before it goes out to our customer.
Right.
So when we sign off on it, that means we as MDA and we as SNMA have full trust that our product will perform as it should.
So are you able to share, without obviously breaking any NDAs, any sorts of, projects that would have gone through your department?
Yeah, so pretty much everything that goes out the door is handled by SNMA. The biggest one that I'm working on, which is my day-to-day, my bread and butter, is the Gateway program. So as you know, we currently got the International Space Station orbiting Earth. We're building the new one
Right.
out that'll be orbiting the moon, and we're doing the robotics for that. So currently MDA, or at least MDA Brampton, the RSO office is tasked with handling that itself. So that's what keeps me busy from on most of my days. Apart from that, we've got more small projects
Right.
which require my attention.
Is there any, smaller ones maybe that, like, besides the Canadarm that would also have gone through your department that you're able to share?
They have, but I don't think I'm at a liberty to share those.
That's perfectly okay. Space is an extremely, secure sector to keep everything safe, and that's frankly completely understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in your day to day though, as working in this department, like, what are some like specific roles of your job? Would you say?
So it's a
'Cause
combination.
You've given
There's-
kind of like a high level, but like, what does a day in the office look like for you?
Ooh, that changes quite a bit. So
Okay.
some days, let's say on an easy day, I'm reviewing our specifications, I'm reviewing our internal drawings, making sure we, as the design progresses along, we're capturing everything. So it could be, say, one day I'd be looking over our design, making sure our safety requirements are being met. So things like things we need to consider for the space environment, especially since astronauts will be involved, is sharp corners.
Right.
So
Something as simple as that.
yeah, and the last thing we want is an astronaut accidentally touching their glove, and that corner tends to be a little bit more sharper than what's safe, and it creates a little tear. So my thing could be, okay, making sure we've captured that, we have the hazards noted, we have the proper mitigation techniques. That's like a slowish day. Other days, the more high-paced days tend to be we're presenting something to our customers. Could be as small as a subsystem or a component that we're going over the performance or specifications with our customers, or could be a big milestone event that we are going through as MDA itself. So yeah, it changes quite a bit. No day is the same. I guess that's the thing in most of the space industry, and because of that, it keeps me busy every day.
Right. Well, that's good. And I've heard a lot from the aerospace industry in general, but especially in space, how different and fast-paced, depending on the day, it really can be because of, a lot of clients in aerospace are looking for either fast turnarounds or really high structures, or sometimes systems change, and when a system changes, that changes all the components, right?
Yeah. An example would be when on the Soyuz, what was it, last year when it had the coolant leak going on.
Right.
One of the things was our team is part of the ISS program, so we were involved in figuring out how best to inspect that leak, how best to approach the mitigation steps for that. So it became from a slow end of the year shutdown. Okay, it's like, things are wrapping up for the year, people are getting ready to go on their holidays, to being like, okay, no, we need to like make sure everyone on the space station is safe. So a sudden ramp up.
Okay.
Yeah.
An important job, because there are so many small things. The corners really, made me laugh a little bit, because that's not something you really think about having to worry about when you're making a space robot, right?
Yeah, no, that's just one aspect of it. The
Yeah.
other thing is things like even lights. When we have lights on cameras and other devices on different components, astronauts will be viewing it, and we've got to keep in mind like how high powered they are, and if there's a possibility that it can cause damage to an astronaut that might accidentally look at it without eye protection,
Right.
and things like that, or even with lasers that are on board systems. So yeah, quite a variety of things.
Yeah, that's. I'm very biased because I work in space robotics as well, but I think it's really, really, really cool.
Yeah.
And hopefully it sheds a little bit of light to the folks at home, because, frankly, growing up, I didn't know what an engineer did or what an engineering company did. So it's really great to hear firsthand accounts of what that kind of actually looks like, because outside of the industry, it's so hard to find anybody who can explain it.
Yeah, no, it is challenging, and the way that I kind of found engineering was growing up. Our family traveled a lot for holidays and stuff. So,
Oh, yeah.
So I loved flying. So naturally, as a kid, I was like, I'm going to be a pilot.
Right.
And then as I grew up, I found that I enjoyed problem solving. And later, I come to know that engineering is basically problem solving on a daily basis. So it naturally kind of like took me down that path, which worked out pretty well so far. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna probably switch to something relatively soon. Hey guys on the switchboard, would it be possible to queue up one of our interviews from the last couple days to play in a second? Okay. Just want to have one ready for whenever we're done with the segment here.
Yeah.
There's a team on the pad right now.
Yeah, I believe.
Well, which team's on the
University of
pad?
Laval is on the pads.
Lavelle's on the pad.
Laval's on the pad, and they're on pad 1.
Can we potentially switch to pad cam then?
Yeah.
Oh, there's no one out there right now. Okay.
So that's a good sign. That means they've set everything up and they've come back to the safety zone.
Do you want to switch to our Lavelle interview from yesterday? They're all labeled.
But the rocket does look really good from the from the monitor here.
Yes, I don't think that is that their rocket there on the camera?
That should be their rocket.
Yeah. One thing I remember from Lavelle in particular is they had a very gorgeously cast composite airframe, which we can go into more detail later about how. Okay, we go into more detail later about how composites work, but it was incredibly smooth, basically. They had sanded it down so finely, and they had such a complex process for actually manufacturing their airframe that I'm sure they'd love to go into if we, when we have them there while they're going to launch. But looking at their rocket, it looked like a single. It didn't look like it was built. It looked like it was a computer graphic of just a smooth airframe. And they showed me the tailstock where the motor goes in. They could unscrew and put the motor in and just screw it on. It was extremely clean and extremely just impressive, their whole process.
Wow.
So I'm looking forward to their launch for sure.
Yeah, for a student team to get it up to that level is a very difficult process.
Yeah.
And especially getting it to that level, given the tools and access most student teams have, is quite a challenging process. So it's great to hear how high quality airframe they were able to produce, given that that's how aerospace is, right? At the end of the day, it is manufacturing high quality.
Just as a basic overview of what composites are essentially like.
3, 2, 1, action!
Okay, sorry, I was worried about the computer audio coming through there. So what? Also, there's a question in chat about what the procedure is to take the shuttle out to the launch site. Simon, do you know?
I don't. We can find out.
We'll find out for you. It is, I believe, available on the Launch Canada social media as well as the website, I think.
Timmins, Kins, and Klomp should be posting about it soon.
If you're local to Timmins, who should be posting about it?
Kins and Klomp.
Kins and Klomp? Okay. Should be posting about it soon. We hear people talking backstage over the commentators. Can you check the mic inputs?
Yeah. We'll have a look. There's also quite a bit of a hustle and activity going on around us, since the sun is peeking out quite a bit.
That's true.
Yeah.
Our only audio inputs right now are just the two mics, right? Okay.
It might have just been when I added the...
Yeah, it may have just been for a second then. Oh, I see. This is... Okay, I believe Veronica Sear may be a little bit behind the thing there. So, that's okay. We've gotten it fixed since then, if you're not up to date with the live stream. Because you don't have to watch it live. You can, if you wish, rewind and rewatch the launches once we get to there, or skip ahead up to the point where we're live. If you're joining us live right now, there's a bit of a 30-second delay, so apologies if it takes us a second to get to the chats. Yeah. So, what were we just talking about? Oh, Lavelle's lovely so by composite, essentially what this means is a composite or a composite is a number of layers of different materials together. These are used in thermodynamics for insulation. If you imagine the wall of a house, that's actually an example of a composite structure where you have the bricks, and then you have the layer with the 2x4s and insulation, and then the drywall. That's actually a composite structure that is pretty decent for insulation. What they do with these rockets is they take cloths or fibers that are typically either fiberglass or carbon fiber, pretty strong materials. And what they do is they embed resin into them.
Which is the glue.
Yeah, it's essentially the glue that holds it all together.
Yeah.
And so you have this cloth fibers, which are extremely good in tensile strength, which is how they're pulled again. But by
it's the stack up that makes a difference. So
exactly.
So if you orient the fibers one way, then you get really good properties in a particular direction, but the other way it'll be terrible. So what most students and everyone else does is figures out what that optimization looks like. So it could be things like 4 layers this way and then 2 layers 90 degrees away, and then some sort of configuration that way.
Yeah.
Then they are basically designing a custom airframe in this case to maximize performance on their rockets.
Yeah. And so Um.
We're gonna be launching momentarily.
Okay. We have words we're going to be launching in just a moment. But talking more about they put the resin on it essentially to hold that airframe shape. For those who really don't know what we're talking about, if you've ever seen a sheet of plywood, if you notice how the grains in the plywood on the first layer go one way and the next one go the other way, and it makes it way stronger as a result, it's the
Yeah.
same thing but with these tiny like carbon fibers.
Yeah. It's basically you take little strands, you weave them into a thread, and then based on that you can make into uh, a weave,
Yeah.
and you can do that. It's basically like going into a custom tailor store for your dress shirts.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, except with carbon.
Okay, with carbon. Speaking of which, don't try using cotton fibers to make like casting that in resin. I've tried it. Cotton fibers have very poor tensile strength by comparison. So if you've ever tried casting, a shirt into a composite, won't work. It'll snap immediately. Don't ask how I know that. But back to Laval specifically. What's impressive is the way they've layered and the way they cast. So typically how you actually get the shape of an airframe is you need to have some sort of form. You need to put it on top of something else, basically, to actually press it against it. I'm struggling to think of a way to explain this, but it's basically a mold. You put it on top of a mold, and so to get the tube part of the rocket,
Wrap it around a mandrel.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You have it's a mandrel. It's called, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what a lot of people will use is a pipe. And so specifically what they had mentioned they used is an aluminum pipe, but they made it at a high temperature because at high temperatures materials will expand. And so when they were, actually casted around their mandrel at a high temperature, they let it cure. I believe it was done in an autoclave, probably. And an autoclave is a fancy oven. Simple as that.
Yeah.
And that way, when it's taken out, the aluminum can shrink, and it's able to pop right out of the tube that they made out of carbon fiber, and the aluminum shrinks and is able to come right out. Their nose cone was also very well done. It was done in a similar way, just using a form. And a lot of these teams are going to be using the same techniques. We'll go through them when they're on the pad. I know U Ottawa had a really, really, really impressive tail cone section that I'd like to talk about when we get to them. But yeah, what was really impressive in particular about Gall's work was just, I think, the pristineness of the final product. It was probably, in terms of the finish on a fully SRAD that's student designed and researched, like rocket airframe.
I see a bunch more students arriving at the pad, at the solids pad. So there's some activity
actually-
going on.
Can we get pad cam? Just so we can see some of what's going on over there. So we're told ETS has just gone out to the pad and looks like they're setting up their rocket currently. We're gonna get some footage of that in a second. Yeah. So other considerations I think people might not realize is carbon fiber is a great material, and so is fiberglass. The reason it's so good is because it's so strong for how light it is, and that's a really important consideration when you're dealing with rockets.
Exactly. Strength to weight ratio is quite critical in our application.
Because at the end of the day, you want everything to be as light as possible, right?
Yeah. So I don't know if y'all got the chance to tune in at in yesterday Amy's speech where she was mentioning how the cost of sending things up is coming down, and that's through innovation and smart materials and whatnot. And one of them is composites. So the lighter the material is, the easier we can first off launch it, and the other thing is the more we can launch it to. So the payload requirements increase in terms of like the capabilities of it.
Yeah. And just from the perspective of energy exchange, something heavier takes more energy to move, so a lighter rocket will need less rocket fuel to go up. It's so that's why we see moving to composites. But I mean, have you ever worked with composites? Or
I did.
yeah. So like one thing I want to talk a little bit about is like some of the difficulties with working with composites, especially when it comes to making sure you have PPE properly.
Exactly. It is quite a challenging material to work with. It isn't as forgiving as some other ones like steel and aluminium, where you can find workarounds, because once you lay it up, once you put it in a mold, it is how it comes off.
Right.
But in terms of safety itself, like PPE and whatnot, yeah, it's quite more aggressive.
Yeah. The big thing that comes to mind that people need to worry about is fumes coming off of the resin while you're casting, right?
Yeah, fumes coming off the resin, or even more so when you have like cabosil, like shredded carbon.
Right.
We have to be careful in terms of what.
Yeah, you want to
what
explain why that's
particular-
hard? Why that's
Yeah,
bad?
basically think of it like you take something, you put it in a blender, and then if you were to sniff it, it's gonna pierce your lungs.
Yeah.
So you want to avoid that at all costs.
These are extremely fine, designed to be extremely strong, therefore extremely sharp pieces of carbon.
Yeah.
But they are microscopic if you've sanded them, so you can't let that dust get everywhere and anywhere. So you want to make sure that Nico, your mic is now unmuted. You want to make sure that you don't let that dust get anywhere you don't want it to go.
Yeah.
Because it's worst case scenario with fiberglass. Sometimes you get like a little bit itchy. Sometimes it gets in your skin and gets really uncomfortable. Carbon fiber is even worse. It's a million times worse. It's so bad.
Yeah.
And if you breathe it in, it's so bad for you. So you always want to make sure with these advanced materials or whatever you're doing that you do your research, you have the proper PPE, that's personal protective equipment.
Yeah.
And especially when it comes to like breathing apparatus, this is really, really, really important. There are different filter cartridges for different things. Make sure you're using the correct one.
Yeah, it all comes down to particulate size, and you don't want to be using something that's to contain like a larger particulates compared to a much smaller one, which is the case for carbon.
Yeah. When you're working with carbon, a simple face mask, what you might use while woodworking, is not going to do it. It will go right through that. So if you haven't, if you're looking at these rockets and thinking, well, that looks cool, I'm going to go straight to trying building something with carbon fiber, either talk to people with a lot of experience, find someone to kind of mentor you in that, and find a facility where you're able to safely conduct that construction, or work with safer and frankly way cheaper materials.
Yeah.
I mean, most of our first rockets come from almost every certification rocket is a cardboard tube. You can go to your local hobby store and purchase, an Estes kit for $10.
Yeah.
Speaking of building a certification rocket out of cardboard.
So this week I've been tasked by the live stream team to assemble a rocket from scratch using the remnants and the remains from some of the other teams here at Launch Canada. So we will be stopping by some of the teams here. So if you're part of a team that's at Launch Canada, please reach out to us if you have any body tubes. Any spare body tubes? What's the size of our engine that we have, Aaron? What is it? Sorry. 38 millimeter engine size is what we have. So we're design it on the fly. It's gonna provide some good filler content for situations like this where we're not quite launching yet. But I did hear from Chris earlier that we may be launching in about 20 minutes. Launching Laval, the Gal. So yeah, it should be good. Ooh, we got a new face on the broadcast.
Hi,
here.
everybody.
Please tell us about yourself, Simon.
I'm Simon. I am the fourth and final partner of the live stream team, with, of course, all of our appreciated guests.
Yes.
I, much like the other three live stream folks, I'm also a Carleton University alumnus. We all work together on CU in Space, so we have a little bit of experience as both a student and as a competitor in these competitions, and we loved it so much that we wanted to come back for more. So here we are.
It is a very addictive sport, isn't it?
Oh, it really is.
Very, very much. It's dangerous. Trust me. And I mean, rockets in itself is dangerous as well. And that was actually what we were just touching on. And definitely want to use PPE. The saying, "Don't try this at home." You want to try, you want to test in a safe environment, that's for sure. And that's kind of why we're here in Timmins. We were talking about it a little bit earlier about why we're situated here. We've reserved the airspace as well, and we've cleared enough space away from the trees as well to prevent forest fires. We also have fire extinguishers ready to go too. Worst case, Ontario, as they say on Trailer Park Boys. Speaking of Trailer Park Boys, Simon, you grew up in Alberta. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what got you interested into space? What your inspiration is?
What a vamp. Yeah, I mean, my sort of space journey started in 7th or 8th grade. We did a project on novel forms of spacecraft propulsion in science class at that point. I don't even think we had transitioned into individual physics and biology and so on and so forth. And I was asked to create a presentation on the Voyager satellite, which used radioactive thrusters it continues to use radioactive thrusters on its interstellar flight, because it is interstellar now. And yeah, that sort of got me hooked, and ever since then I've been interested in space. I knew I wanted to be an aerospace engineer when I went to university. Through hook or by crook, I made it there eventually, and now I'm here launching rockets. Couldn't be happier. It's a pretty lovely thing.
Right on. Love to hear it. And also, I guess we also have Mohi on stream here as well. Do you want to talk about maybe your story as well of how you got here? Not just like Air Canada, but everything in between and beyond.
Oh, I mean, the other part was taking a ride with you, so...
Oh, yeah, barely, we had to charge the EVA car on the way here, yeah. So, bold move, but yeah.
How did I get here? That's a good question. I mean, I've always been interested in space and aerospace more so in broader terms. Got lucky enough to do an undergrad degree in that. Followed that up with another one from TMU, so 2 from TMU, and then I decided, let me go for another one. So did a second master's, but this time around changed things up a little bit. Did AI and ML, so artificial intelligence and machine learning, from University of Texas in Austin.
Oh, I didn't realize that you did AI like when you're at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
I always thought that you were just like a full-on expert in like hybrid engines. That's interesting.
I wish, but I'm getting there, learning some new things every day. But I wanted to synergize something a little different and see how I can bring that side into our aerospace industry.
Right
As
on.
you know, pretty much the industry is going towards AI side,
Yeah.
and try to be ahead of the curve.
Right on. And I know you mentioned you wanted to learn something new. Did you learn anything from some of the students here when you were going around looking at the rockets? Was there anything that caught your eye that you thought was kind of unique or interesting to maybe pursue in the near future?
Sorry, folks, you might be hearing some screeching in the background. We are right underneath the launch control officer, so right underneath where all the action is happening. They're having some trouble with their radios at the moment, so apologies if there's any interruptions to the stream.
Yeah, sorry, I had a few too many beans this morning, so I did it, but ooh, there we go.
Come on, Nico.
We're getting Skrillex on stream here shortly. Just kind of prepping you for that. No, we're not that fancy yet.
Ooh, we are getting some feedback.
There we go. And we also appreciate your feedback in the chat as well. I see Dylan Bender. He's been popping off in the chat talking about how we need.
We do have the L1 pads working, and you bring.
Okay.
Do you want to unmute yourself?
Are we still mute?
We're good.
Okay, we're good.
Sorry, just
bubbles would be a bold move. There's definitely some comedy there. I think that it'd be really funny if we could have him on stream and just kind of educate him on rockets.
I mean, look, we've been fortunate to have some pretty great special guests so far. We had a guest guest lecture from Scott Manley.
Scott Manley. Let's go.
I mean, do you want to talk about the conference speaker from MDA that we
had?
Yeah,
Amy McLeod. Shout out to her. She's the VP of Communications. One thing that kind of caught me off guard that I didn't realize was Amy's actually originally from Elliott Lake, which is just down the road from Timmins, and she would tell us stories about how her grandparents lived in Timmins, and so she always enjoyed coming down this way. So it's kind of cool to see things go full circle there. That's for sure. And it was a very touching speech. And I'm a little bit biased because I'm at MDA, but it was definitely my favorite presentation that I saw. But I also spent a lot of time at the booth. It was definitely one of my favorite speakers there. Or sorry, she was my favorite speaker. I should be clear. And then also, I guess Simon, which other speakers did you enjoy there at the poster session? Say that one more time, Brendan or Aaron.
Noah, then they're gonna launch.
They're flying Noah.
No, they're finding Noah, then they're gonna do L1 launch.
Okay, they're finding Noah, one of our volunteers, and then they're going to do an L1 certification launch. So stay tuned, folks. Please bear with us. It looks like the skies are starting to clear up.
We are right back where we started, essentially. So what has happened, we are fighting the weather here. I don't know if you can see very clearly. Oh, my goodness.
It sounds like someone's getting their Wendy's order.
Oh my god.
Apologies for a tracking camera, somebody dropped it.
So someone on the radio just said, "Please don't do that again." Over. So that was that's there it goes again. So we're having fun here at Launch Canada.
Thursdays are always fun.
Sorry,
we are
at the site.
Oh yeah, first day. You're getting your jitters out. It's
we're rocket scientists. We can't do everything though. So
yeah.
There is quite a lot of activity going on the solids pad. So
yes.
If the stream has that.
So yeah, going back, we are fighting the weather a little bit. It seems like as the sun comes out behind us here, we have a little bit of a pocket in the clouds. We can't launch rockets through clouds, so if there is too much cloud cover, we're stuck. We kind of have to wait. So that is why, although we were promised launches from Gall and from Rockets, they are, as you can see on stream right now, or as you could see on stream a moment ago, and now again.
There you go.
There are people out at the pads, making sure that their rockets are okay while we can't launch. In the meantime, it sounds like we're right back where we started, and we have a L1 certification launch, so level 1 certification launch from one of our good friends. You'll probably see him on the stream later, Noah, who is formerly of Queen's Rocketry, QRET, and who has been launching a lot of different rockets. So.
Nice. Mohi, would you say that this is his character arc, his rocket launch here?
Yeah, I think so.
So would you say that his rocket is Noah's Ark?
Good one there.
Oh, thanks, Nico.
Thank you. There we go. Never a dull moment here at Launch Canada. But I'm just curious, Aaron, who's running the stream right now. I see like 4 boxes. Is that the ones that's
No.
live, or is it the other
We're
one?
on the
It's the other one.
right-hand
Okay,
side.
thank you. Yes.
We're learning this too, folks.
Yes. So we'll be doing lots of pointing. Should be fun here.
I see quite a few comments online as well in the chat.
yeah,
It'd be great to know where y'all are from.
Yeah.
Post it so we.
And if you have questions as well, you know, want to make comments, we've got plenty of hours ahead of us, so we're happy to answer what we can, use the knowledge that we have, and if we don't know something, we will find somebody to try and answer it for you.
Yes.
Yeah, there's quite a few smart people around. I think we can get to the bottom of it.
You say that questioning. I love it. Yeah, we can definitely get answers for you, even if we may not have all of them. We will find something. You guys are great. This is so much fun to watch compared to last year. Thank you. You're welcome. Plante Saburin. You're welcome. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the heart that you added there.
That's our react, Nico.
Oh, that's our react. Okay,
and we're just getting started.
So sorry. There we go.
It's like
love
2
that.
hours into the live stream.
Love it.
There's more to come.
Yes.
So we are at the bottom of a long totem pole of very smart people, and we hope as things get a little bit more organized and a little bit more regulated that we're going to be able to get a lot of them on.
There he goes.
You can see behind us. There's Noah. Noah's going to come back and talk to us about his rocket launch here.
Yeah. If we switch to the pad cam, we can see on the solids there, I think putting the igniters in.
Yep. Do you want to switch to just the pad cam there?
Yeah, go to the pad.
Yeah. Usually this is the final step, so the rocket's pretty much vertical, almost ready to go.
Yeah.
The last step would be to put in the igniter
nice.
from the bottom into the solids motor, connect it up,
and then run
walk away
like this. So that's Gall. That's the University of Laval with their rocket Maya. Oh, they're not gone quite yet. Oh,
There's
somebody
the
from
second one
Rockets
on the
is
left on pad 2 that's going live.
We're not. The wind doesn't seem too bad at the moment. It's more the clouds that are going to be holding us up. We have a good pocket of sky right now, so
yeah,
we're going to do our best to get some rockets off. Right now, the range status is yellow. There are igniters engaged, but there's still people on the pad. So we've just gone to range red.
That is a very good sign.
So yeah, that is hopefully launching very soon. But
yes.
Yeah. Also, while we have some dead time, we can do a shout out. If you ever want to get involved with Launch Canada, I can tell you for sure that the Launch Canada organization is always looking for volunteers. Come put us out of our misery next year and help with the live stream. Come help out with, working on the pads. If you have high power rocketry experience, so much the better. We need lots and lots and lots of volunteers. We have a good team already, but more are always welcome. If you have the time and the ability to come out to Timmins or to the Matagami First Nation and help out here, it would be much appreciated. So.
Yes.
Yeah, we got a comment that's thanking us for allowing us to join virtually. Yeah.
Yes.
We're gonna do our best to keep it active for you guys. we'll see how much. You know,
Yeah,
we
if
have
you're a little further away, join us virtually. If you're close by, come on by.
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh,
Oh,
they're clearing out.
So that means the final cars that
Come
are
on
down
in.
there should be moving
Yeah, we're looking
back
for,
relatively soon.
We're looking for Shane for adding something to our solid cuts motor.
Oh,
Ooh,
I don't know where Shane would be.
Okay.
not sure.
But you can wave for the live stream.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on
There we go.
Yeah.
We have
Do you have any words to say at
Polytechnique
home?
here.
Yeah, Aeronautics Polytechnique.
Polytechnique.
Represent.
Quick shout out to Simon Michaud, my roommate, who actually went to Polytechnique Montreal.
You can say whatever you want.
Alright, hi everyone. Don't know what to say. Here is Aeronautics Polytechnique. Going to launch tomorrow. And yeah, it's a message for live stream.
Oh.
For the
You
the
might-
boys
Hi
and girls
guys,
at home.
follow Aronas Polytechnique on Instagram. That's it. Bye.
Shameless plugs. I love it. There you go. Awesome. So that is Polytechnique. Have you ever been to Montreal, Simon?
Once, twice, or a million times. Yeah, I am actually moving there once I'm finished here. So if
Oh,
you have
super.
recommendations for what to do in Montreal, let me know.
Nice.
Oh. No, you're gonna lose us. We're transitioning out of this, but you're gonna get some nice
transitioning.
drone footage
That
here.
was a nice fade too. Okay, let's see. So I see on the pad there.
Aaron, do you want to mute us? Do you want to mute us?
So we're for you random folks just surfing YouTube and stumbling across this. This is Launch Canada live from Timmins just outside Timmins, Ontario. We're almost about to launch here. It is a L1 cert for our fellow volunteer Noah. Should be nice. Should be a blast either way.
Okay, I think we need to start a should be a blast counter.
Yes. Like how many times we say it should be a blast? We're gonna count that. Or do you mean count down to say it?
No. The Nico pun counter has started.
Oh god, here we go. Funny story. I almost got fired from Protocase having too many puns. My supervisor was like, "You get one a day. You exceed." That's it. Hello. Hey Sam. Do you wanna go on the live stream? Any words for the kids or boys and girls back home?
No.
Okay, there you go. You heard it here. Sam is a fellow mission systems or mission ops at MDA. She also works on Canadarm3, which is pretty cool. I think we have. Do we have an extra mic headset?
No, but I can give you mine.
Okay.
I'm good.
You're good. Okay.
I'm
Okay.
Once the launch is done, I gotta go back for outreach stuff.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
So we got a question from Lewis.
Just gonna mute myself here, ladies and gents. Feel free to listen in to Simon and Mohi.
So we are launching just outside of Timmins.
Yeah, in the Matagami First Nation, so about an hour and a bit south of the city of Timmins.
Yeah.
We've been working very closely with the Matagami First Nation here, and we have a temporary launch facility. Timmins is in northern Ontario, so sort of.
Yeah, so it's about a couple of hours drive north of Sudbury.
Yeah.
Roughly about an hour and a half flight from Toronto.
Yeah, exactly. As for the launch that's going to happen, we are hoping to interview Noah shortly after the launch. We don't exactly know how high or what the expected altitude is. With these certification flights, they're always a little bit of
They tend to be around 1,000,
Yeah.
1,500 feet, so not that low, but
yeah. We'll see how high Noah goes, and I mean, and hopefully he will have the telemetry from his rocket. I'm not actually sure if he has electronics in this rocket, but yeah.
nope. Nico, are you muted?
No, I was just wondering if that was intentional.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's our leftmost colleague is a little bit distracted right now.
Sorry. Yeah, I get distracted sometimes. I apologize.
Short attention span.
I know I've let you all down. I will do my best to be better. But
wait,
thanks,
actually,
Oh, okay, Sam's
I
right
think
now.
Louis Philippe might be a little bit behind us in the live stream.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, Louis Philippe. I'll do better for you.
But
cool.
I got a message in the chat that says someone's not
in
too
La
far from
Sarre.
us. Yeah.
Interesting. I spent most of the winter in Val d'Or, so I was also in that neck of the woods.
And how far away is it from here?
Oh boy, it's about 3.5, 4 hours. So
not too
there's
bad.
no exactly.
Can you give us any fun facts about Val d'Or?
I mean, I can translate it for you.
Yeah, there you go.
So Val d'Or, for the francophones among you, is a valley of gold. I spent a good amount of time watching the QMJHL team up there at the Val d'Or Foreur, who didn't have the best of seasons, but we're hopeful for their comeback in future years. It's a lovely little town. Can't say enough good things about it, and it was a lovely place to spend the winter.
So they're in the QMJHL, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay,
That's right.
It's kind of wild, like the way that like the the junior hockey leagues in Canada kind of work, where you got like the QMJHL, which is in Quebec and actually some of the Maritimes as well, and then you also have the Western Hockey League, which is the Western provinces, and actually I think they have some like there's Portland from like Washington and stuff, and then you also have the Ontario Hockey League. So it's like 3 different hockey leagues all combined to one to compete for the Memorial Cup. It just as interesting is you have 31 teams here at Launch Canada who are competing for a very pretty trophy, actually. If you guys haven't seen already in the previous streams yesterday and the day before with some of our what is that? Foreux and Huskies?
Yeah, the Huskies are in the town neighboring, so that's in Rouyn-Noranda.
Ah, okay, gotcha. That's cool.
Who, as opposed to gold mining, do a lot more copper mining. In fact, I think they consider themselves the copper capital of Canada.
Interesting. Canada is very, very resource rich, and like natural resources is a huge industry here.
Always has been.
Yeah, similar to the space industry. And speaking of which, Mohi, do you have any other MDA fun facts?
MDA.
What a vamp! Damn.
Yeah, we're on fire here
on
today.
transition fire today.
Yes.
I was going to say, I mean, you'll see a lot of people in behind us and a lot of people sort of passing through. One thing that you recognize really quickly with the sort of Canadian space scene is that it's all one big family. There's very little separation between ourselves and the teams and the organizers of Launch Canada, and we all interact with one another. We're all good friends, and it's a really, really cool community to be part of, because there's always a helping hand. There's always someone to ask for guidance, and this might look like a competition. Certainly the teams are here to try and win, but ultimately we all try our best to help one another. We're all sort of looking to make sure that we get as many rockets launched and that every team is as successful as possible, because it's just much more fun. We're all nerds here. We all like to see rockets launch. it's just fun to see that. So yeah.
Yeah, and,
It's fun.
and most of us work in some sort of engineering or space-related industry. We do that during the day, and then in the evenings we come back and build rockets.
Sorry to cut you off, Mohi. It sounds like we're getting close to a launch here.
All right,
Yeah,
stay
this
tuned,
is
folks.
the
Things are
L1 launch that's coming up.
heating up right here. One week.
So we are
wonder.
launching 1 week wonder on an experimental G85 motor. So G refers to the class of motor, and 85 typically refers to the impulse.
Final countdown. Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1. Look at that one go.
So for those out in the field, be aware that that rocket went over.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
There we go, folks. Our first rocket launch for Launch Canada 2024, and we're off. We're here now. This is exciting. I unfortunately did not see it land. Did you see it land, Simon?
I did see it land. Unfortunately, it landed without a parachute. So that is what we call a ballistic launch, and that is unfortunately not what we hope for with these rockets. It creates a very beautiful arc. It's very exciting to watch, but we do want to see these rockets come back safely. That being said, the way that this site is set up, we do have ballistic zones. So that is to say, when a rocket launches, there is sort of an arc that is cleared of anybody that it could run into, and that could sort of be hurt by the rocket. We make sure that we're not going to hit anybody, even if the rocket does come back ballistic, although we don't hope for that, of course. I don't know that we have any slow motion or replays. We might be able to get something from the drone feed later, but we'll see about that.
That is some great feedback. We want to do that for next year. You know, next year we're gonna get one of those like SpaceX tracking cameras. Yeah, we're gonna go like.
Are you funding that, Nico?
Okay, sorry. No promises.
Oh yeah, okay.
Please, people, please realize that there's a what?
I know an in. The
we might have some.
Oh, he knows an in. There we go. Let's go. Okay. Yeah,
Shinneman, if you want to help us next year with the replays or slow motions, then or Shineman, Haran, there we go, Haran from UBC Rocket. Then we'll.
If anybody.
So Michelle, what happened to all those trees? So we are actually in a cut block. One of our partner sponsors, and I'm sorry I don't have the name off the top of my head, but one of our partner organizations here is the manager that has the rights to the forest, to the wood from this land. And the way that it works is that they agree to let us use this space because it is clear enough for us to launch rockets. And they have clear-cut this land for timber products. In fact, I mean, I'm not making any guarantees, but we might be moving sites next year because they might have a better site for us next year as well. So lots of changes, maybe some positive changes coming up for Launch Canada in the near future.
And if anyone in the chat on the stream or around, good luck, Noah. Okay, yeah, good luck, Noah. There you go. Yeah. Noah just launched, so that's pretty good. Yeah, sorry, I was going to say if anyone knows anyone at Disney or any partnering camera associations who do tracking or like video, please reach out to us, and maybe like our Instagram or email can go on our website too. Oh, there we go.
But there is a mute button here.
Okay. Looks like we got someone new on the podcast here. Please tell us your name, your story, and what you're doing here today.
Can you hear me all right?
Can the viewers at home let us know if you can hear him all right? I do not. I cannot hear him personally.
I can't hear you either.
Oh, yes. That's okay. I think I have the yellow one, the only one that has the audio working. Brendan,
Okay.
can you hear him okay?
Yeah, can you hear me all right? Turn that off.
Good on three
Okay.
mics. Okay, there we go. We're good.
We've got audio for all three.
Awesome. Okay.
Awesome. So yeah, tell us your name, your story, and what brings you to Launch Canada.
Yeah. My name is Akif.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Oh,
yeah,
hold
sure.
on. Sorry.
We're missing some audio here.
Yeah. Nope. None. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, do you want to try saying something again?
Yes. I'm talking right now. The range status colors.
So, do you want to cover that?
I don't know the range status colors.
Ah, okay. So, there are 3 range status colors. We have a green range, a yellow range, and a red range. A green range is when we have the all clear. People can travel around. There's nothing that is dangerous or that could potentially hurt somebody. A yellow range is somewhere in between. So that means typically that a rocket is on its way to the pad. They have the motor in the rocket, so there is a there is an explosive on site, but there is no igniter. And the sort of moment of truth is when we insert the igniter and we arm the rocket. That means that if we press the button, that rocket is going to launch. That is range red, and that means that everybody has to clear out. So yellow range is a bit of an alert. It means we have to be we're leaving the pad. We expect to be launching soon. And range red is a very good indication that we're going to be launching very soon, because there is an igniter armed in the rocket. The igniter, of course, ignites the motor, the solid propellant motor that we have, or the solid propellant motors that we have right now. And so that is the sort of SparkNotes version of what the range status colors mean.
Yeah. And we just had a flight, so I think we're on either yellow or green right now, and we have a couple birds on the pad ready to go in a little bit.
Exactly.
If the weather clears up.
Do you know which birds are on the pad right now, Keith?
Right now we have ETS from
Polytechnic?
Yep.
Okay.
And
ETS is its own school.
Okay. I am so sorry. There's a lot of students here. My apologies. So ETS
and we also have
Laval,
also known as Oronos.
That's Polytechnic again.
There we go. Part 2.
We have Gall from University of Laval, who are on the right of the screen with the orange fins. And then to the left of that, you can see ETS, Rockets from ETS, who are from the École Technologie Supérieure in Montreal. Polytechnic, they are launching a hybrid, but they're not launching today. So we'll probably see them tomorrow.
Actually, I do believe Polytechnic has 2 rockets.
Oh, okay.
They were actually the first out on the pad right now. They had gone to the pad about an hour ago, and they're ready to go.
Nice. So Polytechnic, Laval, and ETS are the 3 on the pad?
I think we only have 2 rockets out on the
2?
pad.
Yeah, we only have 2 at the moment.
Okay, right on.
The one on the right is definitely Laval. The one on the left is definitely Rockets. So I don't know that Polytechnic is out there right now. But we'll see.
Right on.
What's a base rocket? Someone's asking about a base rocket.
A return to base rocket.
Oh, return to base rocket.
So, I mean, for those of you that watch rocket launches regularly, the most common rocket launch that you're going to see, because they have a much higher launch cadence than anybody else in the industry right now, is SpaceX. And SpaceX has a system that allows it to propulsively land and return to base. So there are kind of 2 things that we have to address when it comes to returning to base. The first is, if you want to return to base propulsively, you have to have a rocket engine that can relight. This is not particularly simple with the solid rocket motors that you see behind us. It is more possible with some of the more advanced launches, so the liquid and hybrid rocket motors that you will see in later days, hopefully. But that is sort of the first major hurdle that you have to get. Of course, you also have to involve a control algorithm so that you can control where your rocket is going. Most of these rockets do not have, or in fact, all of these rockets do not have a control algorithm. The second thing is if you didn't want to land propulsively, then you would need a parachute that could guide its way back. And this is where we start to run into problems with the launch codes that we launch under. So all of these launches that you will see over the next few days are licensed by either the Tripoli Rocketry Association or the Canadian Association of Rocketry. And they have very specific guidelines as to what they allow on rockets. So for example, the Tripoli launch code does not allow for guidance of its rockets. You can't have the rocket go to a certain point. It would technically classify it as a missile. We don't like a missile. Instead, you could, in principle, have a parachute recovery system that sort of ejected and, like a paraglider, flew it back to base camp. This is something that some teams have tested on smaller scale payloads, but as far as I know, and I very much could be wrong here, I don't think that any Canadian rocketry team has attempted it.
Not yet, but it also gets you thinking of different applications in industry that we see. You got SpaceX that will launch and land propulsively, and then you get like someone like Virgin Galactic as an example that will launch and then deploy their spaceship, and then it'll come down and land, and very very much similar to the shuttle that way, except for the shuttle was for its time it was a marvel, but it's actually pretty inefficient in that you're wasting these hard rocket engines. But we've come a long way in technology, and I think that it's pretty great that we have lots of students here who are learning as well on the fly, and learning by doing is definitely a huge thing that we encourage here at Launch Canada. But you need to do it in a safe, controlled environment, which is what we're doing here up near Timmins.
I do believe that we do have a technology demonstration team from University of British Columbia that was testing a thrust vectoring control using an EDF, which is just a very big fan in a shroud, and they were trying to see if they could stabilize this mechanism using its onboard sensors and a gyroscope, and perhaps we could show a video of it later working.
Yeah, maybe we can pull it up.
Sure.
And their long-term goal is to apply this thrust vector control system onto one of their rockets. They also have a hybrid rocket engine development program, and I think their long-term goal is to apply that to that rocket and land vertically a lot like the SpaceX rockets.
It's very interesting.
I'll be very impressed if they manage it. It's quite the feat.
I see. We have a few questions in the chat. I see Michelle Aylwin mentioned like a drone, like asking about the rockets there. So I mean, I personally haven't seen any rockets who have landed that way like a drone, but I think actually Rocket Lab at one point they were recovering their rockets with a helicopter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I don't know if they've continued that, but
yeah. And then I also see Melanie Bidel Mainville asking about Dante Corsi. Funny enough, Melanie, I actually graduated in the same class as Dante. We've done a bunch of projects together in school, and he's now at the Montreal location for MDA. So I will definitely try to get him on stream at some point. He's busy judging right now, but I will do my best to get him on stream to talk more about the satellite division at MDA. And
that's jumping way ahead of other interviews. We haven't even introduced the new voice
I
on
am
stream.
so sorry. What is your name? What's your story? And we'll kind of go from there.
Oh, hi. My name is Akif. I used to be a member of the University of Ottawa Rocketry team.
Oh, right on.
And I led the finance and business team, but I also was very heavily involved with the recovery system, as well as propulsion and airframe. And I actually worked with a master rigger who was well known in the Sport Parachuting Association, and I worked with him to build our parachutes to a human rating specification, which means they're completely overrated, but it also means that we can fly them in almost any flight regime and it'll survive.
If you can trust it with a human, can you say that you can trust it with a rocket?
Exactly.
Okay,
but
right on.
It also means that it's very heavy.
Yeah.
And the idea was to reduce weight and optimize it for rockets in particular this year, though.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Is the University of Ottawa, are they using that same parachute on their rocket this year as well?
I do believe that they are currently using not the same parachute, but a parachute, a much smaller one. Go you, Ottawa.
That leads me to my next question, Akif. What is a Gigi?
It's a horse. It's the first horse out of a race, and that should have been us today.
All right. I will not say the entire sentence, but save your horses, folks. Save your horses. And I also see another question on stream. Will this be recorded, as I have to step out for half of an hour? I think so. It's on YouTube. We're live streaming, but it'll be there.
The link will stay the same. You'll be able to find it on the Launch Canada YouTube channel after the fact. If you want to go back to the conference day and sort of watch some of the presentations from the conference days, they're there as well. So, you will be able to see all of the launches for posterity or as long as YouTube lasts.
Yes.
And regarding the drag race, I think that would be really fun, but you may have a hard time convincing our range control officer to allow that.
I don't know. We were talking about it. At one point, there was a conversation about a U Ottawa versus Carleton drag race.
That would be fun.
It is allowed. So we were talking earlier about
you guys
the
would lose,
launch
though.
codes. No way.
You would.
There's not a chance that Carleton would lose.
What's funny is actually I went to the University Rover Challenge earlier this year, and they had some drag races with the rovers, and they did like some tug of wars as well at the end of the event when all the money had already sunk into their work. They had already competed. It was just for fun. Afterwards, they tugged the rovers. So I'm not recommending we do that with our vehicles here by any means. But a drag race is not out of the question. But would be an interesting thing to see for sure.
And for those of you that might be wondering what a drag race is when it comes to rockets, well, we do have the capability of launching 2 rockets at the same time. So we could just set them up on rails, one next to one another, and press go at the same moment and see what happens. There's not exactly a finish line, but, personal pride.
Yeah, and actually, sorry, quick shout out to the Rover Challenges. They also had these cool towels. I see we have a question in the chat. Can you change the smoke from white to orange? Would that be easy to follow? Well, in terms of items that are orange, we have a towel here. Is that something that you think that we should consider in the near future, folks?
So in terms of doing it digitally, no. Unless somebody knows a lot more about video editing than I do, particularly live, I think that might be a step, or it's certainly a step too far for my capabilities.
It's out of scope.
Yeah, the scope is a little bit too far gone. That being said, we do have, so there's several different rocket motors, and depending exactly what is in the propellant, you might have a rocket that is smokier than another. You might have a rocket that has like sparks coming out the back of it. You might have a rocket that has a red flame, a green flame, a blue flame. We don't exactly know what motors are in the rockets per se. We don't. We could look it up, but I don't know that we'll be able to get that to you live. But some rocket motors will look a little bit different than others when they are launching. Yeah.
I do believe that your team, the Carlton team, is flying a Sparky rocket, so that will be a sight to see. And I'm not sure whether our two lovely hosts have mentioned it yet, but aside from our supplier, which is Cesaroni Technologies, and the Canadian Armed Forces, both of whom sponsor this this event and this organization, but we currently have the largest collection of rocket motors in Canada.
That tracks. I believe that.
Yeah, shout out to our sponsors, our RCAF and Cesaroni, as well as Pratt & Whitney, who I think Aaron might have mentioned earlier, but they're one of our largest sponsors. Same with MDA, no bias there by any stance. Do you guys
say with an MDA logo on your chest?
Yeah, exactly right. And is there any other sponsors that you guys can recall from the banner?
Oh goodness.
That we want to maybe give a quick shout out to. If not, I will go check the banner after the break and come right back. Although we're not having a break, but I will personally have a break at some point, so I will do that.
We're here for the whole 7 hours. I don't know how long we're going to be live here.
Yeah, no, we're here all week, folks.
Yeah.
Should be good. Looks like the clouds are starting not to clear up.
Yeah, so it looks like we're still struggling with the weather here.
Yeah.
And perhaps just to tack on with the smoke request, a lot of the higher power rocket motors do have a dedicated smoke charge, and it may be possible to replace that smoke charge with something that has a dye component to it. Although I'm not sure whether our suppliers provide that, if you know of.
And I also should say, like, for future events, not like, I don't want to say nothing's out of scope, but we do appreciate feedback and different ideas that you folks at home post here on the stream that we can share. Actually, I think. Oh no, never mind. I thought Adam was going to cross behind us. We could be like, hey, what do you think about this? But no, we'll definitely do that later. Is the weather good for launching, Brendan? Is the weather good for launching? It's so. Yeah,
I think this has been. I think Aaron talked about this earlier, but we can bring it up again because we've got lots of time. When we launch rockets, we need to have, as you might hear the launch control officer say later in the week, a clear range and clear skies. That means that nobody is in the area where it where if a rocket comes back ballistically, it's going to cause a problem. And we also can't launch into cloud cover. We do have a NOTAM, a Notice to All Airmen, to close the skies in this area over these next few days so that we are not accidentally hitting an aircraft. But it is always possible that somebody disregards that, didn't see it, and so we need to be able to have a line of sight visibility for the rocket for the majority of its flight. So that means that we can't fly into the clouds, as you will see from the pad cam and from the drone view here. That's not the case right now. We have patches of blue sky occasionally, but predominantly we're overcast, and so we are still waiting. There is a good bit of wind, so we're hoping that the clouds are going to fly through, but we've been fighting with the wind.
Yeah, and just a note on clouds, actually. These here look very much like cumulus clouds. They're they tend to make overcasts like this, which is not good for rockets. But I also personally studied a little bit at the International Institute for Astronautical Science, and one of the big things that we learned there was about noctilucent clouds, which are actually clouds that come up in the mesosphere and during the summer months. So the atmosphere has multiple layers to it, and when it comes to the mesosphere, it actually is like the opposite temperature of the lower atmosphere during the summer. So it gets kind of cold, and then it kind of forms these interesting clouds that we're starting to that we're just now kind of starting to study. And so one of the really cool things that we got to do in the AST 101 fundamentals of astronautics course was we did this simulator. Now it's not like a one-for-one Virgin Galactic simulator, but it was kind of like what they were going for. It was really interesting. We kind of flew. We actually got to suit up in the IVA suits, and
Wow.
so they inflate it up, and like your ears start to hurt because like you can feel the pressure, and you just like you feel like a little turtle because you're kind of like in this little astronaut suit that's just pumped filled with air. And it was really cool because like in the simulation it kind of takes you up in the flight. You go through the clouds, you take a sample, and then you kind of go back down and take another sample. You get some pictures as well. Really fun class. Would recommend. I did find it was a little pricey for myself, but definitely want them. I think they're just now looking to get more accredited. So I'm kind of looking at potentially doing a master's there in the future. We'll see. But speaking of masters, you said. Did you do your bachelor's and your master's? I know you said you did kind of the business side of the rocket team at U Ottawa. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
No, my background is entirely in engineering.
Engineering. Okay, I'm sorry.
However,
I misheard you earlier.
Well, which is probably why I am looking to switch into aviation.
Okay, right.
And I think it'd be a lot more fun to fly around.
Oh yeah.
But regarding the spacesuit that you got to experience,
yeah.
Do you know what pressure it?
I don't. I need to ask more questions when it comes to these sorts of things.
Yeah.
I think it's really important for people to stay curious and ask lots of questions, especially for you young folks at home. Like when it comes to rocketry, I think it's really important to ask questions. Not just at events like this, but also like in classroom. Like in high school, university. Never be ashamed to ask questions. I think the worst question is the questions that are never asked. So definitely stay curious. And sorry, I completely diverted. What were you talking about?
We're talking about your pressure suits.
Yes. So I'm not sure what pressure exactly it went to, but we also did some hypoxia testing as well.
Oh wow.
Which happens where you go into this little canister and you put these headphones on and you're doing like a flight simulation like with a Cessna, and they tell you to turn right, and if you turn left they know that something's going wrong. So it's really interesting in there. Like I could really feel it with my like the pressure on my ears, so they went a little bit slower for me, which is good. It's kind of when you're going up in like a commercial aircraft, and your ears start to pop. This one actually it went a lot higher than that, and so we actually at some point they tell us to take off our masks, and they give us some instructions, and then it's all about identifying your symptoms, because it's very important that if you're ever in that situation, like you'll have the same symptoms.
Right.
People will have different symptoms each time, but the goal of that is to recognize your symptoms so that when you actually go through the process, like if it ever happens when you're flying, you know what to do, and to put on your mask. So
that is a really cool experience.
It was absolutely fun.
What sort of symptoms did your body show when you?
So I felt a lot of tingling in my hands. They didn't quite go numb. And I could feel like a pressure on my forehead a little bit.
Okay.
So I know some other people they'll get confused, and some people actually like resist orders as well. Like they'll get like really salty. They're like, no, don't tell me to turn on. This is my aircraft. You know what I mean? So it's as funny as it is, it's a very very dangerous situation that you want to try and avoid. So that's kind of what the training is all about. preparing you for that situation in flight. And I think they actually had AST 102, which is the following class. Which is fundamentals of microgravity, and they actually do a class up in Ottawa, and they fly using the Canada, I think it's CRX plane. Feel free to correct me in the chat, folks. And then also let's take a quick look, see if we have any questions here. Can you change? Okay, no, we already got that. Weather's good. Okay. Are there fire by stage or not?
I think you might have to clarify what you
Yeah.
mean by that question. Oh, and hello, Rose. Rose is the captain of the ETS team, and
nice.
your team is currently on the pad,
Yes.
as well as Oronos. And perhaps some of you might be wondering, why are we talking about hypoxia on a Rocketry stream? But that's because a lot of what you do in Rocketry, especially in spaceflight, you want to see how the body behaves, and much of what is done on the International Space Station are small experiments. A lot of the astronauts are essentially lab rats for the scientists down at home, and they want to see how the body behaves in a microgravity environment and in various environments. One of our teams, I believe the University of McGill, has a bone density experiment that they will be flying, and they're working with their faculty of biology lab to actually publish a paper on their research.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so what we do out here is directly applicable to what we do at home.
Yeah, and to that note too, the space industry isn't exclusively aerospace engineering. Like that's kind of like, that's what most people do in the industry, but that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that you can do in the industry. Like, we have doctors like David Saint-Jacques, who is one of the most recent Canadian astronauts. He's a medical doctor, and I think Chris Hadfield, he was a commander, and he was a pilot as well, like a flight test pilot. And I think in the near future too, we're going to have a lot more like geologists studying like lunar regolith on the moon. So it's really an interesting time to be alive. There's lots going on. There's like space law. There's business. Like it's not exclusive to a single skill set, single stream or education by any means either. And it's just a very exciting time to be alive. And I meant to ask you earlier too, Akif. Do you have your pilot's license, or is that something you're pursuing as well? You mentioned you want to switch to aviation. Yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
I do a lot of flight simulation.
Oh yeah.
And I've done my ground school, and I've flown a bunch of times, but I am still working on my pilot's license.
Nice. Are you going for the full commercial license, or are you going for a private? Nice. Yeah. That's good. I've heard that you can get some scholarships from different like from Air Canada, WestJet. Like they have different scholarships that help support things like that. So
there is quite a large pilot shortage in Canada, and a number of airlines will sponsor you to go study, and that's not just flying, as well as other related industries in their field. And I believe we have a new guest. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Carl. I'm currently just started my master at Carleton University, and
Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're also a pilot as well, or working towards it?
Unfortunately, no.
No? Okay. Sorry, that might have been someone else. I apologize.
Yeah, that might be someone else. But I do work with UAV design.
Nice.
And I know Carleton has a UAV design club, and so I'm fairly involved in that, primarily manufacturing and whatnot. Yeah.
Right on. And I know you also worked at the NRC at the. Was that at the Ottawa airport, or can you talk about some of the stuff that you did there?
Yeah, so I worked at NRC, and I'm currently still working at NRC, and I'm working at the Montreal Road facility, which is near the Canadian Aviation Museum in Ottawa. And in my work there,
sorry.
Primarily, I'm
Awesome.
involved
Take care.
in
Thanks, see ya.
essentially plant design and for a wind tunnel system. And what makes a wind tunnel unique is that it is also an altitude chamber. So essentially, we're simulating altitude in there. We're bringing the chamber pretty close to vacuum and bringing the temperature as low as minus 40, 50, 60 degrees Celsius. And,
So are you making snow?
it is I believe it is a facility that is capable of also making ice and snow. So what we do in there is typically we do engine testing or stuff like that. And there's not a lot that I could go into essentially,
okay.
and how the system works. And essentially, it's a very fancy system that is used to simulate altitude, simulate icing conditions, stuff like that. And there's a lot of a lot of work that needs to be done in there, and a lot of upgrades, a lot of instrumentation work, a lot of CAD work, and which is what I'm mostly responsible for.
That's awesome. And what like previous experience would you say is most applicable for some of the work that you did at the NRC? Was it more so like in-class school work, or was it more so like hands-on CU in space work? Potentially from previous manufacturing leads of the team.
Haha! I'm glad you mentioned that. Fun fact: most of my experience came from CU in space.
Oh wow!
From the manufacturing work, from the drawings that we did. I remembered learning SolidWorks back in CU in space as a first year, second year. And guess what? It's the same software that we use over at NRC, and that's pretty much my job now. What else have I done? I've done drawings, manufacturing drawings, that thankfully got me a job over at the local transit company. And then that also carried on to essentially my current work. And there's a lot of hands-on experience that is very much valuable that you will not learn otherwise if you never involve yourself in the club.
That's awesome. And so I know like you're not originally from Ottawa, so to speak, and you've been there for a couple of years, and you've decided to do your masters there as well. What keeps you coming back, and what keeps you coming back to things like Launch Canada?
Okay, in terms of coming back to Ottawa and I guess doing my master, I guess I just like the pain.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, in terms of Launch Canada, it's the vibe, it's the people, it's the community, it's the enthusiasm around the teams and everyone that is involved in Launch Canada. That's what brings me back here.
Right on, love that. We're gonna
get back to a couple of the questions.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Screen.
Y'all
Michelle, sorry about your stage question. We missed that in the chat. Yeah, we will see a couple of two-stage rockets, but the majority of these are one-stage rockets. That is, that there's only one motor in each of them, and they fire once, and then they coast up to their apogee, the top of their flight. The two-stage rockets will most likely launch in future days. They're more in the advanced section, but we'll see. We'll see how they go. To go to Bonnie's question, the only launch that we've had so far was a small rocket, a certification launch, and that one went ballistic. The bigger rockets, we're still kind of waiting. We have a bit of a pocket in the clouds right now, so we might see some launches in the near future. But yeah, it kind of goes to Rose's question. Also, hi Rose. And we're still waiting for the clouds to clear. The weather's still not fantastic.
I saw another question that just scrolled up like before we could catch it about the elevation, and I'm not sure exactly what the elevation is at the launch site. I'd assume close to sea level, considering there's some ponds here, but we're also looking up on the good old Google. Timmins elevation is at 295 meters, so
yeah,
fun fact there.
We didn't go over that many hills on the way here. The road into the launch site is a logging road, and is definitely we're definitely in the woods here.
Yeah.
The bear counter is over 5 at this point.
Really?
So
That's wild.
we've seen a number of bears around, but yeah.
Where the rocks though underneath on that road, they're pretty sneaky. They're like, in Utah when we went to the University Rover Challenge, like there's tons of rocks there that are pretty dangerous, but they're pretty obvious. But the rocks here at like Launch Canada, like on the way in, like you got these kind of gravel roads that look kind of smooth, and all of a sudden out of nowhere you'll see these massive rocks that can easily take out your oil pan. So what we've done is we've kind of spray painted some of those orange. To help prevent some of that there, and we have a new individual here who is a good friend of mine. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, your name, your story, what you ate for breakfast this morning?
All right, do you have to hold it on mute?
Nope. Just click one.
No,
Okay.
you're good.
I'm
Yeah,
good. Okay.
yeah, they can hear you.
I'm Yuhan. I'm from Carleton University. I've just graduated the past June. But if you really want to know what I ate for breakfast, ETS is very happy, it appears.
There's some commotion going on outside of the live stream here. We'll keep you posted.
Back to breakfast, I guess.
Yeah, breakfast.
Yeah, the nice thing about the site is that it's in a forest clearing, and you basically have unlimited blueberries. It's very nice. You get some pancake mix, some blueberries, and you fire up the grill and mass-produce pancakes for the first hour and a half we get there. And
so just to be clear, you made these on site?
Yes.
At Launch Canada?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think the team has been doing this as a tradition for both competitions. The first competition I went to is back in 2022 when we went down to Spaceport. I think since then we've had the grill for every single rocketry competition we've gone to, and we made a sort of tradition of making bacon, eggs, and pancakes for breakfast, and offering it to whoever wants to show up and has the maybe audacity is not the right word, but whoever wants to show up and is hungry, we give it to them.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Thank you.
Fun fact, we have collected so far, I believe, about 5 pounds of blueberries.
Yeah, we don't know what to do with them.
No, we're making jam. We'll make more pancakes.
Noah, who used to be a Queen's member, showed up to our tent today saying that we still owe him bacon from 2022. We promised him we'll pay back, give him... I don't remember what exactly the favor was in 2022, but we said we're going to pay him back by giving him 3 slices of bacon. We forgot to, so in 2023 he came up to our tent and asked for bacon, and we ran out of bacon.
You may have heard some cheers a moment ago. That was the Laval team pointing at a promising-looking hole in the clouds. So we're really holding our fingers crossed that we can get some launches going, but we're still working on it.
I mean, at the top of my head feels a bit burnt from the little pocket of clouds and the sun above me, so it must mean it's fine, right? It'll be fine. Yeah.
It's
A wee bit windy.
You can see from where we are here, so our camera angle is looking down the road towards the solids pad. It's one of 3 launch sites that we have here at Launch Canada. We have the solids launch pad, the sort of basic launch site, which takes care of the sort of single stage solid rocket motor launches, which are the majority of the rockets here. There is also an advanced launch pad. That is where the 2-stage rockets, the hybrid rockets, and the liquid rockets will happen. And then we have, which is something that's unique for Launch Canada and not something that is particularly common, we have a static test area. So there are some teams here that are not in fact launching a rocket, but they are instead testing a rocket motor, or just keeping something, hopefully, fingers crossed, all things going well, in one place. Going back to the chat questions, who's launching first, Garlo or ETS? I think Gall has pride of place. I think they were there first, so I expect they'll be the first to launch. But honestly, it's kind of up to Chris Hobbs, our LCO at the moment. How far away from the launch pad do you expect the rockets to land? So this is a important question and something that we will spend a lot of time covering once we see a couple of rockets launched. So it depends on how well the recovery system functions. In most of these rockets, or in fact in all of the university launched rockets, there's more than one parachute, or the parachute has at least 2 stages. Oh, bye, Yuhan. Oh no, we're losing our guests.
I think it's time to grab the motor.
Ooh, time to install the motor. That sounds... Time to grab the motor? That sounds... So they are... I don't know if you heard that on the stream, but they are going to install the motor in their rocket. Bye, Carl! I will move to the middle. And they are going to install it into the rocket, so that's they are needed with their team. I'm all on my lonesome here now. What was I saying? Oh yes, I was talking about how far away the launches will land. So, all things going well, we can expect the launches, depending on the wind, to land about 1 kilometer or so from where they launched. That would involve them reaching apogee, then going into a drogue parachute, so a smaller parachute. And this parachute is designed not to totally slow the rocket down, but to get it into a stable configuration so that it's coming down nicely. And then at about 1,000 feet above ground level, 1,500 feet above ground level, most teams will deploy a second parachute, a main parachute, and that slows it down to its landing velocity. So once we hit that once they hit that landing velocity, they're susceptible to a lot more drift. They're going to get caught by the wind, and they could drift, depending on how strong the wind is, quite a distance. We have another point at a hole in the clouds. It still doesn't seem to be successful, but it is what it is. So yeah, so in an ideal scenario, the rockets won't land that far, maybe 1 kilometer or 2 from the launch site. It is possible, however, that the main parachute deploys at apogee. This is something that Brendan and I have some decent experience with, as a lot of Carleton's previous rockets had main at apogees. In that case, we're really at the mercy of the wind, and the rockets can drift quite a ways. 5-10 kilometers is not uncommon. We of course hope for the best and hope that they come back close to the launch site, but sometimes we're just at the mercy of the winds. And then of course the worst case scenario, which is a ballistic trajectory, a CATO, so a catastrophe at takeoff, a shred, in which case the rocket will come down very close to the launch site, if at all, or it might come down in pieces. So we hope that doesn't happen, but it's always a possibility, in which case you have somebody go out. In terms of how they are retrieved, folks are sent out with a radio once the range is clear, so once we're not going to hit them with a rocket, and they will go and retrieve their rockets. All of the high-powered rockets have GPS receivers in them, so they should have a sort of GPS antenna and a GPS signal that we can then use to track the rockets and locate where they land. So they'll find the nearest road. There's a number of logging roads in this area that they can get to, and then from there a team of people will go and hike and collect the rockets. It's not unheard of, as you can see in our background here, that a rocket lands in a tree. Aaron, that's coming through the sound. Sorry, we're learning. And oh, perfect, great. I'm
Drawings
learning
back
too.
up. SAS.
Somebody from ATS.
SAS.
Come here.
Come here. There's also another message there in the chat. The criteria for judging and if we could interview any judges. We certainly can, and we certainly will. We're going to have one of the judges come on in a little bit. Yeah, convenient.
Yo, what's up, Rose?
Is the mic?
We are on the pad. We are armed and ready to go.
Do you want to tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, sure.
Take a seat.
Come join us.
Yeah. All right.
Wave to the camera.
What's up?
Take a picture of the camera with your camera.
Let me just arrange myself a bit. Here. I am wearing quite a bit. Yo, shut up, Hello.
So we've got a collection of people behind us now from Rockets.
Yeah. Ah, c'est Rose, c'est Rose. Let's go. Woo. Let's go. Let's go.
Do you guys want to talk?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you want to introduce yourself to the folks at home?
Hi, everybody at home. I'm Simon. I'm the Avionics lead at Rockets, and we are flying Rocketry. We're going to 17,000 feet with our very own Strat Avionics, which is awesome.
Wow!
And yeah, it's gonna be a pretty cool flight to see. We're flying an N 5600.
Wow, that's got some thrust to it.
Oh yeah, we're going to over Mach at 1.3 seconds, I think. At around like 200 meters.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're
getting
getting shot off the pad. My goodness.
Yeah. Yo. Bonjour Dorian. Yeah. So yeah, we're very proud of everything we've worked through. This is a rocket that we've flown before, and we're flying it again. Since we want to have like a very nominal flight and to make sure that every system of our recovery, avionics, and everything is ready for the next year, which will be a hybrid project.
Oh, okay.
So the idea here is that the next year we want to focus more on the integration of the hybrid, and then
we're pointing at another hole in the clouds.
Live from Launch Canada, there's a break in the clouds above us. We don't know if it's big enough to launch anything.
May the quail egg hatch. Do you have a payload lead, or do you want to tell us a little bit about your payload?
So the payload lead is Dorian here.
Oh, there he goes.
So he's the guy who designed the payload, and the payload is basically a quail egg that is contained within a 3U CubeSat, and it has elastic straps on it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
They're gonna try to.
We're gonna try and launch. So we'll let Simon go to his team and watch his launch.
Tracking camera.
Aaron, can you pull us to a tracking cam and to some drone footage here?
Tracking cam is Simon, so if you can go up there and point it, then that would be great. It's not with a big lens, but
Thank you, guys.
So this break in the clouds might just be big enough. We are going to try to do a launch here. We'll get you guys some footage and hopefully some nice tracking footage from on top of the range on top of the range safety officer's tower. We'll see how it goes. No promises, but we are trying. Sounding like ETS is going to get the slot here, so we'll see how it goes. Hey Cyril, how you doing?
Whoa!
Want to come on stream?
Sure.
Take one of those.
Nice setup.
Make sure the
You want to be on stream?
Make sure the mic's not muted. You're good.
Whoa! What a nice setup. This is so professional, guys. Whoa. Sorry?
We don't mess around.
Yo, this is so. You guys made this place like.
Oh yeah.
This is brilliant. I need to take a picture of you guys.
There you go.
All right, smile. How professional.
Nice.
All right.
Hello, hello.
We're
Aaron, do you want to
live.
go to the drone cam?
Not yet.
Yep. See if we get some drone footage there at the pad for you guys. Bingo.
Oh, salut Rose. Are we live?
Yes.
Oh, we've been live.
Yeah, we've been live this entire time.
Oh, this entire time. Okay.
They saw you walk up.
Hello, Rose. Oh, that's the chat. Awesome. I feel like I show speed. All right. So, what are we talking about today?
I mean, this one.
We would like to introduce this this mic works, right?
This mic works. Your camera here is okay. Now it's live. Your camera's live.
All right.
What's this?
So this, let's read its qualifications.
All right.
Representing the
outreach team,
we have
$5 bill.
The $5 bill rocket.
Yep.
Because it is MDA sponsored, and on your $5 bill, we have our fleuron.
Aaron, just monitor the
of aerospace, which is the Canadarm.
Make sure that they switch to the launch soon.
What is our payload?
Where is that here?
Officially registered as
Hopes and Dreams.
Our hopes and dreams. We're sending our hopes and dreams into space.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. We should probably switch back to the rocket
Okay,
cam here.
we're not that interesting compared to the actual rocket, so take care, everyone.
Switch over to the pad cam there, Aaron. There we go.
Right.
Yeah, that break in the clouds is going right above the pad right now.
Oh, are we like live commenting?
Yeah, we can if we want. Or we can be quiet, let them listen.
The sun is finally out, shining down on ETS and their future.
SAS is pointing. They can see the break in the clouds now going across the launch pad.
Which pad should I be focusing on?
The one that you can see the rockets in.
Top right? Top left.
The one with the rockets. So the orange one is not SAS.
Yeah. You have telemetry lock with your bird, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Stand. Yes. Okay. Good. And also, like team is all here. Yeah. Yes. Stand. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Teams have confirmed they're ready for launch.
We don't have info on the rocket.
Everyone's patiently waiting here.
Go for launch.
I'm not sure I have the range. North,
Oh, we have a tracking cam. Nice job, Simon.
Be advised, but it's in a little dip. So it's in a local, like, low spot.
But yeah, bear with us here, folks. We're going to try to also get you a live tracking cam. Yes, tracking cam is live. Now, this is the camera operator's first time trying to track the rocket, so wish him luck.
Do we have a spare ballistic zone? Over. I confirm. Well, I am on my way to road control north. Myself. Police display. Over.
So while we wait, I guess we could talk a little bit more about ETS's rocket. I mean, I know an interesting thing is definitely their payload.
Oh yeah.
So it's essentially they're trying to launch and recover a quail egg in hopes that it doesn't shatter. And they talk about. Sorry, every time the radio goes, I need to stop to hear it.
I'll also reiterate there are 2 rockets currently on the pad. It is the University of Laval and the Rockets. Both will be attempting to launch. I am pretty sure ATS will be going first, but we will see. We will get confirmation of that before they intend on launching.
After they launch, we should, while they're recovering, cut to maybe an interview we did with the teams yesterday,
Yep.
and so you can get a little bit more of an in-depth view during the conference day.
The tracking cable's not happy or something like that.
Yeah, it looks fine to me. It's just wobbly. Just wobbly.
So during the launch, one of the things we have to make sure you do is everyone needs to make sure they're out in the open and not under a covered surface. This makes sure that you can clearly see the sky. That's really important because everybody needs to keep an eye on the rocket as it's coming. You'll see in the top right corner we did have listed that the range is red. That means there's a rocket on the pad ready to launch any minute, and we need to make sure essentially that everyone sees it so everybody knows to evacuate areas if necessary. You also need to alert the people around you to the location of the rocket. So what we do is when we see the rocket, we point at it and we don't stop pointing until it has touched the ground. That makes sure everybody can stay safe.
We might be waiting a little bit longer here for the clouds.
So what else do you remember about ETS's rocket?
Not very much.
Because we talked a lot about Laval's already.
Not very much. I did not talk to them that much during the conference, but
I do remember the Payload. I also remember their fin structure. They had a nice demo where you could test out their composite fin can.
Oh yes, that was
actually,
fun.
do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So at the conference, SAS was showing around a composite fin can made of carbon fiber that they made a few years back. Actually, more than a few years back. That they were using as a demonstration for people to pretty much stand on it to show how strong their fins were. And they pretty much let me do whatever I wanted and jump on it if I wanted to. I did not jump on it, however, though, and really try to stress test it, but the fins did not even bend, they did not crack, nothing happened. It was perfectly fine, and I'm sure many people stood on top of it after me. Very nice setup and showing off their workmanship there.
It is really nice when you're able to, show firsthand, especially with like a kinesthetic experience of just how strong materials are. We joke a lot that people who work with materials for a really long time almost feel them as an extent of themselves and can see slight variations in like mixes of alloys and such. Really being able to like touch and feel the materials, I feel like it's in another level of understanding of, yeah, you understand how many kilopascals until deformation. But what does that look like,
Yeah. And what it ends up looking like is this really thin fin structure supports your entire weight, which is impressive in of itself.
Another thing to remember on launch day, since you'll be outside for a long time, you'll want to make sure you have sunscreen, sunglasses, because you're going to be looking up at the sky. Lots of snacks. Careful with the snacks, though. There are bears roaming around. Not here, but hopefully they don't come too close to us.
So still waiting on the clouds here. Doesn't look like the gap lined up quite as nicely as the range safety officers would have liked, so we're likely got to wait a little bit longer to watch these 2 rockets get off the pad.
Yep. So what we have to do is essentially we still have to be on caution because the launch might happen as long as the range is red. Once they declare the range not red, so either yellow or likely yellow, green means there isn't any for the foreseeable future, right? Yellow is essentially standby.
Green. What range green means is that you can go up to the pad, you can work at the pad. There are no energetics at the pad live. The range being yellow indicates that the rockets are on the pad, there are no igniters installed. The range being red is when the rockets are vertical with igniters installed. Anything can happen. If the igniters go off, the rocket will likely launch. Which obviously you don't want anyone anywhere around the pad when that's happening. And that's why everyone's back here. Safe distance away, waiting for the rockets to launch.
Yeah. So if they do end up scrubbing temporarily, they're just going to wait till the next cloud cover or it like dissipates until the next opening. And once it does, they'll call range red again, and we'll have to come out again.
Well, the range is remaining red the entire time because the igniters are inside of the rocket.
Oh, my bad. Like, unless they were to actually...
They'd have to take the igniters out and take the rockets
So do you want to
horizontal.
actually talk a little bit about the process of if you do have to take down your launch, like what are like the precautions that go into that?
Yeah,
because
so-
it is something you have to be very, very careful with.
Yeah, and all of the teams here prepare for that. In aerospace, you often scrub a lot more than you launch. Scrub meaning you cancel your launch for the day and try to recycle for a different day. It's very common for this to happen. You really, really want this to work, and you don't want it to. You don't want it to fail because of adverse weather conditions or anything like that. So we're used to waiting a lot. So essentially, all the teams will have written procedures to make sure that everything on their rocket is as safe as possible before they approach it. In all likelihood, one of the pad managers, in the case of a scrub, will remove the igniter from the bottom of the rocket, being extremely careful to disconnect it from the firing circuit and make sure the firing circuit is isolated from anything prior to actually approaching the pad. You are still approaching live energetics, but that is the safest way that it can be done. Once that's done, the team can approach. The team will go up to the rocket. They will disarm the rocket following their own procedures, and the rocket will be lowered to a horizontal position. If the team needs to take it off of the rail and bring it back for doing last-minute changes, or if something broke, or if they're not receiving GPS because a battery died or something, they will replace that, and then they will need to clear final safety again, go out to the launch pad, and then they can try to launch again. So stuff like that. Or if it's just a weather hold for the rest of the day, like if we're going to get rained out, then they would have to come back and disassemble their rocket and come back the next day, unless the rain is going to let up in a reasonable amount of time. That doesn't look like it's going to be the case today. We're just waiting on some low clouds. There was rain in the morning, but I don't think it's forecasted to come back anytime soon, so it should be fun. After the stream ends, can you use the same link to watch it back? Yes, you can.
Yeah,
Phil is saying that you can, yes.
Yes. Yeah, you can always come back and rewatch the stream. Hi there.
Hello.
I'm trying to get on the Wi-Fi for a minute. I need to send an email to my hotel because one of our members is trying to get something from there, and they need to get a key.
So, in the meantime...
Is there a way I can get on the Wi-Fi?
We're ready for this rocket.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
No.
Just go out.
I would ask around. I don't know if we're authorized to give it out to everyone right now, because the more people on it, the less or the worse the stream will perform. So.
Yep. So, man, what should I talk about now? Oh, you talked a bit about the RSO having a pretty pivotal role in arming and disarming the rocket. You want to kind of describe? We haven't talked about that on stream yet. Do you want to kind of describe what their job is?
With what? Sorry.
RSO.
So yeah, the range safety officers are pretty much overseeing the safety of the actual launch operations themselves. So they're the ones that go out to the pad with the teams, or there's not all of them, but one of them typically will go out to the pad with the teams. They're the ones who are controlling the firing circuits and making sure that the firing circuits are safe when people are at the pads. There's a lot of other stuff. I'm blanking on the rest of the responsibilities.
What do you think about it? I'll just address the chat here. We got a hello from Jamaica. That's awesome to see. We're happy to have you here. Will the streams publish to watch later? Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Just curious, has anyone launched today? There was one launch today from one of the volunteers, Noah.
Launch. It was a high power rocket, but it wasn't the same scale as.
It was actually not a high power rocket. It was a G class.
It was a G class. Well, we had a G class rocket launch. It had a failed ejection, I think. It failed to deploy chutes, so it came in ballistic. Unfortunately, but I believe he went out and got it after successfully, probably.
If he hasn't got it back, he's probably still out there. He's looking for it. We'll see if he finds it.
Yep. Once we get him back, we'll talk to him. Got it? I could talk to the chat for a bit. Road off the highway to get there. That is a that's a great question. I'm actually not sure what the actual directions are to get out here. Yeah, I wasn't the one who drove out here. I'm trying to think if there were any identifiable things to look for. I know as you're going out west, it's on the left. Besides that, I really can't remember. Talking more about... You know what? I'm actually going to, while we are... Actually, Simon's back, so I'm saved.
You answered all the questions?
We've answered all the questions in chat. Well, no, not the last one, actually. That one I'm not sure how to answer. You drove. I feel like you'd have a better idea of how to answer.
Oh boy. How to get the road off the highway. Do you want to see if you can find Mathieu in the meantime? It's got to be over there somewhere. All right. Well, the road off of the highway is... Yep. I don't know. Do you want to join me over here? It was stolen. So, the road off of the highway, there is Thornhill Outfitters sign on the side. And there's a Launch Canada sticker. It's about an hour's drive south of the intersection between between the highway coming out from Timmins and the 144 South. I can find better identification than that, but I don't know exactly. We are going to look for Mathieu in a moment, and Bishop Scranton has not launched yet. Nobody has launched yet. We can get them here to talk about their rocket shortly, but they are currently working on it, so I don't want to distract them from that. How's the weather? The weather's not great. We're still working against the clouds, and there's not exactly... It's not improving. Yeah. Brendan, do you want to take over for a second?
I'm gonna pull 2 ATS video.
Cool. Sounds like we're going to roll one of the team videos. We will be back after that. We are here with ETS to ask some questions about their rocket. Do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Hi, I'm Melanie. I'm the team captain of Team 18 ETS.
Okay, so quickly, let's take a look at the rocket here. So, pretty cool stuff you got there. So, I don't know, let's go through the table. So what's this here?
Here is the avionics of our rocket. We fully develop and fabric our avionics. We have the strad part is right here, and we have the cards over there.
Cool. And all of this appears to be 3D printed, the enclosures and everything?
Yes, the rack is fully 3D printed, and we did an iterative design, and it's the best shape we could get. So yeah, each PCB you can slide them in the rack like this, and it will it doesn't matter which place you put them. It's modular. It's fully modular.
Cool. So there's a minion on the desk here. What's with the minion, and what is its name?
It doesn't have a name. You can name it however you want. It's for our Twitch activity over there, back there. We have little bottles, and we pressurize them, and it goes very high. So the more you pressurize, the more it gets high.
Bottle rocket.
Yes.
Cool.
It was supposed to be with water, but it was too messy, so we gave up the idea.
With air. Okay, so we also have the airframe here in the back, so can you kind of lead us through the airframe from the top to the bottom?
Yeah, sure. So this is the nose cone. So here is a nose cone, and there's the sustainer. It's very long. This one is very long, and you have the booster over there. This is Alex 3. We already flew this rocket in 2022.
Okay.
And we just modified the nose cone, and everything else is recycled. And yeah, it's flying.
Cool. It's total reflight of this rocket. That's pretty cool and pretty unique right here. What's the airframe made of?
It's carbon fiber entirely, except for the nose cone that is fiberglass because the Avionics is in there.
Cool. Very smart. Not enclosing the avionics inside of a Faraday cage.
Yeah. Otherwise, you don't get any RF. I don't remember the name, but like wave.
Cool. So you also got some quail eggs on the desk here. What's up with those?
Yes, the quail eggs is for the payload. Here is the payload. It's a life-sustaining experiment. The objective of this payload is to put an egg inside, and the bungee cords absorb the shocks, so it doesn't break anything. We also have a heating pad that will keep the egg at a certain temperature. That will be the optimal temperature for the egg. And yeah, it's basically to keep it alive and get it back in one piece.
Cool. So can this not be described as a very, very fast but parachute-assisted egg drop?
Maybe it could, but it doesn't have a parachute actually. It stays in the rocket.
Yeah.
We doesn't eject it.
Cool. And I guess what's up with down here?
This is our famous way of building the fins. If you want to step on it.
I get to step on this. This is great. I am
on the top.
On the top.
At the top.
Oh, like here. That's. There we go. We're testing my balance here and testing the structural integrity of these fins, which is evidently very, very good.
We have this from 2016, I think. It never broke. We put a lot of people on it and never broke. It's because we built the booster in one piece. It's called co-cured, and we basically layer the carbon fiber with everything in one piece, and then we vacuum everything, and it's solid.
Well, any other cool stories about this rocket or the team coming to competition or anything like that?
We also do a hybrid motor over there.
Okay.
It was very complicated for the team to have a hybrid motor because of COVID and everything. So it's finally coming to an end, but we'll see what happens. And we hope it's gonna be okay.
Well, hope to see it fly well. And anyone else you want to say hi to back home, or anyone that's watching the live stream, or anything you want to say on the live stream at all?
I'm not sure my parents will watch this, so if they hear, like, hi, I guess. But no, I don't. Nah.
Cool. Well, yep. Thank you for your time. And sorry to cut the interview there short, fellas, but we are about to launch on not on any of the big pads. This is on the certification pads. This is a smaller rocket that can make it under the clouds.
What's the rocket mass?
This is a rocket made by the Outreach team. It is using a 60-inch rail. So that's the guide for it. It apparently weighs 32 metric tons. Its name is $5 Bill. That's a G77. 2, 1, go. There it goes. And they have a successful shoot deploy, it sounds like.
I think it's going to shoot. Yeah, definitely an event. It's in 2 parts. It's spinning. It's very small, but it's up there, yeah.
A lot of people scanning the sky right now for this not certification rocket, but this is a G-class rocket.
That's going to be a long walk.
It's nice and far away. Looks like it's going to land in the forest. Don't have any tracking camera here for you guys, but hopefully the drone had a good shot of the launch. Oh. Well, I caught the rocket there as the last second. It just landed, it appears, at the top of a tree in the distance there. So that'll be fun for them to try to track down and get down from the top of the tree.
If we could like somehow move the camera to like facing everybody outside during the stream.
We could try.
Who was that?
That was Cyril in the outreach team's rocket.
Oh.
Has BSS launched yet? Does anyone know? Can we get them here to talk about their rocket? We certainly can. They, I believe, right now are preparing it at their tents, so we can get them on here when they have time, pretty much. Okay, cool. Apparently, we've already answered that, but answering it twice is never a bad thing. Cool. Well, aside from that, now we are going to be remaining in a cloud hold. Talk to Cyril about the rocket that he just launched.
Here.
No, you get the headset.
There's 2.
We're gonna get the Launch Canada outreach team here to talk about what just happened at their launch.
So,
make sure to unmute your mics first. It's this button here.
I'm
there,
unmuted.
There you
So,
go.
The reason we launched the rocket is, I don't know if you remember, but before we launched it, Alex and I came and we explained that the payload was my hopes and dreams, officially on the flight card, and that's why it disappeared, and I actually didn't even see it fall. So I guess I have no future. Thoughts and first impressions from our team here.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were told it wouldn't go higher than 800 feet.
Yeah.
I think it went higher than 800 feet.
Yeah, that went above the. Did it pass the cloud cover or?
No, we had visibility.
Yeah, visibility. So you followed it and then, or were you able to find it after it had?
No, I could see it the whole way.
The whole way,
See
okay.
it deploy the chute.
Deploy the chute, yeah.
But then I lost it. I tried to take a picture of it, of course, and then it was gone.
Good.
Yeah.
And what happened is that we hadn't put the igniter to the full extent, so that's why the image burnt and we saw a lot of smoke, and it just enough heat to start it at the end, and it was a red streak. It's a G77R, a 10R, so 10-second delay, R for red.
Yeah.
And I hope you enjoyed.
Cool.
subscribe and like and hit the bell button.
Like, send us super chat. No, please subscribe to us so we can have enough subscribers so that we can enable super chats.
And you can send us money.
You can send us money. We can make the live stream better.
Isn't that a super chat? A super chat?
No, that's just one of the moderators.
Moderators.
Yeah. How are your tree climbing skills? Because it looked like it landed at the top of a tree about that way.
Yeah.
I used to be good, but then I took an arrow to the knee.
Oh boy. Are we allowed to say that? Is that copyrighted?
Yeah. All good. Well.
All right.
Lunch?
Yeah, lunchtime.
After lunch, it's lunch.
Lunch Canada.
Thank you.
That was your outreach team. The rocket that just launched. They're going to find it one day, I assure you. Cyril's hopes and dreams are not dead. They're just delayed.
And just to clarify, essentially what we're doing here is that we're testing our launch procedures for these medium-powered kits that we built last week with Metagamy and Timmins, and we're getting students of those two communities coming tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, we have 7 of the Metagamy Rocket Club, which will be launching medium-powered rockets with us of the same type, so now we know what to expect and that we'll never recover them. And same thing with Timmins. So we got a nice crew and a nice crowd coming. That's awesome.
Cool. Thank you very much for coming on. Cool. So that's it with that. We're still waiting on the cloud covers. It's getting brighter and brighter out here. Sun is just peeking out from out of the clouds again right now. So we'll see how long it takes to get the rockets on that are on the pad right now off. Hopefully it's not too much longer, but we are at the mercy of the clouds at the moment. So yeah, in the time that we're waiting, we can also show you guys a video that we or an interview that we took with Gall from the university, or with Gall at the University of Laval during the conference day, and show you all of the cool stuff about their rocket. Takes a second to queue it up, but should be fun. Okay, cool.
So we're here with Gull from University de Laval. I'm here with, can you guys introduce yourselves?
Justin Binette, j'ai physical engineering, and with Loic.
Yeah, I'm Loic. I'm also in physics engineering.
That's great. So your rocket, first of all, is absolutely gorgeous. I love the paint. It's very clean. And we were reading online, first of all, that your airframe is entirely composite, right? Entirely. Can you talk a little bit about the manufacturing process of how you made it, particularly the tubes?
Well, for the tubes, it was made on an aluminum mold. So we basically did a wet layup on it. We did a carbon fiber wet layup for this one in the fiberglass. And yeah, basically it was the aluminum mold. We then after wet layup, we then put it in an industrial oven. And so it allowed the fiberglass to cure and the aluminum to expand. So when we removed it, the aluminum could shrink and we could remove the old tube. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Is that facility just at your school, or do you have a sponsor who provides that?
No, it's a company that we do it at a company. So at one of our sponsors, which is what's it for the somewhere around here.
Well, that's fantastic. You can definitely see the results there because it came out looking very clean.
It was the whole process for the finishing also that we had to do.
Now, I also understand, I think you have an SRAD Avionics stack as well. Is that available, or do you want to talk us through that if you can?
I've not read it currently. The guys are still working on it and fine-tuning a little bit of the thing, but we have an onboard flight computer that was developed by our students. So, and we are testing it at Launch Canada. We already tried some things at Spaceport. So a few months ago, we had a few problems with it. So we are testing it back again at Launch Canada. So.
Great. Is there like any other features of your rocket or your team as a whole that you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, well, from last year we really improved our nose cone. So we made it all by ourselves in fiberglass fiberglass sleeves.
Oh, that's so clean.
So it's really nice. It's really uniform and with its nice shape. We have so six different sleeves to make it. It's been worked on for a lot of hours with a lot of epoxy and some car parts to make it to make it smooth. So yeah, that's a nice part that we're really proud of and a nice improvement. Another part is the tail cone, which is new for us. It's our first tail cone. It's integrated with our motor. So that's our motor retainer, that's the motor casing, and it's all together with our carbon fiber fins, all integrated together to make it really strong and durable. And yeah, that took a lot of days to make it nice. So that's a part we're really thrilled to see if it works.
Well, it looks fantastic, and you guys clearly put a lot of design and effort into this. So good luck at the competition. Nice meeting you all, and good luck. Cool. Nice meeting you all. He's so cool.
And we're back. Yeah, as you might have seen, we're not the greatest interviewers in the world, but we're working on it. It's a learning process for everyone. To address some of the questions quickly from the chat that we saw, no, Rocket n'a pas lancé. We're still waiting on the first university launch, so it's looking promising for the near future, but we'll see. I've said that so many times that I'm starting to not believe it myself. And the rocket that we saw launched a moment ago was a kit rocket that was launched by our head of outreach, Cyril Mani, who has been helping the local Matagapi First Nations kids launch build, and then we'll see some launches from them this week. The safety rocket launcher, that might have been a mistake on our part. We had Laval on there earlier. Laval has not launched yet. We're still. They might launch soon because there's a pocket maybe opening up above us, but we're still waiting on that. In the near future, however, we are hoping to get the first launcher of the day, Noah from Queens, to come and show us the wreckage of his rocket. So his rocket, as you may or may not have seen, came in ballistic, and he managed to find it. So it came in without a parachute. That was not intentional on his part, as far as we know. But he managed to find what remains of his rocket, and so we'll get them. BSS is still assembling their rocket. I think last I saw they were at the inspection table, so we might be able to get them to come up there soon. But we do have a pre-recorded interview from them as well.
We can air the interview from BSS if we'd like to do that right now.
We could do that as well.
While we wait for Noah as well. I can go set that up right now, actually.
Sounds like a plan. We'll see you in a second.
All right, hi. So we're now here with Bishop Stratton Rocketry. a very interesting team in the fact that it's not only the first high school team at the competition, but also the first all-female team at the competition. So we're gonna take a look at their rocket. They're gonna basically walk us through it. So you wanted to walk us through it? So what's your name?
My name's Ilaria Hobbs. I'm the team lead and founder of the team.
Nice. All right, so walk us through the rocket if you don't mind.
All right, so for starts, our flight goals are max apogee of 17,000 feet and max speed of Mach 1.7, so almost twice the speed of sound. All of our airframe is student-manufactured, hand-rolled carbon fiber. We have also made in-house the plate for our fins, bulkheads, centering rings, and everything like that. We are flying a minimum diameter 4-inch, which flies on a CTI M1790. That comes up right to about here. We have 2 parachutes in our recovery, which is a dual brake, dual deploy. Our drone will come out right here and our main right here, and it should land at a speed of about 18 feet per second, which would be a nice cushy landing, especially with the build quality of our parts. We are using Blue Raven flight computers with complete redundancy to eject the parachutes, and if you look right here, we are using a Kate Multitronic system as our GPS. So this will give us live updates on our flight of speed, coordinates, and the height it's at. It goes inside of our fiberglass nose cone just like this, and should give us exact coordinates of where our rocket lands so we can recover it easily.
All right.
That's your avionics bay as well. We've got like a redundant system here. So we have 2 Blue Ravens and mag switches with 9-volt batteries. And we made all of these parts ourselves. So all of the fuselage and the fins and then the bay was all
Nice. Now that's excellent. So first I want to talk a little bit about the fuselage because it seems like you all manufactured your own tubes. Is that correct? Yeah. That is a really tough process that a lot of teams here haven't even figured out how to do yet. Now, can you talk us through what your techniques were? Was it like the wet layup? Did you use a form? Can you walk us through kind of how you built that?
Of course. So we did a wet layup. We used an aluminum pipe as our mandrel. Normally it would be used for plumbing, and we sanded that for almost a month to make sure that it was fully slippy and ready. We then coated it in McLube. Throughout our process, we started using Free Coat, which should also work as a lubricant to get the tube off. Unfortunately, we did end up with some very, very stuck tubes, and so we switched to McLube, which works a lot better. In some of our later layups, we actually put a layer in between the carbon and the mandrel to make sure it could slip off really easily. So we would mix our epoxy. We didn't use any additives, any coloring or anything like that, but we did a wet layup, like I said, all student made. And then at the end, in order to get the tube off, we would wrap the carbon in Dyneema, which would create a lot of friction, fill it with dry ice so that the aluminum would contract and be as small as possible, and then tie one end to an immovable object like an old tree, like a thick tree or a lamppost, and the other to a car, and very slowly pull the tube off of the mantle.
Yeah, it's quite a process, but I'm glad you guys got it figured out and working. It's really, really impressive, just bar none. The other thing I want to ask about the airframe here is you have, it looks like a pentagonal fin structure. You have 5 fins. So what kind of decisions went into the geometry of the rocket? I know I love 5-fin designs, but they're not super common. So what did you guys do in terms of your sizing ahead of time? What tools did you use before you started building it?
So I can see this well. So our 5-fin design has slightly less to do with the theoretical max optimization of our motor and more to do with our team culture. Our team has been around for almost 2 years now, and in this time, every single rocket that we've designed has had a 5-fin design. We started as a joke and is now just a running trend in our rockets. As for making sure our fin layups were good, we designed a fin guide and cut it out of plywood using a laser cutter in our school's DT lab, and used that to make sure all of our fins were centered and evenly spaced.
Well, I mean, that's all fantastic. Thank you guys for talking to us. I'm not sure I have any other questions about the rocket, but is there anything else you'd like to say to the live stream while I'm here?
I know know that in rocketry, as well as in a lot of STEM, there is a large gender imbalance. And when I first came here 2 years ago, I was volunteering, and I saw for every woman here, there's about 10 men, if not more. And I thought, I really want to change that. So we're here with the first ever female team, the first ever high school team, inspiring more and more young women to get into STEM, get into rocketry, and I'm really proud we've been able to make it this far.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Good luck with your launch.
Yeah.
And we're back again with a special guest now, Noah Gaffron, the first launcher of the day. How'd that go?
Well, I don't know if this is this in frame?
Yeah.
As you can see on the table, it went exceptionally well, and the rocket has returned in many more pieces than it was initially. But, you know, we all had fun and got back here. The electronics survived, and those are the expensive parts, so this rocket lived a good life, got plenty of launches out of it over the past, you know, year or two of flying it, probably 4 or 5 times. So, well, this one may have had some surprise encounters with some trees. I don't know if you can see there's some wood embedded in the carbon fiber now. Many pieces ripped from where they used to be. A couple of fins recovered. Pretty fun day. Pretty fun day.
So do you have any guesses as to what happened? Why didn't it?
Some initial thoughts. I mean, the black powder charges were both observed to have gone off. The motor one went, and the other one also went. So the nose cone might have got stuck or something. There's a couple of possibilities, kind of too soon to say, and might not be possible to say, but most of the damage was definitely caused by impacting the trees on the way down.
That'll do it. Yeah, you guys don't have smell-o-vision, but it definitely stinks of black powder here. So
Yeah. Very, very sulfurous.
Well, and
burnt.
spent motor as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's quite the motor adapter you have there.
Yeah, so the motor adapter was done with tape.
Do you want to
but,
show it higher? There you go.
Yeah, adapting motors with tape is not that uncommon of a practice, especially at these smaller scales. This is a G motor, 38mm mount, 29 thing. So yeah, that's this didn't fail. This was super good.
that worked out well.
Yeah. But I guess I could talk a little bit about the motor. So this is actually an experimental motor. So it uses Cicerone propellant and some Cicerone components on the inside, but then it has a custom fiberglass composite case around it. So I've flown this design several times now. This is, I think, the 4th flight of my Cicerone 29mm composite case motors. Motor performed exactly as expected, so that's another, you know, good data point to have and good indicator that this design is pretty robust.
You'll notice in the YouTube chat you've got a cute fiberglass nose cone. The nose cone survived.
Yeah. Shout out to Frank in the chat. Good to see you, bud. I know Frank back in the day. Yeah, this is a good old fiberglass nose cone made in the super high-tech workshop known as My Basement. Anyways, it's unpainted, but it totally does the job. Unfortunately, it impacted some trees. I don't know if you can see. There's kind of some white and brown areas. That's kind of some big dented, cracked areas. So this one won't be flying again, but it's maybe a bit of a display piece.
So yeah. You made the nose cone yourself. You made the motor yourself. Did you make any of the other components?
So pretty much everything that you see, except for this orange parachute and these like blankets and the shock cord, was made by me. So this pink parachute, all the body tubes, motor mount tube, coupler, nose cone, radio beacon was kind of even made by me. Like not really.
Wow.
It wasn't designed by me, but it's like a kind of a custom order thing. So this is a pretty do-it-yourself rocket, but. You know, if anybody's interested in getting into high-power rocketry, I would say, like, it's not actually that hard to like make parts yourself and stuff. Once you get a little bit of experience, I would highly recommend giving it a go. If you're interested, it's pretty fun, and I just do it because I'm cheap.
I mean, same here. So.
So no, like, what was the name of this rocket?
So this rocket was called 1 Week Wonder. It's because about a year and a half ago, there was a launch coming up in 1 week, and I decided I wanted to build a new rocket for it. So I built it in about 5 or 6 days.
5 or 6 days. How much of that was done at the launch site?
Actually, none of it, but it was all done before. But I would not recommend it. That was a week that I did not get a lot of sleep, especially because I was doing all doing all the tubes and stuff myself.
How much sleep did you get? Do you have an exact number of
it was a positive number of hours.
A positive number of hours.
A positive integer of hours.
Can you explain what a negative number of hours of sleep means?
I'd imagine you might have to talk to some of the Launch Canada organizers, like Adam Trumpor. He
Okay.
could probably tell you what a negative amount of hours of sleep would look like. Yeah.
I feel like some of the teams might also have some
of the
insight
student teams as
into,
well. They are, I bet you could grab any one of these teams that has 10 or 15 people, and they probably get a nice 8 hours of sleep every night. But that's combined the total of everybody.
Yeah.
So,
split between 25.
yeah, I bet
My
there's
math
some
is
students
failing
around
me,
here.
but yeah.
That might happen. Anyways.
Cool.
Yeah.
So Noah, you are formerly of QRET.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that? I saw they just went out to the launch rail.
They just went out to launch rail. Their rocket's looking pretty good. So yeah, I used to be part of their team. Hope best of luck for them. I can't be super biased because I am also a judge.
True
but, I wish the best for all the teams, and
That reminds me, actually, we did have a question earlier. Could you explain a little bit about the judging process, how the teams are judged, what the scoring were like? What kind of things you're taking into account? Where are the places coming from?
So the judging process actually starts well before the competition even starts, with the team's final reports that they submit. So we have a big team of judges. I'm not the head judge or anything. I'm just a regular judge. But the head judges, Robert Bernard and Mitchell Passarelli, have done a great job kind of organizing us all and setting up some judging scoring sheets and rubrics that we use to evaluate the reports and the teams at the actual site. So first we evaluate their final reports, and that kind of gives us an idea of where they're at. And then in the conference days that you guys might have seen on the stream yesterday and on Saturday, all the teams have their booths set up. And judges will come according to a schedule to the teams, and we have basically another rubric where we can ask them about every different part of their rocket, and they will explain their rocket to us, and the aerostructure, the recovery, the electronics, the propulsion systems, ground support equipment. And we have different categories based on if they're a launch project or a tech development project. And then also the payload category has its own special, unique judges. So the payload category has its own rubric, because there is also, of course, a payload award. So now that we're out at the launch site, we are here just kind of as observers, and there's a few more items on our scoring sheets that involve kind of the team's performance and how well they're doing, under pressure, if they come into any, unexpected scenarios, and just how smooth their operations are out at the launch sites, and how smoothly they're able to assemble their rocket and get it ready for flight. And then, of course, the last section of points that you can get is the actual flight of your rocket. So that one's actually pretty simple to score. It's just based on the predicted altitude that the students submit to us and what altitude the rocket actually reaches. And, of course, most importantly of all, did they get the rocket back, and did it look like mine does, or does it look nice and pristine, the same as it did when it took off? And hopefully many of these teams will have their rockets back.
That is critical.
Yeah,
Easier
exactly
said than done.
In good condition. Is it likely that all of the team's rockets come back in one piece? There's probably going to be a little bit of damage, but that's why these guys have got the stream going for you guys. You can see all the successes and maybe the carnage for yourself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Although we don't hope for shreds, they certainly are entertaining to watch.
Yep.
So. I did want to ask you a little bit more, taking a step back. So, the folks at home might not know exactly what are people aiming to do here when they're launching a rocket. Are they just launching at any sort of trying to go as high as possible? Are they trying to get a top speed? What's the target of the competition?
So the teams kind of set their own goals here. So it's something that the Launch Canada competition kind of wanted to do from its inception, was not necessarily pigeonhole teams into having to go into any specific categories. So the main other competition that many of these teams attend is at Spaceport America. And there's two distinct categories. You're flying to altitude target of either 10,000 feet or 30,000 feet. And if you look here around the teams at Launch Canada, they can actually submit their target altitude to us. So we have altitude targets from anywhere from, I think, about 8,000 feet at the low end, and I think even above like 40,000 feet at the high end. I would think most of them probably sit somewhere between 10 and 25,000 feet. But these are big rockets, you know, they're probably most of them 50 plus pounds, reaching up to maybe a bit over 100 pounds, 150 pounds for the very biggest ones. And they're all going on at least M-class rocket motors. Those are level 3 rocket motors. Those are serious stuff. For comparison, the one you see on the table here, this was a G-class motor. And every letter is essentially twice as big of a motor. So you can imagine M is quite a ways down the alphabet from a little one like a G. So those are serious stuff. So these rockets, yeah, they're pretty serious. But then the teams, they're just trying to hit, you know, what altitude target they want, and also, you know, carry their payloads, achieve any other sort of goals they have, you know, test any sort of improvements in technology that they're working on. Yeah, I mean, I hope maybe I would probably recommend you grab some of the students on, interview them, and
oh yeah, we'll
you know, show the chat different sorts of goals that these teams have, because that's one of the unique things we have about this competition is like there's a lot of different variety and a lot of different. You know, a lot of different stuff that the teams are working on. It's really cool to see.
It really is.
Sweet.
Thank you for describing that.
Yeah. I guess the only other question I have is this going to fly again?
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah.
Why
No
not?
way. Well, I think the many holes and cracks and stuff in all of the tubes, and the fact that it's lacking all the fins, and the fact that the motor assembly is completely gone. There's an entire missing section of the... Anyways, you guys get the point. But I've got other rockets, and there's other projects on the go. The electronics will fly again. The parachutes are usable again.
It'll fly again in spirit.
Oh yeah. Well, it's
brain transplant.
Flying forever. But yeah, it's great to be on the stream.
Yeah.
Do you have any other comments? Any stories you want to tell?
Maybe if I'm sure I could have some stories, but maybe if you guys have some dead air on the stream on a less busy day later in the week, maybe you might have to have me on again or something.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Great.
Yeah. Anything else you want to say? You want to say like hi, mom? You want to say anything else? You know.
I think I'm good. I'm good.
Okay,
good luck to all the teams. And yeah, go launch Canada, launch the North.
Cool.
Launch the North,
Well,
indeed.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing the unfortunate wreckage of your rocket on stream for everyone to see. We really appreciate it.
Learning lessons here at Launch Canada.
Right. Cool. Thank you, sir.
Right, we good to go?
Yep.
Enjoy. It's a good setup. So much sand.
You can just leave it.
Interview for the
That's a lot of sand.
My rocket parts. You're right. I need to get my rocket parts. So scrap from InSpace.
Alright.
Scrap from Blackbird.
Cancel recording. Start a new one.
Scrap from Raven's Racing. 3, 2, 1, and then one scrap from.
Hi, I'm Aaron. I'm here with one of the judges from Launch Canada. This here is
to an interview.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, I'm Noah Gafford.
Yeah. Hello. Tell us about your job as a Launch Canada volunteer.
So I am a judge at Launch Canada. So what we do is go around and look at what the teams have done and give them scores accordingly. And hopefully they're high scores, and we'll find a winner.
And I mean, that's fantastic. And, and so, of course, this isn't your first foray with Rocketry. I mean, you were on a student rocket team as well. Do you think you can give a quick overview as what kind of that journey was like? You're from a Queen's graduate, I believe?
Yeah, so I started out as a little kiddo, joining rocket teams, and you kind of just get hooked. And you get roped into that, do it for 5 years, graduate, and then somehow you need to figure out a way to keep showing up. So now I'm in the volunteer shirt.
I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, you love to see how much programs like this can really inspire the youth to really get more involved. So anything else you would like to say to the live stream?
I just think that the two guys organizing the live stream are actually probably like the sickest guys I've ever met.
Oh, that's so kind of you.
I'm talking about. No, you guys are all good. Anyway, shout out to Brendan and Simon, but also Aaron here and Nico behind the camera. They're running a tight ship here at Launch Canada, giving you all the best content. Make sure to send in those super chats, and we'll smash the like button, subscribe, bell notifications. Have a good one. Keep following up Launch Canada 2024. Launch the North.
Nice talking to you.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Look,
hello.
all 4 of us are on the stream at the same time,
Oh my
even if
God.
Aaron can't talk.
The
Also,
entire-
thank you, Ryan, for figuring out the name of the road that you have to turn off on. It's Kenogami Falls Road.
Say that 5 times
Oh,
fast.
good lord. So yeah, to get here, you're gonna drive south from Timmins for about 45 minutes, and then follow the road that Ryan has very kindly put into the chat. It is a logging road. Be careful. Don't speed. There will be Launch Canada team members there to guide you. So, yeah.
So yeah. Well,
Nico, you're back. What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, excuse me, sorry. What do I want to talk about? Well, I mean, I probably don't want to talk about what I had for lunch, because, like, that was
What you had for lunch?
Okay, well, I had a buffalo chicken wrap. It was pretty good. They have a nice little food truck here in Timmins, Ontario. What did you guys have for lunch? And, you know, what's your go-to rocket meal?
I had water for lunch.
You had water for lunch.
I've not
There
had
we
my
go.
lunch yet.
Yeah, no, I'm still waiting on lunch as well.
Do you think you could use water as an oxidizer?
Oh, you can. You
Yes.
100% can. You just need some really, really nasty fuels.
Can I talk into a mic?
You
Okay,
can
so
talk
one
into my
thing
mic.
I realized is everywhere I look, there are wild blueberries. So some of the teams have actually picked entire bowls of wild blueberries and are just giving them, and they're so good, man, because they were just picked and they're tiny. One of the teams even made blueberry pancakes, and gave them to all the volunteers. So it's incredible. They're delicious. Fresh fruit, nothing beats it.
I find, like, for myself at least, like, when I'm studying, like, I'll just get, like, a big bowl of, like, frozen blueberries. And it's just, like, I don't know what it is. Blueberries, like, it's like it's a placebo. It helps me focus. What are we looking at?
Well, so we're just seeing a truck coming back from the pad. We think this might be the is
The
this
Queens folks?
Yes.
this might be Queens, or this might be Rockets.
Yeah.
Because they're all talking with one another. We're all friends here.
Probably Rockets.
But yes, we should mention, Noah mentioned it briefly during his stint on the live stream, but the Queen's rocket is now also out on the launch pad. As we have been saying all day so far, we are still waiting for the weather, and it does not seem to be getting any better. What provinces have teams come from? Well, so we've got teams all the way as far as University of Victoria. We have UBC, we have University of Alberta, University of Saskatchewan. We actually have several projects from the University of British Columbia, including UBC Thunderbird, although I'm not sure that they're here. I haven't seen them around.
There's
And
U of T, TMU.
yeah, U of T, TMU, Carleton, U Ottawa, McGill, Queens, Polytechnique. So we're spread wide and far. And yeah, as Veronique has pointed out, we have, for the first time at Launch Canada, an all-girls high school from Toronto. I'm going to butcher the acronym because I can't remember, but Bishops is as good as anything. So yeah, they're going to be launching a first. One thing to keep an eye out for is that we do have some really spectacular advanced launches coming up over the next couple of days. So Polytechnique is launching a hybrid rocket motor. The University of Waterloo might be launching a liquid, which would be certainly the first that I've seen, and a really, really big step forward for Canadian rocketry. The process to developing a liquid rocket engine is really, really complex, and it's a testament to some of the engineering that they're doing at Waterloo to be able to pull something like that off. We'll see if it launches. I hope for the best, as always, but yeah, I'm really, really excited to hopefully see that bird fly.
I think you mentioned too, like UBC, like didn't they correct me if I'm wrong, but did they drive all the way here with their equipment?
They must have, because they have a test stand and a very nice trailer, so they're quite the road trip.
Yeah, I doubt that you can get that past security, but at the airport.
I also wouldn't want to pay for the extra baggage fees.
No.
Hi.
Hello. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Waterloo too. They have an interesting story too. With their what is it? The first liquid engine in Canada. Is that
By some measures. So we'll have to get somebody on from Waterloo to tell you exactly, but we know that there have been rockets with liquid motors launched from Canada before. That is, those were predominantly at the Churchill Sounding Rocket Range in northern Manitoba.
That was
in
the Aero B, right?
Yeah, the 60s, the Aero B, and that's a U.S. military, ballistic missile derivative. So we're not sure whether we want to count that or not as a sort of Canadian launch. So it means it leaves the door open to someone else claiming the sort of throne of the first liquid rocket launch in Canada of a Canadian rocket. And it looks like Waterloo might be able to do that here this week, so we'll have to keep an eye out for them. Yeah, and then we also saw U of A. They've been really, really rising quickly through the ranks of the Canadian rocketry teams. We've had some really successful teams here, particularly at the Spaceport America Cup. The Canadians always seem to overrepresent for the number of teams that we have going down there. And it's quite the exciting team. I have to say I really like their naming convention. So their team name is called STAR. Don't ask me to figure out that acronym either, but it's STARR. So they have named all of their rockets various variants of Ringo. So they have Ringo Star 1, Ringo Star 2, Ringo Star. I think they're on 2B at this point. So the Beatles fly with the University of Alberta.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Some of the naming conventions some of these teams have. I hear Carleton has an interesting naming convention too. Can you talk a little bit about that?
All three of us on stream are alum of See You in Space, as well as Aaron, who is waving in the corner, the disembodied hand. And we decided shortly after the team was founded that all of the rockets that we launched were going to be space-based puns. So the first rocket that we had was See You Later. We never did. It's somewhere in the New Mexico desert. If you happen to find it, please give us a ring.
Yeah, that's what happens when you sign the fins.
Yeah.
They signed the fins of that rocket, and it was never seen again, and they stopped doing that immediately after.
Yep.
It was a bad omen. And then after that we had, let's see if I can get the order right. So then we had Orbital Redenbacher.
Yes.
Yep.
Like the popcorn. Then we had Chef Boy Apogee, based on the Chef Boyardee
that was a good year.
Logo. Then we had the Tragic School Bus.
That was when COVID hit.
That we stopped naming our rockets after food, and we have a very nice comment from Chris Hobbs, our LCO, saying that the Bishop's High School is at the advanced pad doing ejection charge testing, so that's why we can't find them for an interview.
I wonder if we have a camera there that's...
Let's see if we can pull to the advanced pad.
There we go.
Let's see.
There we go. Thanks, David, for the clarification. The student team for Alberta Rocketry Research.
There you go.
Yeah. After Chef Boy Apogee, we had Tragic School Bus. Tragic School Bus, we stopped naming our rockets after items of food, and we think we might have caused a global pandemic, so that was also a bad omen.
That'd be the,
we moved on to that
on the right,
to
the top right.
I Can't Believe It's Not Supersonic, based on I Can't Believe It's Not Butter. And then we moved on to the first rocket that I ever saw launch, or the first rocket that I built that I ever saw launch, which was called McNominal. And if you keep your eye on the stream over the next couple of days, you'll see McTriple, which is in fact the same rocket, but it has been disassembled, reassembled, reconfigured, renovated, and just about everything else to get it back into a flight-ready state. So I have a point of pride around that rocket because it is genuinely the first rocket that I've seen launch that I built myself, along with our lovely co-hosts, of course.
Yes.
And then what did we have? Then we had...
I also want to just mention, thanks Chris again, ETS Gull and Queens on the solid pad, waiting for the skies to clear. And sorry, after McNominal, correct me if I'm wrong, was it a red ballistic or was
No. We had one in between there. That was
the
No Name rocket.
Yeah, the yellow one.
So we built a bright yellow rocket in the style of No Name. Befitting of the No Name brand, we named our rocket Rocket. It was translated into French on the other side of the rocket, so we had Rocket and Fusée.
Yep.
Very fitting considering we were a team coming from Ottawa, which is like, one of the most bilingual cities in the world. I think Montreal might.
I don't know about that one, but yeah, Montreal's definitely.
Well,
better.
yeah, Montreal. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely fitting. And any other fun Ottawa facts that you guys have on that you want to maybe talk about?
Ottawa facts. I don't know, man. Let's see.
Well, keeping on the naming theme, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, so we believe strongly. Oh, okay. We strongly believe that if your rocket has a good name, it's more likely to come back. And so we'll name all of the rockets that we can, but almost all of them have some form of interesting name, some sort of lore or story behind it. I know McGill tends to name their rockets after Lord of the Rings characters, which I think is a good naming convention. I like the theme.
Back in 2019, it was really funny. Wisconsin had a whole rocket just painted like a cheese, like Swiss cheese with a bunch of.
The cheese rocket was very good. They also had cheese hats at that one as well.
Yeah, that was solid.
Wisconsin living as a stereotype.
Yep. And the judges loved it. I think they won the Spirit Award that year. So
there you go.
Yeah, it works wonders.
Something. Yeah, and for the audience back home, what is the Spirit Award?
So both Launch Canada and Spaceport have a Team Spirit Award that is awarded by the judges. That is pretty much for the people who are showing their school's team spirit off in the best way that is noticed by the judges. So sometimes that comes in. You're wearing cheese hats all week and you're painting your rocket like cheese because your state in the U.S. is stereotyped for cheese. Sometimes that is like having everyone dress up like bananas and go dance in the desert.
Other times it helps to bribe the judges with remove before flight tags, but you didn't hear that here.
You can also bribe the judges, that they do tend to take remove before flight tags, so that's fun.
You'll see a lot of teams. It's a donation. There we go. It's not a bribe. It's a donation.
There you go.
You'll see a lot of teams go very heavy on the merch, so we'll get a lot of patches and stickers and remove before flight tags because a lot of these rockets they only launch once, and so you want to remember them and you want to remember all of the other teams that you competed with and competed against. So we like to have a lot of merch on us. Yeah, so the STAR acronym is the Student Team for Alberta Rocketry Research, which is something that I could not remember off the top of my head. I just like their rocket name. Carleton University in Space is the acronym for the Carleton team. CU in Space, otherwise, also known as.
Yeah.
So we're just going to go through all of the teams now and explain their acronyms. No worries.
Aaron's going to go through every single team off the top of his head. And
the University of Ottawa Rocketry, otherwise known as UO Rocketry. Oronos, coming from Polytechnique Montreal. Rockets from ETS, the École Technologie Supérieure. We have the McGill Rocket Team, MRT, from McGill. We have...
Was there a team too that had the acronym Ogre, or am I second guessing myself?
There's not a team at Launch Canada called Ogre, as far as I know.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Ogre is our placeholder name.
Okay.
So if you see Ogre, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay. Good to know.
It doesn't exist, and it never did.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. feel free to type in the chat your favorite acronyms, because in the space industry, like they're everywhere, and it's always fun getting to know new ones here and there. So.
We're just here listening to the sidebar commentary of our disembodied hand in the corner.
Yes.
We're back. We're big again.
That's good.
We're still waiting for the skies to clear, so yeah.
If we wanted to pull another interview, we could.
Yep. Do we maybe want to? Bear with us, folks. We're just gonna rotate some of our speakers.
Interview for the launch site.
Alright, so we're going to show you another interview from the conference again. This one's from a very special individual. This is Adam Trempour. He was the founder and president of Launch Canada. He puts in way too many hours, and we appreciate him immensely. So we hope you enjoy this brief discussion with him while we go find someone else live.
Goes through the B-roll, right?
Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, action.
All right. Hi, I'm here with Adam, the president of Launch Canada and founder. Can you, first of all, start out by telling me, what kind of inspired the creation of Launch Canada?
Yeah, sure. So in Canada for about the last 10 or so years, there's been this crazy surge of interest in rocketry among mainly university students. And in Canada, we've always had these space technology niches that we're known for. I see you've got an MDA space hat on. MDA is probably our most iconic Canadian space company, but their focus has always been on, the robotics and the in-space stuff. The whole question of the rockets, how things get to space in the first place, hadn't really been a big focus for Canada in the past. But there's been so much interest by university students lately, and I think a lot of that has been sort of the SpaceX effect. People have been watching all of these increasingly prominent international rocket companies doing amazing things, and Canadians have been inspired by it. It's been motivating students to go study engineering, and increasingly they've been saying, why can't we do this here? And the first time they really had a chance to engage with that was actually with an American rocket competition called the Spaceport America Cup. And that was actually the catalyst for a lot of these student teams getting started. And from the very beginning, it turned out Canadians were really freaking good at building rockets. And initially, I found myself mentoring many of these individual student teams and helping teach them how to not blow themselves up. But after a while, I was just reaching the limits of what I could do as one person in my spare time. And at the same time, as long as this was something that they had to go to the US for, it was kind of out of sight and out of mind here in Canada. Even understood that this was going on, that we had this kind of talent here. So we really wanted to change that. So I started Launch Canada to try to do that. And we run this whole event. This is our signature Canadian rocket engineering competition. But we've really been taking the broadest possible approach of how we can support and empower this next generation of Canadian rocket innovators to really run with this and build the skills they need to succeed in this industry.
Great, thanks. So you mentioned, promoting innovation, in the domestically, what are some other initiatives that Launch Canada is kind of doing to help kind of promote rocketry in Canada?
Yeah, so obviously this piece is the competition, so it's focused on more self-initiated projects by the students, and we're just kind of the venue to support them in doing that. But we've also found that there is a real benefit to having more collaborative projects that let students from multiple schools come together, work with experienced industry people like myself and others, and take on some larger projects that might be a little bit more than any one of the teams could easily do on their own. So we've got this whole companion initiative that we call our special projects. And our first one was in 2021. We got the students involved in an awesome hot fire of a 1,000-pound thrust liquid oxygen kerosene rocket engine. And we kind of used this as a liquid rocket testing boot camp. And it all culminated with this absolutely flawless firing of this engine. And we used this to kind of showcase professional practices and approaches and hardware. We got some real amazing sponsors who make actual components for rockets and launch vehicles to donate stuff we were then able to show the students. And that model ended up really working well. So we've been building on that, and we're actually now working on the follow-on event, which is aiming to develop the first rocket engine turbo pump in Canada. This is sort of the heart of any big liquid rocket engine, almost unheard of for students or amateurs to even try it. So we thought, let's be the first, let's do this in Canada, and let's do it with students.
That's definitely really ambitious. The turbo pumps are really hard to design, so it's nice to actually have that support to be able to develop one. On top of that, though, where do you see Launch Canada heading in the future?
Yeah, so I mean, it's when I kind of look around the room here, it's hard to believe that this is just the third year of doing this. It's already grown so much in this amount of time. And we really want to make sure that people who are inspired by aerospace feel like this doesn't have to be out of reach for them. So this year we've actually got our first high school team taking part and our first all-girls team as well. So the high school program is something we're actually trying to build on, so that we can get more involvement from more local students, from more high school students, so that they can start getting into it. So we're looking at almost a Launch Canada Juniors initiative to try to do that. But, really, as long as the students want to keep pushing into bigger and bigger things, we're here to support that. And this year we're actually potentially going to have the first liquid rocket launch attempt for an amateur rocket in Canada. So this is sort of the latest frontier that we're getting into. So this is just going to keep growing.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I guess so. With the event now underway, it's been planned for months, if not years, obviously. How much sleep are you running on right now?
Definitely not enough, but I'm kind of happy that my major show was this morning, and tonight I am looking forward to an actual proper night's sleep before we dive into the next week of sleep deprivation. So functioning, but running on a lot of coffee.
Fantastic. Is there anything else you'd like to say to the live stream for the viewers watching from home?
Yeah, so for anybody who finds themselves in the Timmins area, please stop by. We're at the Archie Dillon Sportsplex for this weekend, and then for the week ahead, we're going to be out at our launch site about an hour and a quarter southwest of town. Check out our social media. We're live streaming the whole thing, as you know, so stay tuned. Drop by, and if you want to see the next generation of top engineering talent in Canada, we got that right here.
All right, thanks so much for talking to us.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Rico, what are you doing?
And we are back.
We're back again.
That was a quick message interview from the president.
Adam Tripper, the man who wears every hat and doesn't sleep.
Honestly, if it wasn't for Adam, we wouldn't be sitting here talking
Look,
about it.
no question. I think a lot of us, especially us who did Rocketry on student teams before Launch Canada was a thing. We all knew Adam because he mentored so many of the other teams. He'd check in with all of us when we go to spaceport. He was just like the Canadian rocket guy that we could all kind of go to, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so now that he is, properly help put on this event, along with all the other lovely staff here, it's fantastic. And of course, everybody deserves so much, thanks for all that they do.
Totally.
But I don't think anyone would argue that, like, none more than Adam. It's been so influential with the event.
Yeah, and he has plenty of experience too, and I know like I was talking with him just like earlier, and like we were talking about like the size of the Canadian like space industry as an example, and we were talking, and so I actually did my one of like my previous 3 internships before I started at MBA full time were actually at Protocase Incorporated, who is actually also a sponsor here at Launch Canada. Shout out to the team there in Sydney, Nova Scotia. They're doing some wild things over there that I really enjoyed in my internship too. And they supply lots of parts. But sorry, I'll get down to the brass tacks. I was talking with Adam, and he was telling me how he actually found out about like Protocase and how they actually became a sponsor of Launch Canada, and they became a sponsor because down at Spaceport where Adam was at, like people were pointing out that like, oh yeah, like Protocase is also Canadian. He's like, oh, I've never heard of that, and it was really cool because like when I did my internship with Protocase, they were sponsoring the CIRC and the URC, so the University Rover Challenge, which is down in Hanksville, Utah, and then also the Canadian International Rover Challenge, which is in Drumheller, Alberta, and yeah, so they were sponsoring those events, but and I had experience with those teams, and that I think that's kind of what helped me get the experience that I needed for Protocase, and so. When I was there, I mentioned, I'm also part of. Oh, hey, Brendan. Do we have someone?
There's a dog over there if you want to interview a dog.
Yeah. Let's
Oh, can we bring the dog in?
Yeah, bring the dog
Try.
in. Kind of wrap that story up. I knew Protocase through the Rover team, and then Protocase knew about Spaceport America Cup through me, and then Adam knew Protocase through Spaceport America Cup. So really, it kind of just comes full circle.
It's a
which is
really
great.
big chain, and you find that in the Canadian Space Agency. It's a tight-knit group. The folks that I'm seeing at Launch Canada are the same folks that I see at conferences for all sorts of other organizations, which I'm sure Simon will go into in depth throughout the week, as he's involved with. I forgot the name of it, but a number of student space fellowships and such. He's attended
the
many
Zenith fellowship.
the
We'll
Zenith for one that comes to mind.
Yeah, we'll have to interrogate him about that later.
Space Canada, a lot of folks who do that do the same thing. They're all here. A lot of those same folks represent Canada at Spaceport. All those people are involved with either CAR or Tripoli, and you see the same people just wearing different uniforms depending on the day. And the thing, what I found at least, is it seems so daunting. If you're interested in space, you think, wow, where are the other people interested in space? They must be these super high ups. And that's it, and they're locked behind corporate doors, and that's just not true. You go to a conference, you introduce yourself to someone, and there you go. That's all it takes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're the king of that.
Yeah, and you never know what's gonna come from like a 2-minute conversation, and I actually at Spaceport in 2019, I actually met Mohi, who is here working behind the scenes in the dry-sidled jersey there. I actually met him in 2019. He was on the TMU team, and I was on the Carleton team, and we just happened to be staying at the same hotel, and we got talking. And it was a good chat, and it's interesting too. You go to these events, you work on something so specific, and then you get to the event and you have several other people who have worked on similar projects on the rocket, and it's really interesting because you'll see different aspects and different solutions to the same problem, and it's
it seems we actually have a special guest.
Oh,
Can
here
you
we
switch
go.
to conference cam, please?
We have a very special guest for the live
This is an
stream here. I'm not
incredibly
sure.
special guest.
Do you want to move a little bit back here?
Yep, for sure.
Can you maybe pick up the camera, even?
Hello?
If that's going to be possible.
We have a very special friend here on the live stream that we can interview. What is your name?
My name is Tinny.
Speak.
Hello.
Hey, speak.
Speak. No, speak over here. Speak. Speak.
Speak.
Speak. Speak.
Hey!
Now I don't have anything to give her.
Aw.
They're back in the truck.
Oh, cool. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Thanks for coming by.
That was a wonderful interview.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Few words, but very, very powerful words from a doggo.
That was such a good dog.
That's a very good dog.
Very inspirational words too.
Truly.
Yep.
I mean, it
Very
doesn't take a
touching.
lot. It doesn't take a lot of words.
Yes.
Very good dog. Very, very good dog. Good bark on command too. It's
Yeah.
great. Building Lego there, Aaron?
What's that?
Are you building just Lego there? on the
I am
stream?
building a Lego set on live stream. It's very sandy. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if we've talked about this yet. I didn't realize it would be so sandy in the middle of the forest.
Yeah, it's I think it's because we're on the other side of is it the Arctic Shield or what is it called? You were
Arctic
telling me.
Watershed.
Arctic Watershed, which essentially means that, correct me if I'm wrong, is the water on this side of the Canadian Shield runs towards the Hudson Bay instead of running towards the Lake Ontario and the Great Lakes. So
Yep, pretty much.
The water actually runs northbound.
Yep.
And so we're actually pretty low here, like we're closer to sea level, and I think that that kind of is with the glacier. Like I think you were telling me with the glaciers kind of running down towards the water over a couple of years, that's kind of what causes there to be so much sand around here.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of northern Canada here was covered in glaciers a long time ago, right? So when they were receding, I mean, when the glaciers melt, they typically recede towards the poles, and when it was doing that, it scraped all of the ground, and we have all this beautiful sand here that's getting all over our desk.
Yes.
Yeah. And the reason that the sand is just recent is, of course, normally you've got foliage covering everything, but you do still have a topsoil. But the thing is that because this area was just recently bulldozed and cleared for the event, the topsoil has been taken off, and it's revealed all the sand beneath. And, yeah, that's why there aren't typically really sandy forests, is because, the trees have had time to grow in, die, regrow, and etc.
Cool.
I think we have a lot of really good outreach events with those small rockets. I wonder, what are you guys' thoughts on having just a sandcastle contest here at Launch Canada?
We very well could. The sand is actually perfect for it, and since
Right?
there's a little bit of moisture in it, it'll probably actually stick. So this is totally something that we could actually
I've actually,
implement.
walking around the tents, which I'd love to show later once we can actually get footage, some teams have actually started building sandcastles.
Already a sandcastle competition.
Yes, I
going
saw
on.
Carleton's team had a very large, almost a trench dug with a wall in front of it. That was the first one that came to mind there. And I mean, I can't really blame folks. I want to build sandcastles.
Yeah.
You do want to be careful with the sand. There are cars getting stuck.
Yep.
So
No, there are cars getting stuck if you go in the wrong place or pretty much do anything wrong while driving on sand here, so you got to be very careful.
I would like-
Aaron, also for the advanced pads there, we do have 2 Lorexes at the advanced pads. That's what the 2 on the right side of your screen there are.
Oh,
okay.
So there
I was
does
wrong.
not appear to be much that you can see from those cameras. They are quite far away from the teams that are setting up on those launch pads, but you can see a little bit. I don't know if we can bring that up. Is it up on the stream? Yeah, it's up on the stream. So that's one of the cameras there from our advanced pad. I can't tell what team that is setting up in the background. We do have a second one facing the other way to show some of the other teams that are there. So they're there trying. I believe there's also a team doing some ejection testing out at the advanced pads right now. So yeah.
So another thing I'd like to ask you, the folks watching at home, do you have any questions for us? Anything that we could talk about or answer for you all? Because all of us hosting the live stream have spent quite a bit of time, not just in our respective aerospace, spacecraft-related industries, but a lot of time on the student rocketry teams, and we've all been passionate about space and rockets for a really long time. So, regardless of the scope of the question, send them in.
Yeah, it can be questions about Launch Canada itself, about MDA myself, Carleton, as you know, we're all students from there. Rocket Factory Augsburg.
Well, we can talk
is-
about all sorts of other. Actually, that's an interesting point, Brendan.
Yes.
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work at Rocket Factory Augsburg. I
What the heck
actually
is
flew
that?
here from Germany.
Germany.
Oh,
They're
Deutschland.
they're a company. Advanced Pads camera just went down. I wonder if they know about that. But anyways, yeah, it's a company in Germany. It's a small launch vehicle company. We want to see the Sherbrooke interview. We can make that happen if
We
we
can
have
pull it
that
up.
footage.
We can pull it up in a second.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Once we're done talking about Rocket Factory.
Yeah, Rocket Factory. I mean, cool company. Plan on launching soon.
No, but what is it?
So it's a small satellite launch company based in Germany,
Very
in
cool.
Augsburg, as the name
And I also
suggests.
see Dylan Bender had a question about what are some of the interesting payloads that we've seen so far at Launch Canada.
Oh man, well the first one that comes to mind for me is ATS's quail egg. That was really interesting because it's essentially a huge egg drop, right?
World's fastest egg drop, perhaps? Maybe not the highest one. I think Mark Rober might still have that after this
Yeah,
flight.
it's possible.
Someone's gonna break that record and dethrone that man, though. He needs his ego
I think we
checked.
can do this. Launch Canada 2024. We can break the world's highest egg drop.
Yep.
There you go. That's something to set. It's good for advertisement too.
Yeah, assuming we don't break other records with the other teams already here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think too. One that comes to mind was UBC had a really cool payload where they were tracking like the voltage across bacteria, like throughout the duration of the launch. I didn't fully understand it or capture it, but it seemed pretty wild the setup that they had there.
Another one, funny enough, that I just remembered is actually Sherbrooke's payload, which I'm sure in the video in a second they'll talk about a little bit more. But it is a biological payload where they're actually sending fungus. And essentially, I can't remember exactly what the process was, but it involved the processing of certain gases. And I think that's really interesting because as someone who hadn't studied biology, who hasn't touched biology in 6 years, to me it's 6 years now, closer to 8 now. It's magic. Things that live are weird, but that's what makes them cool. Yeah. So, anything else before we switch to the video?
Do you have any payloads that you want to talk about, either with RFA or here at Launch Canada?
I don't think he can talk about his RFA payloads.
I don't really want to break any non-disclosure agreements right now, but if
Worth a shot.
if RFA has published their payloads, you will be able to find that on their social media.
And speaking of payloads, MDA has a couple. With RadarSat 2 and RadarSat from our historical missions, and then also the Canadarms, Canadarm 1 that was on the Space Shuttle, Canadarm 2 that was on the ISS, and up and coming launch scheduled for 2027, Canadarm 3. That's always exciting. Some of the other contracts that we have on the go is Axiom. We're building a robotic space arm for them as well. Star Lab. Another is the Lunar Dawn mission with Lockheed Martin. And another satellite one is Chorus. Those are the ones that come immediately to mind. I'm sorry if I missed anything, but yeah, let's pass it on.
Before we switch to that, I just wanted the last comment in the chat. The high school team BSS is not gone yet. They're
They're currently doing ejection testing at the advanced pad. We do not know the status of that, but
yeah, we don't know the status, but we will update all of you as soon as we know anything about any of the teams.
Cool. Yes. But yeah, and with that, we can switch
switching
to
Sherbrooke.
the interview.
Oh, I wish I was there right now.
All right, I'm back with Sherbrooke here. I'm Aaron, and this is
Guillaume.
Oh, and so can you bring us through, first of all, an overview of your rocket? What competition or rather, what's your projected altitude? The big swing parts of your rocket here.
Okay, so we are part of the basic 10K cuts competition. So our motor is a O3400 from CTI. Our projected altitude is 19K feet, so quite high, with a max velocity of 1.3 Mach 1.3.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. We have what makes us separate from the other team maybe is our CO2 separation that is fully redundant, and our payload, which is some mushrooms that isolates smoke. So during the descent of the rocket, there will be a smoke that will be released to help with the recovery team.
Well, that's really cool, and I'll ask more about the payload in a second. But first, I want to look at the rocket itself. You mentioned your CO2, your dual CO2 recovery system. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, well, we have a commercial solution that is called the Tinder Eagle, that uses a small amount of black powder to pierce CO2 cartridges. Our altimeters are Blue Ravens and egg timer proton, sorry. And it is all fully redundant. So all systems are separated from each other. So like that, if one fails, the other one can do his job properly.
And then the second thing that really stuck out to me there was using an O3400 motor, right?
Yeah.
That's really, really, really powerful. So I guess what kind of were the decisions into selecting them?
Well, our work philosophy for this rocket was really make it work, and we didn't optimize it a lot because it is our first rocket as a group.
That's very smart.
And so what we did, we took the first motor for this rocket was the N5400, and CTI didn't left us on blank for this one, and chose to give us the O3400. So it wasn't a decision on our part, but we made it fit. It fits and it works. And the sentence for that rocket is really, it just works, and it will work.
I mean, that's what they say. First step is always make it work, then make it good.
Exactly.
And if it doesn't work, you can't make it good.
Yeah.
So I guess is your payload nearby? Can we see it, or is it in checking right now?
Right now, we don't have the mushrooms in.
Right.
And a lot of people near the payload, since in the nose cone there's only a camera and a GPS. The nose cone is in the bottom tube with our fin cam. Another thing that is different from other teams is we have a lot of 3D printed parts, and that are fuselage. So our nose cone is fully 3D printed. It is a special material which is nylon reinforced with glass fiber, so the radio from the GPS can pass through and we can communicate with it. And the fin can, where the strings are slot in, is also 3D printed. So that's kind of where we want to develop our expertise for rocketry.
And so, on top of that, unlike a lot of other teams, this is actually your first competition, right?
Exactly.
So, how has that kind of influenced your design, other than your oversizing the motor and your overbuilding things? What other challenges has that kind of presented to your team?
Well, it presented all the challenges that every team has to work with. we had to find a mentor that helped us, and our mentor helped us a lot to develop and begin to know manufacturers. We didn't know anything about rocketry. So last September, we started from zero, and now we're here with fruity shoots, tubes from Composite Warehouse, and all our stock that we bought and built with our experience.
I mean, that's fantastic. Your rocket looks great. I mean, good luck. Is there anything else you want to say to the live stream before I go?
No, really, it's just I'm thankful for our sponsors that helped us, and Université de Sherbrooke with the Studio de Création that helped us build that rocket.
Thanks very much.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with
Matthew Gagnon. I'm the project manager for Rockets, the high-powered rocketry team from ETS Montreal.
Thank you for coming. So, I guess, so you guys are on the pad right now, waiting for this terrible cloud cover to pass.
Yeah, we've been here before. Last year we had the same issue. We were first ready. We were out on the pad for probably 3-4 hours before it cleared up, and we were able to launch. So we're just enjoying ourselves, having fun, making sure we all stay hydrated, and waiting for the rockets to launch.
Hydrate or dihydrate?
Yeah, exactly.
Love that.
Cool. So, is your rocket armed out there right now?
Yeah. So our rocket is armed. We have telemetry. So
cool.
we're keeping an eye on stuff, battery levels, current consumption, making sure that everything looks nominal. We have usually around 20-24 hours of battery life, so we can be out there all day. It's just going to depend on what happens with the weather and if we're able to launch.
Nice. So yeah, I guess, do you want to talk a little bit about the project?
Yeah, so right now the rocket we have out on the pad is Arlequin 3. Arlequin is actually an octotut. It means killer whale. Actually, Rockets has a lot of heritage of naming their rockets after apex predators in Inuktitut language, which is the Inuit First Nations language. So we do it to pay homage to First Nation groups in Canada, and we've been doing it for quite a long time. So it's always cool to go on an international stage and kind of introduce people to that culture and that heritage, that Canada has back here at home.
Very cool. Very cool.
And then we also have a second team out at the test area that is setting up PANA, our hybrid motor. And so we hope to do some hot fire demonstrations this week. So we're getting everything settled, everything installed in place. So.
Nice. So what do you think is going to happen first, this rocket launch or the hybrid fire?
we're putting bets on it right before this. But we're joking that because our main priority was getting the rocket up out of the way, and then we would be able to do hybrid tests all week because we had quite a few planned. Now we're joking that it's probably going to be the opposite, and it's going to be hybrid tests until the sky clears up and we're able to launch our rocket. So that's why we have people out there prepping stuff rather than just sit around. We're trying to run our projects both at the same time.
Cool.
And I know a little bit earlier we were talking about the payloads that you guys have. Is it mushrooms? Or is it fungi? What's the difference? And what is your payload?
So our payload's a life-sustaining system. So we have actually an egg in a capsule, in a temperature-controlled capsule. And it has a bunch of shock absorption. It has a bunch of sensors on board to see how much force is exerted on that egg. The idea being that we want to be able to protect fragile life forms. So being able to, survive a rocket launch or be able to protect, fragile parts or organisms during, a pretty intense launch is the idea.
Right on. And what sort of fragile payloads do you see this supporting in the future as well?
Yeah, the idea is being that anything from this is an egg because we're not necessarily allowed to launch any vertebrates or anything that's living. But the idea is that
we're able to support payloads that have maybe microorganisms, some sort of experiments that are maybe temperature sensitive or vibration and acceleration sensitive. So the idea is to be able to dampen that so that we can have more stuff on board and more experiments going up into the air. Yeah.
Nice, that's awesome.
Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, what's the funniest thing you've seen today?
That's a good question. Nothing crazy yet. We've been kind of focused on getting our stuff done, but I mean, we've seen like spots in the sky, and then everyone's kind of pointing to them, hoping that we'll be able to launch. That always gets me laughing. Is that we're all wishing for the same thing. Everyone wants to see rockets go up.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I also hear you're a fan of stickers, and
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes?
So the
other
last 2
teams?
days, we had our I guess event indoors where we kind of show off our rocket, our projects. Visitors, other teams come by and ask questions and see what's going on. And the idea being that we get to mingle with other teams, so we started a friendly war of stickers, and so we've been sticker bombing other teams and hiding stickers and trying to sneakily get our logo or our sticker on someone's rocket without them noticing. So we've started quite a big war the past few days, because as soon as you turn around, there's a new sticker on your rocket. So that was pretty funny and a fun part of everyone kind of getting along and having fun.
No shortage of shenanigans here at Launch Canada. That's always fun to see. Love to hear.
Ooh, got a question from chat for you here.
Yeah.
Is this a lab scale or is this your full scale hybrid that you're testing here?
Yeah, so it's actually going to be both. So we actually brought both motors. The idea being that we're going to be applying changes to our lab scale, which is a 1/10 scale of the full scale motor that you mentioned. We're going to see how it comports, see how it works, and if it has the intended conclusion that we were hoping for, we're going to try to implement that into the full scale.
Okay.
So that's kind of the design philosophy we've used at Rockets. For our motors, we started with this small lab scale one, which is really cheap to run, really easy to use. For example, last year we were able to test that motor 22 times. So it really gives us a lot of concrete information about how the motor works, what helps, what doesn't help, what we can do to improve it at a relatively low cost, and then we can implement that on the full scale. So hopefully we get some conclusive results and we're able to test quite a bit.
Nice.
So aside from cost, what are some other benefits of using a lab scale aside from say like a full scale rocket?
There's also security concerns, is that it's less, we don't have to be as far, it's not as dangerous if something does go wrong. It's important to note too that both our lab scale and full scale are our tank models of a motor. They're not something we'd typically fly in a rocket. It's really overbuilt, has a lot of safety features built in, so that if we test something new and it doesn't necessarily react how we expected, or it doesn't work super well, we don't risk any of the personnel around it. And then like I mentioned, the cost of it is just a lot less, and being a student club, it's easier to test when you have less money on the line. You can experiment a bit more. So, yeah.
Right on. Thank you.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, yeah, we're running out of questions, which means I get to ask you some funky questions.
I could talk a little bit too about we went to Spaceport this year, and we actually went to Friends of Amateur Rocketry as well. So we had 2 other projects this year on top of the 2 that we have here at Launch Canada. So at Friends of Amateur Rocketry, we attempted to launch a minimum diameter 3400 rocket that was aiming to go to 90,000 feet. Unfortunately, the only COTS component, which is the commercial off-the-shelf for those that don't know, was the nose cone. So we purchased that nose cone because we were running low on time to actually build it ourselves. Unfortunately, it collapsed, so it caused the rocket not to reach its apogee. But we recovered the rest of the rocket fully intact. Nice. Had a really cool launch. I mean, we reached our highest speed ever, which was Mach 3.4. We had fins that were really incredible, and that survived. And then 1 week after that, we went to Spaceport America Cup and launched a technical demonstration, which was a 2-stage 30K rocket. And it was the first 2-stage rocket by a Quebec student rocketry team, and we had our most precise flight ever. With that rocket. So a two-stage is generally known for not being super precise because there's a lot going on. There's a lot to manage. It's like you're lighting a second motor mid-air. And we got really, really close to 30,000 feet, so that was cool.
How close do you guys get?
We got 29,850 feet. Yeah.
Nice job there.
Yeah, no, it was really impressive.
Do you see any issues between your lab scale and your full scale, like any design changes that you had to do on the fly as well, going from one to the other?
Yeah, we learned a lot from the lab scale. So the lab scale was the first motor we ever built as a club. So it wasn't perfect by any means. There was things that we ended up changing after, where it was like, oh, it has too many bolts, it's too long to assemble. Another really important part of what we're trying to demonstrate is how quickly we can turn around our motor times. Is that it's made to be easily disassembled, fully modular, so that parts can be swapped in and out. The lab scale had some of that, but we learned a lot from it. We learned that certain things work, some don't. And then so the full scale is like the amalgamation of everything that worked and what we wanted to improve.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Cool. I guess, let's see.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Some videos here. You wouldn't have seen these either.
No, I don't think I've seen these yet.
So we actually have some footage of the so-called sticker wars that's been going on between the Carleton University in-space team and Rocket ATS.
Rockets.
I'm gonna add a display capture.
So bear with us.
I'll tell you when I'm done.
Yeah. So
Cool.
We'll keep
Well,
kind of
let's see. What else can I ask you? What are your thoughts on the first angle projection?
I don't know if I have any.
Don't know if you have any.
No.
Do you like projecting the views of your object on your drawing through the part, or do you want to project it above the part?
I feel like I use both interchangeably. I feel like it depends on what I'm doing. I don't do a lot of design. I'm mostly like higher level management stuff, but when I do design, I feel like I use both interchangeably. I'm not like a purist that only uses one. I feel like I get used to it because like different members will have different ways of working.
Cool. I think. Okay. It appears that Gall. Huh?
I do. I
yellow
heard it.
One. Yeah, Gall has come back from the pad. I believe they lost telemetry.
We're
They probably had a
about to
battery
show,
die from the. Probably had a battery die or something from it being out there for that long.
Here, I'll pass it
they'll
on
recycle.
over
They'll
to
be out there
Matthew.
soon, hopefully.
Here, hold on one sec.
We also had an level 1 certification attempt go to the pad, so that might be launching soon if it has a low enough target altitude. So, yep.
Some of the sticker wars.
So what happened to our rocket? It's been vandalized by ETS. What's our revenge plan?
We will conduct this operation in 3 phases. Phase 1, we will gather stickers. Shit, where'd the stickers go? Sticker 1, this will go on their payload. Sticker 2, this will go on their nose cone. In phase 2, we will walk over and sticker bomb them. Girls will attack, boys will distract. In phase 3, we return to site and then we post Instagram stories.
Can you point to the criminals?
How much are you reefing it?
As much as possible.
Yeah.
We basically don't. We're still planning a mail on RPG.
Yeah.
So we don't want someone to give a shotgun.
I see. So you're just like completely closing it off? Okay, nice.
And then there's this little pockets here on the side that can inflate. So we'll see how it works.
Right.
that last. I don't think I noticed that last sticker. I think they eventually found it, but we did. For everyone that's worried, we did end up bartering a peace treaty. So we did come to an agreement to each have a single sticker, and yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, that was fun. It kept the day interesting while we were walking around and waiting for people, and yeah, a bunch of other teams ended up joining in, so it was a ton of fun.
Yeah, it's fun, and I mean, like, this is the stuff that makes all of these competitions special, right? Is just all of the things you can just do and goof around with the other teams.
Yeah,
have
for
some
sure.
fun. There's some time. It's not all go go go. Sometimes it's nice to sit back, relax, and do stuff like that. So
Yeah, no, and we're friends with Goal too. We know them we know them really well. They went to spaceport at the same time as us, and we're both from Quebec, so we get along really well. And while we were waiting for our rocket, we were playing hacky sack. We were joking around together. So there's like a really cool like fun aspect to it, where when you have the time, is everyone kind of just hangs around and has fun.
Nice. Well,
Brendan, what's your favorite memory from either Spaceport or Launch Canada?
probably when we brought 2 hockey nets and a bunch of sticks down to Spaceport and challenged a bunch of teams for a road hockey game.
I think they're still doing that, because I've heard of those games going on. We did something similar. Is the last few years we've brought spike ball, and like some people didn't know what it was, so we would set up the game outside, and then people would kind of join in, and we teach them how to play.
Nice.
So once again, like a super fun like communal aspect of it, where like we can all like kind of disassociate from the competition part and like just have fun together. Like we're all here to launch rockets, so it's pretty cool.
No, I mean, yeah, we're all here to launch rockets, but we're all also here to have fun.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah, Gall has come back from the pad with their rocket. Are y'all going to destroy the competition? If that refers to cancel it, no. The weather should be fine the rest of the week. It might get better today. There's not very many patches in the distance, but we'll see how it turns out. The RSOs haven't canceled the day for today, and we can still do lower altitude flights, so there's that. How many teams are there this year?
Sorry, I read the question completely different.
Yeah? See how
Are y'all going to destroy the competition?
Oh, okay.
I think there's a lot of really good teams. Honestly, there's a lot of really good competition. Like we were walking around, and there's a lot of really cool projects. I have confidence in our project. I mean, we wouldn't be here if we didn't think that we were 100% ready. I mean, we're here as early as possible, ready to launch. But I think there's a lot of really good teams, so it's cool to like be able to compete against that. And if we do end up winning, it's even that much better, showing like the competition we're up against, and that we're able to hold our own against those people and show what we're doing.
Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Cool.
I see another question in the chat. How many teams are there this year? Correct me if I'm wrong, Brendan. I believe there's 31 teams.
That sounds about right.
So coming from all across Canada, we have Montreal teams, we have Quebec teams, which are both Quebec teams. We have Ontario teams, Alberta teams, BC teams. There's a team here from Saskatchewan too.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you name any other provinces that have rocket design teams that we might be missing?
I think you've covered the ones that I'm aware of anyway. But it's really cool to see each year Launch Canada gets bigger. I've been here since the first edition of Launch Canada. I remember actually in like 2019 when Adam was starting to get talks about starting Launch Canada, and then 2020, 2021 when he was trying to get the competition going, and unfortunately there was the pandemic, but there was a lot of hype behind that, because we were like, it gives us another launch opportunity. Before then we only really launched once a year, so we were really happy, and it's cool to see, like, I think each year it has like grown, and there's more and more teams, and the projects are more and more interesting, and it shows like how good Canadian teams can be, and that we are. And I mean, you see it even in international competitions where Canadian teams are often ranked really highly. For the limited like opportunities and resources we may have, we still get a lot done. So yeah.
And you mentioned there's plenty of interesting projects and opportunities. I'm wondering, like, what's next for you, and what do you find interesting out in the industry today, and where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Yeah, well, I graduated this year actually, so this is my last competition. It was my last spaceport, my last Launch Canada. So I'm looking to enter the workforce, kind of start working. I've always been inspired by aerospace, so that's what I'm looking to do. As for where I see myself in 5 years, it's hard to say, but hopefully further along in my dream. And I do eventually have a dream of trying to become an astronaut. That's always been something I wanted to do. So hopefully, one step closer to that in the next 5 years, and seeing wherever life takes me. There's a lot of cool stuff to do, so I'm sure I'll find something interesting. And it's a really cool community with a lot of people. So yeah.
Nice. Huh?
Looking forward to the next couple of years in this Canadian space industry for sure.
We have a question from the chat here. What are your thoughts on using maple syrup as a fuel for an SRAD motor?
I think it might be a little bit too viscous. We do really enjoy eating it. I think it would be a little bit harder as a rocket fuel. I wish it could work. Oh, as a solid. Yeah, that would be a lot harder. I mean, I wish it would work because we have so much of it, right? I mean, it would make things a lot easier. Because one of the, like I mentioned, having less opportunities, I think that's one of the big ones, is that compared to American teams, we have a lot less access to stuff to make SRAD motors. So, I mean, if maple syrup could work as a propellant, that would be a lot easier. And we have trees in, like, our own backyard, so, yeah.
Making your own fuel from the trees in your backyard.
It would make them a lot cheaper, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Because some of these big motors are getting pretty expensive.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Aside from maple syrup, do you guys see any other food groups that you could potentially use as fuel in a rocket?
Let's just cut to the chase. Have you guys put salami in your hybrid
Okay,
yet?
very good question. I have been looking at this. We have heard of rumors of a salami hybrid existing. We have contacted our local Walmart and grocery stores to procure a possible salami. That may be in the motor at the end of the competition if we have time. Depending how well things go, we might have a little bit of a joke hot fire with a salami inside it. May or may not happen. So yeah.
If the salami is a higher ISP than your other propellant,
it would save.
Will you use the salami as the?
It would save us a lot of time, because like now we have to make like these fuel grains. We have to mix stuff. We have to pour it. If I could just go out and buy a giant salami and throw it in the motor and it works, you won't see me complaining.
You heard it here first, everyone. ETS is flying a salami hybrid next year, if it works.
That being said, we do not condone any sort of. We're talking about food being used as fuel, not the other way around.
Yeah, don't use fuel as food. That'll get you in trouble.
Be clear on that. Do we have any action going on at the pads there?
Yeah. Besides your own team, another question from the chat here. Besides your own team, what other team do you think is going to perform very well in the competition here?
I think there's some cool UBC does some really cool stuff. They have quite a few projects, which is cool. I know they have like a bunch of little teams, so it's always cool to see they're doing a lot of different stuff at the same time. Yep. Goal is a team we really like. Yep. They're from back home, and we work closely with them, so we'd love to see them perform well. And they had a really cool flight at Spaceport, so they're coming here to kind of build on that. Nice. And then there's Polytechnique, which is also from back home, and McGill. It's always cool to see those Montreal teams perform well. A little bit biased because they're with us, but it's we don't necessarily compete. We're not super competitive. We actually help each other out a lot, so it's always cool seeing all of us kind of perform very well and be in competition against each other. Shows that we're all doing some pretty good stuff, and that we're helping each other out to just get that little bit better each year.
Yeah, cool.
Love to see the collaboration, especially
yep.
between the Canadian teams.
Okay.
Yeah, we're working really closely with Polytechnique from Montreal. They're launching a rocket here, but they wanted to bring their motor to test. Unfortunately, it was a little bit later in the year, and they didn't have an official test plan. So we're actually sharing our field out at the hybrid pads with them. And so they set up right next to us, and we're happy to help out, and we know each other well, and they helped us out earlier this year with some materials and stuff that we had long lead times for certain materials that they had in stock, so they were able to lend us while we were waiting for our stuff to ship in. Yeah.
Cool. Sorry to kind of cut you guys off here, but it looks like we're going to be getting a cert flight here soon. So I believe it's a level 1 cert flight. We'll see if we can get some information for that, but if we can even get a tracking camera on that would be cool. So yeah. I see. Okay, well, we'll see what we can do, and we'll see if we get some great footage. But thank you very much for coming on the live stream.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys. Take care, and we'll be here waiting for our rocket to launch. So.
Yep.
There you go.
Best of luck. Okay. All right, let's see if we can get a tracking cam for this launch, because that would be very cool.
All right, so we're here with UA Star. I'm here with
Colby Gotze. I'm the Chief Technical Director for Star.
Great, and so we're just gonna, walk through your rocket. So you can just give me a basic overview of your competition you're competing in and some highlights.
Yeah, so this is Ringo 3. We're competing in the basic category. So for the last 3 years, we've been launching rockets going to 10,000 feet. This is our very first attempt going to higher altitude, 25,000 feet. We'll be breaking the sound barrier for the first time using a way bigger motor. And this is carrying a payload that's going to be doing some atmospheric science, and it's going to be testing some prototype grid fins and controllers for that.
Right, so there's a lot of new innovation, seems like, on this rocket. I mean, a lot of us just attended the talk that was given with regards to the grid fins. We also know that your payload seems to have a lot of inspiration from things like Dragonfly mission, other atmospheric experiments. Can you talk a little bit about your plans there?
Yeah, so the initial inspiration was the NASA Dragonfly mission, which is launching 2027, where they're going to be doing atmospheric science on Saturn's moon Titan. They'll be actually sending a drone over there, just like a Mars rover, but it flies. So that's where we took the inspiration. That's why we're taking atmospheric samples. But as we got into it, what we really realized is that there hasn't been a lot of science done on the type of microbacteria living in our upper atmosphere. So that's taking an interesting turn. We did a first iteration last year. This year we've made the sampling mechanism a lot more compact, and now we're getting more into the Dragonfly, the aspect of the mission of controlling things. So that's where the grid fins come in. That mission won't be using grid fins. They'll be using drones for controls. But this gets us our first flight computer, our first bit of experience making control models, and ultimately leads to our 5-year goal of recreating what the Titan mission is.
That's awesome. I mean, every time you look at control in the rockets, it's something not a lot of teams have the facilities to even try. So, I mean, you love to see teams actually attempting it. So you mentioned your rocket's name is, Ringo 3. Obviously, your last couple have all been a sequence of Ringo. Can you talk a bit about, where the name comes from, and also what inspired the paint scheme of it? Because it's beautiful.
Yeah, so I guess the Ringo name comes from the fact that our student group acronym is STAR. So the Beatles famously had Ringo Starr as a band member. That's where the name comes from. And then the paint scheme, our president has wanted triangles on a rocket for a very long time now. So it's finally time to do it with this rocket. And then we built a carbon fiber airframe for the very first time. The carbon fiber is beautiful. So we wanted to make sure the paint scheme showed that off. And we left kind of our craftsman's work on display. And then we knew the gold was going to be a really nice accent to the carbon fiber. So that's how we decided kind of that paint scheme. Yeah.
Right, and then I guess one final thing to talk about. I heard it mentioned to me that your structural testing to be pretty pivotal to the design process. Can you kind of walk us through what that kind of looks like throughout your design?
Yeah, so this is our first time breaking the sound barrier, and what happens with that is we get really intense aerodynamic loading. It's about 5 times more than we've ever seen before. So this airframe has to be really beefy, and we have to be really confident in it. The specific motor we're flying, we were at Spaceport. 4 out of 6 teams flying this motor came apart during flight. It's very hard to get it right. You need to build a good airframe.
Which motor is that?
It's the N5800 C-Star, a bunch of thrust, very short burn time, very intense flight. Yeah, so you really have to look at, your compression, the bending on the airframe. So we've predicted the flight loads. We've done kind of analysis on how big we need our airframe. Then we've tested it. So we've done a full bend test, 2 flight loads on some sample pieces. And then that's led to this airframe here that we're hoping handles it.
Nice, great. I guess last minute, anything else you want to share about your team or your rocket?
I guess just really highlight, 3 years ago, we never launched a rocket. We came to the very first Launch Canada with no experience. We built that rocket in complete isolation. Initially, it started a big disaster, but we got a bunch of support from Launch Canada. Fast forward to the year after, with all the support from Launch Canada, we built Ringo 2, and we're really competitive. We got second in the competition. Going to Spaceport, we're 6th overall. So our team's had so much growth due to the community we've created at Launch Canada, and that's my shout out for the end, is thanking Launch Canada.
That's awesome. Well,
one more question, actually. The University of Alberta is situated in Edmonton, Alberta. Do you have any comments about their NHL team or the recent defeat by the Florida Panthers?
Yeah, so we were on our way back from Spaceport when that happened. We were in Montana. We found a random bar to go watch the Oilers game, and the vibes were pretty low after that game. We were pretty hopeful once they were making their comeback, but we know we have a solid team for next year, so we're hopeful.
All right, thanks for talking to us.
Likewise, thank you. We're here with, sorry, I didn't catch your names.
I'm Alessandro.
Alessandro?
And I'm Alexander.
Alexander, nice to meet you. I'm Nico. I work at MBA. Do you wanna connect on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Yeah. Got to get those LinkedIn's, early, folks. There you go. Awesome. First things first. There you go. Yes. We're all here for rockets, but there's also there's jobs on the lines, livelihoods. So MDA. I work at Brampton office in Toronto. Fellow Torontoites. How do you find the food downtown Toronto?
I mean, it's okay.
It's okay, folks.
Right.
It's all right.
A lot of variety.
Yes.
The variety is amazing, but the quality not crazy sometimes. But hey, you got everything there, right?
There you go. I like an Ethiopian restaurant down there. It's started about 3 months ago. It's called the Spicy Ethiopian. Would recommend. Anyways, more to some more technical questions. You guys are doing 2 rockets here at Launch Canada. Is that correct?
As a school as a whole, yes.
Okay. Right on. Can you tell me a little bit about them, specifically about the simulations? I hear there's lots of simulations going on, and I just want to hear how important the simulations are and how they compare to real world.
So the one rocket is like with our team. Technically, we have 2 different teams. I can't really tell you about the other rocket. Mock that's all the way at the end.
Okay, we'll have to go to them next.
But Yeah, so in terms of simulations of our rocket, we're the wrong people. We're the avionics guys. So our simulations are like non-existent, right? So
Okay, right on. Tell me about your avionics then. What's going well and what? Sorry?
Those all SRAD boards?
Are those all SRAD boards?
Most of them are SRAD, yeah. It's our first time that we're actually going to test our SRAD in a launch situation. Pardon?
Can you guys walk us through that?
So essentially, it's.
You want to zoom in? Are they the ones down there? The bulkhead?
They're not the best. Like, it's kind of janky. Not gonna lie, but it does work. Yes, it does work.
Just to be clear, I'm a fan of jankiness.
Nice. Okay. So basically, we have a Teensy 4.1 that data logs all reported data on that micro SD card right there. We have a BMP, what was it? MS511 barometer, whatever. Basically, just like pressure and temperature data. And then our MPU 6050 is our accelerometer gyroscope data. We have I don't remember the actual battery monitor sensor, but it just monitors the voltage and sends us like the battery's real-time voltage. We have a buzzer for debugging, our BN220 GPS, which is our GPS, and we have an RFD 900X, which is our radio, and just like real-time transmission of the rocket data.
That's not a patch antenna, is it?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, right on. You've heard it here, folks. With sorry, your names again?
Alessandro
and Alexander.
There you go. Two names that start with A. I'm Nico Cooper. We'll see you next time.
3, 2, 1, action!
Hi, it's Aaron Van Den Enden back again. I'm here with one of the team photographers. I'm here with
Carl.
This is Carl. Carl, can you tell me about your involvement in your team?
I'm here basically to vibe and also take pictures and document the event in general and share it with the world.
That's fantastic. Can you tell me about your experience so far, or things you're excited for the week?
My experience so far has been great, meeting all of the teams, seeing all the innovations from the other teams, like the aluminum leading like Edge over at U Ottawa and over at the University of Toronto's rocket there, where they have basically a whole aluminum rocket over there. And yeah, no, everything has been great so far, and seeing everyone, it's nice.
That's great, Carl. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. Nice to meet you. Enjoy the competition. Good luck.
Well, yeah, thank you. One more thing.
Can you please say yeehaw for us?
Yeehaw!
Thank you very much. All right, cool. We're back here. Yeah, okay, cool, sweet. So Aaron's going to join us here again.
All right, we're here switching out of those automated videos because we apparently have a couple more G-Class launches loaded on the pad that we're looking forward to. We don't currently have someone with the tracking camera, but I will try to switch to drone footage for you if you like.
Yes, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Drone's a good one. Yeah. No. So both are from the Mars team?
These are from the Mars team. So they're applying a pressure sensor to record the flight data.
This is only for information we have on them so far. So after the launch, we will try to grab one of them and pull them in.
They're just they're unloading the vehicle right now too. So yeah, there we go. Footage. Yeah, there we go. Pack 4. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that might be coming our way. There we go. I lost it. There we go.
Very, very close. You're actually going to be able to see this through the camera here.
Oh, there you go. It's coming down with the chute. Oh, I hope we catch this.
We're getting a little bit of a gust now, so it's going to be carried a bit, but it's still going to be a very close landing here. We got the vent, we got main chute deployment.
That is very well done. Very good.
Descending at a nice pace there, nice and light.
Nice little swivel it's got going on there too. Very, very visible too. There we go.
A couple trees back, so that should be a nice recovery for them.
Right on, Aaron. That is very good.
So it sounds like this one's the same loader. Another pressure sensor. This one's black. From the same team here. This is also from team.
Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Angled flight there. It's easy because then you can control kind of where it's going to head before it starts to descend. And down.
Oh, we have chute deployment. Yeah. Main deployed.
Beautiful. Those are some nice images. Again, I'm sorry we don't have the tracking camera function at the moment. It is operating it. Currently they're working on fixing the pad cams. Yes, this one is being carried much further. Looks like maybe 200 feet. 100, maybe.
Nice.
It's closer than I thought.
Yeah.
It's the tree line.
Those were some pretty good launches.
I agree. Those were some nice little launches. Nice.
Right on.
Some drone footage you can actually see right there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Where the trees are. It is oftentimes difficult to tell the distance of how far it goes from the ground. Let's actually talk a little bit about how they recover these guys. Because once the rocket goes up, you need to get it back somehow, right?
Yeah.
This is surprisingly like one of the more difficult parts. You think getting it up is a difficult part, but no. We mentioned earlier quite a bit about how it's forested, so they need to actually traverse through heavily wooded areas as well as lake, swamplands and such, or I guess marshlands is more accurate. So they're gonna have to go through there and collect their rockets. That can be difficult if you don't know where your rocket is. So on our higher power rockets, where it could be anywhere in a 5-kilometer radius, more if you're going to a higher altitude, you need to have that GPS tracking. You get that GPS signal, so you know approximately where you're going to be, and you know where you're going to land, so you can go find it later. Of course, you're eventually going to probably lose that signal as it's obstructed by the ground. not necessarily the GPS signal, but you're going to lose whatever link you have to a ground station, so you're not going to get any direct links. That can be a problem. So I've just realized I've been muted for the last, the entire time. That's okay. I haven't said anything important. I was just explaining rocket recovery and why it can be really difficult.
Hello.
Brendan Griffin is now back. Brendan, we were just discussing that last launch and the difficulties of recovery and kind of what makes it difficult and why you need to have tracking systems. And there are a bunch of different methods, right? Like I was saying, the larger rockets often have GPS systems, but once you hit the ground, oftentimes you're losing your direct radio link, so you kind of need to use your last known location. With these really small ones, you need to just watch it and kind of guess where it's set up.
A surprising number of these actually do have GPSs in them.
Do they?
Noah's G class had a functioning GPS in it.
That's pretty. Did it survive?
Yeah, it's in the nose cone. He just can't get it out because the threaded rod is bent.
Well, he'll get it out eventually, I'm sure.
Oh, he will. Don't worry.
Those little rocket GPS units, they're simple. They are very expensive. They're cheaper than some people might think, but they are still really expensive, especially for some hobbyists.
Yep.
So it's very nice where some people who work in teams are often have sponsors that are able to help cover some of those costs. It's also nice to know other people kind of in the area that are able to share parts that they might have.
Yeah. No, it's very very helpful to have a excited community of Rocketeers all around you that can help out if needed. The 2 cert flights. The one seemed to have something falling down from it. I don't know what it was, but the rest of the rocket seemed to touch down just fine under its parachute. Yeah, there are 2 pieces of debris falling down from it. It came down pretty fast too. So,
but the thing is, if you don't have a tracking like GPS, you need to have some other way. So usually it's just line of sight.
Yep.
You see where it lands and you walk towards it, and then you just kind of have to look for it. There are a couple techniques to make this process a little bit easier. One thing is to make sure that your parachute is going to be the largest thing, the easiest thing to look for. A lot of the times, if it's orange, that's going to contrast with the green forest, the green-brown forest, or just a really easy color to see. Like I saw one of the teams has a purple and pink parachute. That's going to be nice as well. So I'd also like to explain that there's another method of what's that mechanism called? Is it a Banshee recovery system?
Which ones? What
There's
are you talking about?
a recovery system that just emits a really loud high sound. And so you go to recover it and you just listen for where the really loud annoying sound is coming from. And that's where your rocket is.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people fly with those. Surprisingly good, just because your hearing is intended to be directional. So most of the time you can just pick out which direction it's coming from. But it depends. If it's up in a tree canopy though, it's not going to help you very much because you'll just be walking around the same tree if you can't see it.
Yep.
Doesn't help very much.
Just think to look up.
Yep. That being said, GPS is only accurate up to a certain.
I think it's 3 meters.
Yeah, something like that. But plus, you're going to be under all these trees, which are full of water. That'll degrade the signal. So
exactly. Like I was saying, by the time you hit the ground, a good chance is you're not going to have an accurate signal. So you need to make sure you have your last received accurate signal.
Yep.
So you can kind of look at where it's going, kind of imagine if it's coming down in a line, and figure by the time it hits the ground, it'll probably be like here.
So yeah.
Yeah.
It's all cool.
Recovery, extremely important part of the rocket operation that most people don't think about. Because at least for me, when I think about rockets, first thing I think about is probably the airframe. Second thing is probably the motor. I know you're backwards in that aspect. I know you're a motor first kind of person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking like some people are coming back from the pads. It sounds like a lot of the teams aren't expecting for the clouds to clear up. That's ETS, I believe's rocket is coming back
do we
there.
Want to ask one of the folks from the group that just went about their rockets?
About which one?
What, Team Mars?
Oh, they're out on recovery. I see them there.
We'll ask them when they come back with their rockets if they'd like to come on to the live stream.
It sounds like some teams are going to be taking their rockets off of the pads. So yeah, they do not expect the clouds to clear, which is unfortunate. They will be back tomorrow, I assume, and they will launch tomorrow. Tomorrow is looking pretty nice, especially in the morning. It's going to get a little bit cloudier throughout the day, but the morning is supposed to be pretty clear.
The most important thing tomorrow, I think, is going to be bringing a sweater.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine now.
I think it's been fine all day. I haven't had a okay. No, I had a sweater on for a bit. It's actually up
Nico's
there.
put away the chat, but he's pulled up the logistics, or sorry, the analytics.
The analytics. There's 76 of you currently watching.
Yes, I'd like to say thank you all for tuning in. I'll ask you. Nico, I can't hear you.
Oh yeah.
Like and subscribe. Hit the bell notification. Send a super chat. Tune in tomorrow as well. We're not done yet, by the way. Just to clear.
If you convince like 5 of your friends to subscribe to the channel, maybe we'll get to 1,000 subscribers and we'll be able to. You'll be able to send us money or something in super chats, and then you'll have your chat on the screen.
If you guys like all subscribe, if we get enough subscribers, Adam might let us keep doing the live stream. And that would be really cool because we have a lot of fun stuff planned in the interim between the launches.
Adam will not fire us.
Adam won't fire us if you subscribe.
Adam's not a mean person. Don't get this.
No, Adam won't subscribe us. Adam won't fire us unless something really bad happens. We had a conversation with him the other day, and we said if anything goes wrong at Launch Canada, it's probably going to be us. And he said, "No, probably not. Actually."
He has faith.
Yes, he has faith in us.
So yeah.
I feel like if that was going to waver, it would have done so already. So, what do you want to talk about now? Let's talk about actually some of the sponsors. We don't have to just go through the list and say what they do, but let's talk about them. Because I mean, Pratt & Whitney is the main title sponsor of Launch Canada. They do a lot of like development of engines. And that's a huge area of interest for a lot. I mean, I know you're a fan of engines.
Yep.
I mean, you work for a different company.
Yes. I work for a different company. I mean,
but you
we also
work
make
on
engines. But we also make different types of engines, right?
That's true.
Pratt & Whitney likes to make their jet engines, which I mean, that is what they're good at. They make very good jet engines. Jet engines are unfortunately not rocket engines, but that doesn't mean that they're not cool.
They go really fast. They have really complicated alloys that every time I ask somebody who works on jet engines what specific alloy they're using, they always are just like, I can't talk about it.
No, of course
I want to know. I want to know what alloys you're using in your jet engine.
Oh, man.
We also had some questions in chat earlier. Let me see if I can find where they were. Scroll up a bit, Nico. They're all gone. Okay, never mind. Scroll back down to the bottom. I think we are caught up. Someone at one point asked what kind of hot dog we would be.
What kind of hot dog?
Or that might have been a question for Matthew, but I kind of want to talk about it anyways. Or what would be your toppings on a hot dog? You'd be a plain hot dog with like water.
With water?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm because that's like what competitive hot dog eaters do, right? Is they'll just dip the but like that's for the bun though, to shrink it, I guess, or make it easier to go down, or else it'll just kind of gum up your throat.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, no. I feel like most of the time I just put ketchup on the hot dog, you know.
That makes
Which
sense.
I feel like I feel like some people are gonna just say that's a crime because it's not just mustard.
So I do actually want to talk a little bit about, because originally the hot dogs came up in response to talking about the meat rockets, the salami rockets.
Yeah.
We should actually probably explain how. Just to answer the question that just came in, none of the school teams have gone yet. Now a number of the low power, mid power flights have gone. So some cert launches and some. So the ones that just went was Team Mars, which were a couple more low-power launches. But so talking about hybrid engines, because we haven't talked about motors very much, period, and that's kind of your specialty. And like, we can talk about. Are we on the stream right now, Nico?
Yep.
Okay, my bad. Just wanted to check.
Hybrids.
Yeah, so there are solid motors, there are hybrid motors, and there are liquid motors, and there are a lot of other motors, but those are the three main ones we talk about in rocketry. Let's talk about the differences, and then talk about why a salami rocket is... Pad cams are back!
Pad cams are back. Hey, hell yeah.
Let's talk about why it's not that weird to have a meat rocket.
Oh, yeah, so...
It's still really, really funny.
So yeah, well, I mean, let's first just go through the different types of motors that we have, right? So... pretty much in most of the rockets that you'll see here, there'll be solid rocket motors. That means that the propellants, so the fuel and the oxidizer, are both mixed into a solid grain, and that's put into basically a tube like this with a nozzle on the bottom of it. You then just light it; it'll burn from the inside, and I mean, shoot gas out, and your rocket goes up and goes really fast.
It's essentially like a firework rocket. It's something you light on fire and it just goes.
Yep. So they're simple. They are fairly reliable, and they're very easy to obtain. Yeah, so they're pretty easy to obtain. You can go to the store and you can buy a hobby rocket motor, just a small one, a E-class, and no one will ask any questions except maybe, oh, are you going to have fun? And yes, you probably will. But like one step, I guess, up from that in complexity would be your hybrid rockets. So in addition to your combustion chamber, which holds your fuel, you now have a tank holding a bunch of liquid usually. This can be your oxidizer or your fuel, but more often than not, it's your fuel. So, why do teams do this? The solid propellant grains that are mixed are legally like explosives. It has both their both the fuel and the oxidizer mixed in one grain. If that catches on fire, it will burn very vigorously, and it could explode if it's contained. They're also really expensive. So, yeah, most solid rocket motors, I mean, they cost a lot of money. You got to buy them from a supplier. A hybrid rocket motor could be fueled by something as simple as paraffin wax, which is really, really cheap to buy.
If you're not familiar, paraffin wax is just the wax that's in candles and in crayons.
Literal candle wax is what you can make a rocket out of, and in fact, later this week we are probably going to see some candle wax hybrids get launched by some of these university teams. The drawback to that is you need a much more complex rocket that will cost you a lot more money in terms of valves and everything to control where all the fluids are going and making sure all of it's safe. And then the step above that is a liquid rocket, where both are in a liquid form, and it's very difficult to control, which is why we barely see it. But Waterloo is attempting it this year regardless. So that will be a very interesting flight, and it will be absolutely amazing. So, yeah.
So, like, why, I guess I'm saying, I don't know how to bring this up, but essentially in the liquid, it's nice when you have two liquids because they're able to mix with each other a lot better. Whereas if you were to have a solid motor, you need to make sure those particles are extremely finely ground in order for the chemicals to actually interact.
Yep.
It's like, I don't know how to describe this really, but you want to have a faster reaction to get more thrust, really.
Yeah.
And the better your oxidizers mix with your fuel, the more thrust you're going to have.
The other part of this, though, is it's also the weight of the propellant. So I'm not talking like how much your propellant actually weighs, I'm talking about the molecular weight of it, so the weight of all of the individual molecules in it. So typically in your solid propellants, you're going to have much heavier molecules, and much heavier molecules are harder to accelerate up to high speeds. So the most common rocket propellant that's solid is ammonium perchlorate solid propellant, which almost certainly will have aluminum in it. Aluminum is a very heavy molecule, and it's very difficult to accelerate, which means that your rocket ends up being less efficient. But if you have a liquid rocket, let's say with hydrogen and oxygen, those are both very, very light molecules, and the output of that is majority water vapor, which is a very light molecule, and it will go very fast when it comes out of your nozzle, so your rocket is more efficient, but at the trade-off of much more complexity and much more weight in other categories. So this is why you typically would see a space mission being launched on a large rocket that has to go very far using a liquid rocket, whereas if you want something to work repeatedly like a missile, that would use solid propellant typically. Or if you just want something to not have very much complexity, like the rockets out here, you'd use solid propellant.
All right. Speaking of solid propellant, there is actually a really large source of, in fact, one of the largest sources of solid propellant motors actually sponsoring this event. They were present at the event yesterday and the day prior. They're called Cesaroni Technologies. They're based a little bit outside of Toronto, and they So yeah, they produce all sorts of motors. In fact, almost everyone flying a certification flight is flying on a Cicerone motor. They're produced just outside Toronto, like I mentioned. And you know what? Rather than actually me going off about the company, because I don't work there, we'll pull up a short interview from another one of our hosts, Nico, from a couple days ago when he spoke to them at the conference.
Okay, and we are live here from Timmins, Ontario, Launch Canada, with Cicerone Technology Incorporated. We have...
Hi, I'm Will. I'm a former intern at Cicerone Technology, and I'm here over the summer. I'm an aerospace engineering student, currently in my 4th year of university. And I'm just here to present quickly on our kind of what we do and how you might be interested in getting a job here.
That's awesome. And what do you do?
Well, I manufacture and I'm involved in design of solid rocket propulsion systems. So you can see I have a selection of products. One of this is a 17,000 pound thrust rocket sled, largest type in the country. And we do a lot of things of that nature. And if you're interested in working on this type of thing, yeah, you can reach out to the company at dtedman@cicerone.net. Please send your resumes, and yeah.
That's awesome. And I see that you have a few aerospace, or you have aerospace division on your platform here. What all does Cicerone offer?
Well, so we offer. So, do you mean in particular with the design of products, or a? So we have 3 facilities. We have one in Toronto, Canada. That's the main facility. We have 2 others, one in the spaceport and one in Florida. And all these facilities work to produce rocket motors. However, most of the design and research takes place in Toronto. So that's where I work, and that's where most of it gets done. Yeah.
Okay, right on. And do you have any advice for any young boys and girls or who are looking to work at Cicerone someday, potentially either university students or high school students?
Yeah, so first of all, we have a internship program that takes university students from in between third year to 4th year, and for a 16-month co-op. Now, in that time, you'll be able to work with solid rocket propulsion and design, mostly, though, production work. And what we primarily look for is people with lots of hands-on experience. You have to be competent and intelligent, and be able to use multiple tools. That's an important thing. But really, if you have hands-on experience and you can show you're an innovative thinker and a fast learner, that's the type of person we're really looking for.
Right on. And I gotta ask, what's your favorite launch vehicle of sorts in the industry, either past or present?
Okay, if it's going to be my past favorite launch vehicle, would be probably the Titan II. I just love the fact that those engines ran on all 3 major propellant types. And the XLR-79 is, I believe that's the one it was. It's just a fantastic engine. And the launch vehicle itself is just built so beautifully. I love it so much. Great engine and great launch vehicle. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, folks. Brendan and Aaron have just gone over to grab some lunch so that we can do Lunch Canada. In the meantime, I am gonna be your entertainer here. Yeah. Oh, there's an albino. Where?
Yeah, there's a albino moose.
Where? Are you seeing it with the drone? Yeah. Which one is it? Is it on the
Yeah, it's on the drone.
On the drone, okay, yeah. So if you look here, it sounds like we found an albino moose here with the drone. Look at that. What a majestic animal that is. There, that is wild. That is one of the not seven wonders of the world, but pretty close here in Timmins. Yeah, no worries.
I was going to say,
no, you're good.
We could see this and we thought it was water, but actually no. We thought headwind.
So is it?
It does seem to be a moose.
It is a moose. Okay, interesting. And is albino moose the correct terminology for that too?
We're not sure. That's just what we can.
Okay, fair enough. That is wild. That is wild. I will get the correct terminology here. If you have it in there, feel free to. If you know what we're talking about, and you know what these are, feel free to comment it in the chat. That is wild. This is good timing too, because Aaron and Brendan just went for lunch here. Which direction is that in?
That is over there, whatever direction.
Okay, so folks, I don't know if you saw earlier where those two L1 certification launches went, but they're like if you look right behind where we were earlier, there was the solids area sign. It's about directly back from there. Is it sleeping or is it just standing? Oh my goodness, that is wild. So majestic. It is very Canadian.
A leucistic moose.
Frickin' A. There we go. Love this. It's just chilling, chilling. Sipping syrup, playing hockey. Doesn't get much better than this, folks. There we go. I as a proud person from around Edmonton, I like to refer to Mark Messier as the moose, but this is on another level. Yes, albino moose. I will get the correct term. Let me just do a quick Google search here. They're very rare. They're very rare. This is insane. This is wow, 1 in 20,000. Holy. This is insane, folks. Call your ma, call your pa. Do what you got to do if they've never seen a live, albino moose. Now is the time to tune in. That's right. Okay, let's look up some fun facts about them. Let me look here. So please bear with me here, folks. Fun facts. If you know of any fun facts, feel free to add them to the chat. Oh, it looks like Queens has scrubbed. By the way, this is a rocket launch. Oh wow, I'm just looking up now at this. It's just laying there. I hope it's not a mother moose, because sometimes they can be very much protective. All right. An exceptionally rarity, the albino moose is rare variant of the common moose. Distinction by its striking white coat, light blue and pinkish eyes, and lack of pigmentation. Wow. This genetic mutation, called albinism, affects about 1 in 20,000 moose. This is insane, folks. This is insane. Yeah, we've literally caught a Pokemon.
Wait, is that the live
this chat? Yeah. This is live chat. This is wild. This is wild.
It appeared to have a tag.
It had a what?
A tag.
A tag. Oh, okay. I wonder if it had a tag on. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah. On its right ear, folks. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a tag on it. So I doubt that there's lots of albino moose farms around here, but maybe it's something that what would that be? Do you know?
Maybe some
like I know, like with marine biologists, sometimes they'll do that. But yeah, you're completely right, Shineman Dwar. The antlers do look weird. This is interesting. This is great. The Brendan and Aaron are gonna come back and being like, "Whoa, what is going on?" This is wild. Okay. So apparently they also have vision and hearing issues. Albinism often leads to undeveloped or improperly formed eyes, which can result in poor vision. And I think that that's probably why you don't see very many of them, is because they're definitely missing out. Talking about Brendan and Aaron there. But yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense that there's not as many of them. It's natural selection to some extent. If they have poor vision and poor eyesight, they might not, they might not have as many. I don't want to say features, but as many strengths as like a normal moose would. And that's probably what leads to them being more rare. That they have more predators coming after them, and I think it's also a mix of that and genetics. So they can also get sunburn and get skin cancer, which it's very sad to think about. Um, Oh, really? Interesting. I wouldn't have known that. Thank you for letting me know that, Michelle. So from Matheson to Timmins, allegedly, per our expert, our albino moose expert in the chat, Michelle, he mentioned that there's a lot here between Matheson and Timmins. This is wild. Okay. Let's see. So you can see them in Algonquin Park as well, but they're still quite rare. I wonder if it's like with them being up this far north. I wonder if it's like there's less predators as well. I know there's no shortage of wildlife, so to speak, but maybe less diversity. So this is very, very interesting. So, yeah. So, in summary or in conclusion, they're incredibly rare. They're very like it's very fascinating to see them here. And they face challenges due to their genetic mutation. These mystical creatures definitely play an important role in the ecosystem, and are valued by indigenous communities for their cultural significance. Okay, that's interesting. I kind of want to look that up a little bit more, see what significance they have to First Nations. So so per my expert Google search, yo, live stream team, get on the radio. We need you. Okay, I will do that right away. Let me see if I can snag a radio. Bear with me. So Simon, I'm not sure if you can hear the live stream or not, but I tried calling you on the radio. Feel free to make another call. Yeah, keep me posted. Yeah, sounds good. We're right. Oh, sorry. Okay, folks. I am sorry. I got a call on the radio and I answered it on the stream. Bear with me.
Will do, and saw the movie.
Yeah. So, folks, Brendan and Simon, or sorry, Brendan and Aaron are back here. And yeah, they missed an albino moose, but they're here now and they can see it.
We got a couple more. We got something somehow even better.
Oh, yeah?
We got an agreement for an interview from the guy who runs the food truck.
Oh, we are going to interview the guy who runs the food truck tomorrow.
When he's done. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I mean, he said tomorrow.
Okay.
That
Tomorrow
is
we're going to
awesome.
interview the food truck guy. Something else to note that.
Yeah,
it's still there.
Yeah, the moose is still here, folks.
See what they're saying.
Yeah,
This is hilarious. Can I take a picture of this?
yeah. Please do. It's 1 in 20,000. That's how rare this moose is.
That's incredible.
It's insane that we're seeing a moose, but it's even more insane that it's an albino moose.
Split cam?
Sure. Let me just see what I can do here.
Just so you can see everyone in the booth.
Yeah. So there you go. We got the split cam going. So we have some of the Mars team here.
So this is recovery. Letting you know that.
Alright, who wants to be intervied?
Yeah, does anyone actually want to like talk to us?
Alright, who wants to be interviewed?
I'll interview.
Alright, cool.
Are you gonna interview me or am I interviewing you?
We're interviewing
I mean, you could interview us if you want.
I don't know what to ask. That's the thing.
Sorry, folks. There's a lot
I mean,
going
we don't
on.
know
I
either,
really
so.
hope that we're not going to spook that moose away.
Hey, Nico, can we have the headset?
Yeah. So handing the headset over to to the team here. Thank you.
Got an interview here.
Yeah, I'm an interviewee.
Or you could be the interviewer.
All right. We interrupt this moose program. All right. So first of all, we're back here interrupting our Lunch Canada for a interview with someone from what is this?
Mars
Mars team.
The guys that just did the Rocketry L1 launches.
Yeah, we watched your guys' launches. First of all, what's your name?
Nathan.
Nathan.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about your team.
So Mars is a relatively new team at TMU. Basically, it's an organized student competition, and basically we had students kind of design their own rockets. And we had a competition launch. So these are the exact same rockets that the design. We just made it again for the L1 launch, of course.
Yeah.
And bring them over here, and they did their L1s. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Very
So
cool.
you're based out of TMU?
Yes, based out of TMU, downtown Toronto.
Nice. Yeah. So, I mean, do you have anything you can tell us about the rockets that just went off? We haven't gotten a close look at them yet.
So in terms of rockets, I'm the avionics guy. So there was a board on the actual system in terms of actual specs of the rockets. I think Winta could probably explain a little better, but I'll just go over what I know about avionics. So basically, we had a couple of telemetry systems on. We had pressure, temperature, gyroscope, accelerometer, all of that hooked up to a Teensy. And we also had an antenna on board.
I love the Teensy board.
I love the
so
Teensy.
good.
It is really, really good. It's just so many serial ports, and you can do whatever the hell you want with it. So, yeah, we're all feeding this all back to the Teensy, which is sending it to an HT12 antenna, and that's sending it back to our ground station. That was working during the competition.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you were getting live telemetry from those rockets?
Sure.
sorry. Those rockets were designed to receive live telemetry.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in terms of
Crazy.
sort of, did you get one packet when it was on the pad and never again, or did you get some packets, or did you get
0 packets?
Let's just the packets are in the spirit.
hey, the best way to recover data is just to collect the black box when you're done. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The black box is the best box. You know what I'm saying?
You guys are doing great. The views are up.
That's true.
So I love our team, man. Like I was actually a first year, believe it or not. I'm going into second year now, but
Nice.
basically, one of the other leads, one of them are here with us today, Nikolai. He's one of the leads of Mars, but we had another guy named Zool. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. He basically picked me up for this project, and working on this stuff as a first year was kind of crazy. Had no idea, like, okay, I'm not an aerospace engineer. Sorry, guys. I'm electrical. My bad.
Right.
My bad. Just gonna put it out there so we don't make any misunderstandings happen.
But the cross-disciplinary, like, of any system, any engineering system, is so evident, especially in larger projects like rockets.
Exactly.
You need to have electrical engineers, because people who, a lot of the times, if you don't have an electrical engineer or somebody proficient with electronics, you end up with this guy. It's like...
Hey man, I programmed an Arduino once and it worked after 12 hours. For 15 minutes.
Oh, first group's back? Awesome. Yeah, we'll get them interviewed later.
We can have them come in once they're...
yeah, I mean, there's an interesting story about what happened at TMU when it comes to avionics. So you had all your aerospace engineering in one of their courses, and the problem goes like, how many people want to specialize in aircraft? Half the class raised up their hand. How many people want to specialize in spacecraft? The other half raises their hand. How many people want to specialize in avionics?
None of them.
Nobody.
Yep.
So that's why I'm here. I'm filling in the gaps. I get you guys want to do all your sort of fluid dynamics. That's gonna kill me eventually. But I love the circuits. Give me electricity, I'll just I love that stuff.
I've got an important color for you as an electrical engineering student. What is the color of electricity?
What color?
What color is it?
Depends.
No, but like, what color is it?
Like,
if you had to make a shirt for electricity, what color would the shirt be?
Oh, okay. Well, there's different voltages, of course. The most obvious one is a yellow. Okay,
So
yellow is the most obvious one.
Different voltages have different colors.
I mean, yeah, because have you seen a plasma arc?
Oh,
like
yes,
one
I
of those
have.
voltage arcs?
Yeah.
That's not yellow, is it?
No, it's not.
Exactly. So.
Yeah.
What is yellow?
Yellow. Okay, I can't make that
No.
joke here.
Yeah.
Me personally, yellow. My ELE 202 course is yellow.
Right.
The textbooks are yellow. All the schematics, Altium or KiCad, those things are yellow. I'm just gonna say yellow.
Sounds good.
I've used yellow in my past time, so yeah.
What would you say to somebody who?
Oh boy.
What would you say to somebody who made an entire electrical engineering society logo based on the color orange and made orange sweaters because they claimed electricity was orange?
We need to talk to somebody at what's that called, IEEE, and get that organization struck down as soon as possible.
All right, we'll see if we can get an IEEE virtual interview soon, and finally put to bed if electricity is orange or not.
That was it was a local society at Carleton.
Yep, that definitely needs to get struck down for sure. Yeah. But you guys are doing amazing stuff here at Launch Canada. It's an honor to be here.
How are you finding your first year? Is this your first,
I am a first time
launch competition at
Yes,
all?
it is. First time.
Yeah, so what are you thinking about it so far?
I mean, the conference was, cool. I got to hear a lot of interesting speeches and stuff like that. Unfortunately, not a lot of people actually went to the speeches and were more focused on the booths. But having the opportunity to kind of listen to those kinds of things, I bet, is a valuable opportunity for everyone. I didn't understand a word of it. I'm be honest with you. Like,
yeah.
I couldn't. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm just gonna put it out there. But
it's important.
That's got one of your rockets back there.
Of course. Have a little bit of understanding of everything.
Of
right?
course,
That's
of course.
important.
Is the first team? Are they back? How'd it go? What? We lost the Avionics? Oh my goodness!
How are you sitting there? How do you
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, I'm doing an interview, guys. All right, guys.
You guys want to be interviewed? Would anyone else like to join in on the interview?
The Avionics boards disappeared, guys. I'm very heartbroken by that. Now we are down.
We were saying earlier, you really need to make sure that you have some way of recovering your rocket, like a loud screamer. Have you heard of the recovery system? I think it's called the Banshee. It's just a really high-pitched, loud
Honestly,
speaker.
I was thinking about it for sure. I mean, granted, again, this is my first year. The board that we chose was just literally all COTS. Like, I was definitely thinking
of.
But
you should do, because you can't make something yourself until you realize what's already been made.
Exactly.
They literally say don't reinvent the wheel. That's because someone's already made one.
Yeah, for sure. But I want to sort of move everything more towards SRAD for sure because of space. Like, there's very little space on rockets, as you may know, and having everything either SMD or SRAD is going to save a lot of that space, and I could probably fit another system on board to find it. Honestly, if I brought my ground station out here right now, I could probably find the avionics board if we really wanted to, and the battery's not dead. We could probably find it, but you know, it's gone. So that's minus $200. Yikes. Unfortunate, really unfortunate.
What board specific?
From one of the rocket, there were 2 pieces falling.
Yeah, maybe.
What specific boards were you flying then?
What do you mean by specific boards?
Like you said, you're running COTS avionics, right?
Yeah. So COTS avionics. It's not actually okay, so the components that we use are COTS. So the BMP,
Right.
MPU, GPS, those are all COTS.
And they're all just fed into an Arduino. Or sorry, a TNC.
TNC, yes. I just put it on a PCB basically.
Nice.
And for some reason this year, our team really wanted to reuse the components, so everything was in those like, what do you call those? Like those slots where you can kind of just insert it, take it in, take it out.
Oh, breadboards.
Sort of like.
Perf board?
No. So we had an actual PCB with everything on it, but we just soldered on like, the holes.
Through-hole components.
Through holes, yes,
Yeah.
through holes. We just turn everything into a through hole and just you can take it in and take it
Yeah,
out.
that's
So
fine.
it worked, but now it's gone.
Some people actually prefer that over surface mount.
I mean, yeah.
Just since it's actually through it, in theory has a higher vibrational resistance.
Now the thing with
sure.
inserts, like if you make like the just insert ones and you don't like properly solder them, you just have like the through hole inserts. Usually that's not the best because if you're under really, really high vibrational loads,
Of course.
they'll shake loose, right?
Yes, exactly. But we have L1 rockets. It's like we're not doing anything too crazy. So, and again, Mars's like main objective and goal is to get students into the sort of rocket business. You know, like it seems like it's kind of difficult. Bring back the moose. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We want to see the albino moose. I get it. I completely get it. You know. Oh, boo! All right, sorry.
The moose will be back.
The moose will be back.
Soon.
Don't worry. I want to see the moose too. Don't worry, guys. I'm boring you a little bit, you aerospace engineers at home. I get we got a little bit of beef, but you know, just bear with it a little longer. Just
Nice. Ratings are going up.
Ratings are going up. It's because we're about to start something. It's because of the moose. The moose is here, bro.
If you guys share the stream with 5 people each, maybe the moose comes back quicker.
If everybody likes and subscribes. If we can get how many subscribers do we have, Nico?
Okay, so I see we have 95 viewers.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
Okay, where can I find the?
Just go to the YouTube page.
YouTube channel. Okay. Just like we're teaching old man Nico how to use the computer.
Old man Nico.
I'd really like at some point. Nico has rented a very nice vehicle to take up to Launch Canada.
We have,
you want to just make sure that if you're out in the wilderness, you probably don't want to bring an electric vehicle.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a good call.
Well, can we even charge those here? Like.
You can. There are a lot of charging things in like Timmins and leading up.
No, I mean like out here.
No.
Yeah.
We have 404 subscribers.
We have 404 subscribers.
That's pretty good.
All right, 500. We bring that to moose.
If we get 1,000, then we can make money.
If we get 1,000, I will be the moose, guys. I'll go out there on all fours. I'll start eating grass for you guys. Let's hit that 1,000 mark.
If we get 1,000 subscribers by the end of the day, I will personally put the moose in my L1. I'm not doing it. No. The moose can't fit in my L1. You know what's fun? I grew up in southwestern Ontario. I've never seen a moose in person.
What?
Hey man, it's like right over there. You're just
Bro,
gonna,
I live
walk.
in Toronto and I've seen a moose. What's going on?
Can we go pet it?
No. Yo, some association out there is gonna. My fault, guys.
They want the moose.
They really want the moose.
1,000 subscribers and I pet the moose.
No, do not do that.
yeah, they're bringing
We promised the moose is coming back.
There's probably some nature enthusiast that's just.
Oh, there goes the drone.
Oh, drone's flying.
Drone is making a
flying.
beeline to the moose.
We're finding the moose, guys. Come back, please.
Alec, it better be going to the moose. The stream is demanding it.
Cost for the interview.
Dude, absolutely. You can have some of mine too.
Oh, thank you.
Give her, bud.
Oh,
it's going back up again.
We don't actually eat.
It's just.
This is our breakfast and we haven't touched it.
Oh man.
I think I got to be emotional support for my team. Actually, they got to emotionally support me. I can't believe they lost the avionics board.
Oh, it's for the moose.
Well, Winter, do you want to talk about rockets or? Okay, cool.
Cool. Well,
oh, it's coming back. The views are going back up. It's because of the views.
They're actually going back up right now. This is incredible.
Talk about. Does Mars stand for anything?
Metropolitan Aerospace Rocket Society. Boom.
That's so convenient.
I know, right?
That is such a
I
good
know.
acronym.
It is an amazing acronym. And check the sweater too. We just got these.
They're
check that
really
logo.
nice.
Check that logo out.
I want one of those, man.
Oh yeah. You can place an
I'm
order with
actually
Nikolai, $60. You know, if you really want it.
Not gonna lie, I might look into that.
Oh, man.
If I lived in the Toronto area, absolutely would. But unfortunately, I'm back in Ottawa now.
Oh,
so, yeah.
maybe next year.
Maybe next year. Maybe next year I will.
We'll bring a bunch of extra and we can sell it to you.
Oh, that would be awesome. You guys should do that.
Oh, for sure. We
Who's
will.
that? Who's
We'll
that?
look into it. Right, Winter?
That's right.
What's Paulie doing out at the pad there?
All right, guys. I gotta get back to work.
All right.
Nice seeing you.
Nice having you on the live stream.
Aerospace engineers. Aerospace engineers. Godspeed. In training. Legally speaking. Yo, PO, please don't sue us. Please don't sue us.
Hey, you're allowed to call me that. I work in Germany.
Oh, okay, yeah. Mr. Engineer, thank you very much.
Yeah, we
engineering student. Engineering student.
I'm an engineering student and an engineering trading.
An engineering student.
Yeah.
Yes, and PO, I love you guys. Please don't sue us. I will not put that in my LinkedIn profile, I swear. Cool. All right, guys. Have a good one.
Pleasure having you on.
Thanks for coming out.
Maybe, I don't know when.
Show up at the tent whenever you'd like, or send people to the tent whenever you'd like.
I will gladly do that.
Cool.
Have a good one, guys.
See you later.
All right.
You gonna chill here?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Those are some really good gloves. I love mechanics gloves. They're so comfy.
Do we have the moose back yet? Oh, we do have the moose back. The moose is back on the live stream. The moose is
I can't
he's
confirm.
not
The
loose.
moose is
He's
back.
his little EP taking a nap.
Yeah. Speaking of naps, maybe should we do the quick survey?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Should we do a quick survey of how much sleep some of the folks at Launch Canada have gotten over the past week?
Do that if you want.
All right.
But we still have to have the moose on half the screen.
Yes, we do.
We need the moose.
Yes.
The moose cam is vital.
You know, I'm convinced every time we say moose, we get an extra viewer. So moose.
The moose is our workhorse here.
Do you guys want to hear my moose call?
Okay.
Do you want to hear my?
I don't know if I do.
It's pretty good. Like it actually gets them to come.
If you do that, will the moose come here?
Maybe, you never know. It's
That's what we take our chances.
It's like yeah. No, sorry. Hold on. I'll try that again. No,
Nico, the views went down after you did.
Oh no! Okay. No, yeah. Okay, we'll keep the
Mr.
moose.
Edmonton, man.
Yeah.
I want to hear your moose.
Nah.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Do it for the people.
Here, moosey.
Nice.
Chat, how do you rate Nico's moose call?
Looks like they don't. And that is okay. All right. Let's see. We'll get some of those.
You know who else we should interview at some point is our lovely drone operator.
We should, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
As he has been right outside the tent all day getting fantastic footage for us and finding the moose.
Yeah. I wonder if he can. I wonder if he would fly the drone while on the live stream. You know, is that legal? I don't think it is. I think that's distracted operating.
Yeah, it's distracted operating, and so that would mean.
So no, he should not do that.
Having to lose sight of the moose for a couple minutes.
Yeah, the drone would have to come down. Waiting on Gall again. 100 viewers. Let's go.
When you guys were gone, I was reading out some facts about albino moose, but yeah, it was pretty good filler, to be honest. 1 in 20,000. Yes, which is insane. But Brendan, do you have any other animal facts that we should maybe share with our viewers?
I've got a bunch about
any
the
more
kiwi,
animal
about
facts?
how the entire population of kiwis on Earth can be sent into low Earth orbit with 3 electron rockets. We did this calculation in like 4th year of university, so I'm not totally confident in that estimate, but it's an approximation. And that's by mass, not by space. You'd have to squish them, and it would not be safe or healthy for the kiwis.
Please do not squish kiwis
Don't
if you
squish
happen
any
upon
animals.
a kiwi.
Except ones that comfortably squishing them because they want to be squished.
For some of our viewers who might not know, what is a kiwi?
It's a bird.
It's a bird. Okay.
In New Zealand.
Okay, because some people might think, oh, kiwi, it's
a fruit.
People from New Zealand, which I want to be clear, we're not sending people from New Zealand up. I mean, hopefully someday we'll send them up safely.
People from New Zealand to space because they have a very much growing space infrastructure.
Of course.
Especially with companies like Rocket Lab, which is a very innovative company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One could also think that you were sending the fruit, the kiwi, too.
We could also send the fruit
yes.
into space. I
Yes.
think that'd be a little bit more difficult than sending the
So-
entire population of the animal.
So is this moose now our mascot?
I think so. I think we need to convince Adam.
I was gonna say, has anyone alerted Adam to the moose?
I haven't seen Adam in a little bit, but
I might take off, see if I can find him, and just ask him if he's heard about the moose.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If we can get Adam here for a moose interview, that'd be amazing.
Yes.
I'll ask him.
Cool. Oh, he was zooming out from the moose. Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, let's keep an eye on our viewership here. We're at 109 right now. Let's see.
Receiving a video to maintain stable streaming.
Oh, we're down to 103. Oh, but we're back on the moose. So
there we go.
Stay tuned, folks.
Can you pull up the widget there, Nico?
Do which, sorry?
The thing on the YouTube stream there.
One more time.
The widget there in yellow. What's going on there?
It says you.
Plexiglass tube to a rocket and launching an aquarium. I'd like to know how you would do this for research purposes. Okay, so you would just kind of you'd get a tube and you'd put it in the forward part of the rocket.
Adam was right there the whole time.
Nice.
You're watching the moose.
There you
Oh,
go.
nice. So yeah, that's just all you got to do. Whether you're allowed to launch fish into the rocket or in the rocket is a very different question. Yeah, we do know. We know a lot about space.
We know a lot about space, but there's also so much more space than there is ocean.
Yeah. But also, it is extremely difficult to actually survey the bottom of the ocean accurately.
Because it's extremely high pressure.
Yeah.
And designing, high pressure systems. Okay, it takes similar skill sets to.
Simon, come on the stream.
Simon!
Look at the moose.
Yeah, I saw the moose.
Did you actually see it?
Well, I saw it on the street.
Ah, okay.
All right, I'm handing
went to the
my
moose.
my mic
Yeah, the
off
chat loves it.
to,
This is like the best performing part of the stream.
The one, the man, the only, the Simon Gala.
What if it's an empty aquarium? That's just the tube at that point, so that's fine. It's just the tube with some stuff. There's some things in it. Oh, there goes the bus.
So have we discussed the aquarium suggestion yet?
If it's an empty aquarium, then it's just
it's just a tube.
It's just a tube. It's a plexi tube.
So fish are typically neutrally buoyant. So undergoing right?
Fish are also vertebrates though, aren't they? So could you just not launch a fish?
Well,
no, you could not launch a fish. You would not be allowed to launch a fish.
Yeah.
But I'm discussing the physics of it. Yeah. So what you would have is uniform acceleration throughout the entire collection of fish tank. And if a fish is uniformly buoyant, it's not going to go up or down. It's going to stay in the same level of water, and not really experience, with the exception of an increase in pressure from the top there. If you launch an aquarium, right?
Yeah,
So,
it would be proportional to the density of the like fluid, right? Because you're
assuming
gonna.
it's water.
Yeah, assuming it's water, the fish is going to experience less like g-forces than, or effective
Right.
g-forces than because it's not going to compress as much.
And pressure is based on the total weight of whatever's like the water on top, right?
Has anybody launched yet? We've had a couple of
We've had a lot
L1
of
certification launches, and everything else is scrubbed for the day. We've just had a lot of clouds, so
Yeah. Most teams are packing up and going home.
have packed up and going home. Nice. Good for them.
It's good to hear. We actually have a total of 40 cert launches this week, which is really, really exciting.
We also found out why the advanced pad cameras couldn't work. The generator died.
Oh, nice.
And then it died again.
Oh, nice.
And then it died a third time.
That's a great idea. You know, this should be somebody's payload, is sending up a simulated fish tank.
God. I actually like my favorite animals in space thing is the mice that they launched at the ISS that just keep running around and around and
I do
around.
want to bring up the comment on the jellyfish fish tank in a rocket. Because they are invertebrate.
Then it's not
sea
an
creatures,
invertebrate.
and this is genuinely something that has been discussed a ton of times.
Well, the Polish teams at Spaceport have done just about every non-vertebrate animal in existence. They've done
They launched
bees,
the
they
bee
did
colony.
squid, they did
The squid was funny. So
insects
the problem
of all
for
sorts.
us
So.
with jellyfish, the reason we didn't immediately, we kind of scrapped it when we considered it, is we didn't know how to source a jellyfish. That was the big thing. Would you like to come on? Okay. Yeah, it's really, really neat, actually. The teams that do biological payloads are so cool.
Also, we should probably start thinking about shutting this down because they've just scrubbed everything, right? So.
Oh, is everything scrubbed?
Yeah.
You scrub for the day.
Yeah,
Is
we've
there
just
anything
got
else
word
we
that
wanna-
it's scrubbed for the day. So.
It's as much fun as talking about jellyfish as with the 100 of you.
As it's been clearly evident, the four of us can talk about space and rockets for infinite amounts of time, and we're going to be seeing you a lot over the next few days. So
Gotta save some stories for tomorrow.
exactly, some stories. Apologize for some of our tomfoolery today. Unfortunately, it's only going to get worse as the days progress.
Yeah, we're running through our material rather quickly, so you know.
Yes.
I apologize to no one.
It's just gonna get stranger.
Nico
and,
apologizes to no one.
So please, I hope you all tune back in tomorrow.
Hopefully, we'll get some actual rockets off the
weather
ground.
is looking to be way better and warmer.
Yeah.
Yep, 20 degrees, nice and sunny in the morning. So that's what we want to see. They'll probably load a bunch on at 9 a.m. and send them. So.
Thanks for the great coverage. No, thank you for tuning in.
Thank you
That's
for
what's
the
important
great
to us,
viewing.
Seriously.
And tomorrow we'll actually get to talk about rockets that launched.
Yeah.
And we should
Hopefully.
fix our tracking camera.
We should fix our tracking camera.
We'll have tracking footage tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah.
Good tracking footage.
We broke a cable immediately during the day and lost our tracking camera. So.
Yeah. For anyone watching this, don't leave tripods with cameras on top of them out in the wind.
Yeah. When it's really windy, don't leave anything out and exposed that you don't want falling over.
Unless it's strapped down, then you might be able to get away with
if you strap it down.
But well.
That's our moral for today.
Just a cable. The camera's fine. Anyways, yeah. We will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in.
If you have any questions, you can't email us. I was going to be like, I don't know. How do you contact us?
Email Adam at lunch.
No, don't do that, please. He has enough emails.
Ask us tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Adame.
It's two top buttons, Nico. So stop streaming at the right side. Yep, there you go. That one. Yes. Oh, the moose. Yeah, we gotta go out with the moose.
Have you guys?
We did MDA, I think,
We'll
right?
do an icon one tomorrow. I'll have to like think it over,
Nice.
think about what to say.
Okay.